nothing wrong with your television set. Do not attempt to adjust the picture. We are controlling transmission. If we wish to make it louder, we will bring up the volume. If we wish to make it softer, we will tune it to a whisper. We will control the horizontal. We will control the vertical. We can roll the image, make it flutter. We can change the focus to a soft blur, or sharpen it to crystal clarity. For the next hour, sit quietly and we will control all that you see and hear. We repeat, there is nothing wrong with your television set. You are about to participate in a great adventure. You are about to experience the awe and mystery which reaches from the inner mind to
420.
There is a fifth dimension, beyond that which is known to man. It is a dimension as vast as space and as timeless as infinity. It is the middle ground between light and shadow, between science and superstition, and it lies between the pit of man's fears and the summit of his knowledge. This is the dimension of imagination. It is an area which we call the zone.
Uostarosta.
Huh.
Uostarosta.
What's he doing? That's odd.
Busta. Busta.
I'm sure I can fix it. I think.
spooky.
Wanna get high? Wanna get high? Wanna get high? Wanna get high? Was that a party or?
The world is flat. I'm here to ring the alarm with my puppet like charm, straight from the barn. I'm talking about Flat Earth Farms, cause most don't know. They think we live on a globe, a ball that floats. So listen and take notes, and take it to a higher plane. Imagine yourself in all it contains, in all its glory and flair. Flat Earth Farms can take you there. Open your mind outside the box. No more staring at NASA's Photoshop. No more moon landings, no line to ya. No more people standing backwards in Australia. Just facts and pure truth, planning straight to the roots. Flat Earth Farms help you understand. A magical place on a wondrous land.
The world is flat, and that's a fact. Tell your friends next time you chat. Let them know a ball ain't that. Let's stay playing with the baseball bat. Cause we coming at the barn, a higher place, the Flat Earth Farms.
Ho, ho, ho.
This could be it, Harry. Pass the word along. Tell the men it's time to shoot the moon.
Shoot the moon!
Not out there on the microphone. On the microphone.
Shoot the moon. Shoot the moon.
What are we gonna do tonight, Singe Man?
The same thing we do every night, Boston Ray. Try to take over the world.
The world of science cares about you. Eureka! We found it. With the tools of science, we have invented, yes, hand sanitizer. But not just any hand sanitizer. This hand sanitizer was developed and approved by the Dark One himself. Here are a few of the things our product can bring you.
He's my mighty puppy, so wow, wow, mud. He's my mighty puppy, so wow, wow, mud. He's my mighty puppy, so wow, wow, mud. You slept. Warning, the self-destruct system has been activated. Option to override self-destruct expires in 10 minutes.
Yo, Les, what up, baby? Corona, Queens, and Pennsylvania. It's the word, partner. Yeah, Vinny Pass. Psycho Les, B-Nuts, Juju, what up, baby? Listen. A knife in my palm, sharper than a sniper in arm. Righteous Islam, hypocrite that fight to be calm. My life is just torn, bipolar, icy and warm. My life in a song, the reason why the Viking done gone. A bison is born, army of God, Michael is born. The uranium fission, secret of the hydrogen bomb. The Bible is gone, y'all are watching a Viking perform. And the 9 milli loud, so the silence is drawn. I'm live from the wall, I don't believe in crying at all. I'm a manic depressive, never get excited at all. I'ma live forever, don't believe in dying at all. I was born peaceful, I was never violent at all. Then my father died, I was like a knife through my core. Any love I had inside me, not alive anymore. Like in the war, Joseph Dredd, I am the law. I'm the reason faggot rappers can't thrive anymore, yeah. Stop guessing, who the fuck I be? Boss Cutter Bazzy. Focus on what has to be done, son. You know where I come from. Classes in session, so you can stop guessing who the fuck I be. It's me. Focus on what has to be done, son. You know where I come from. My little man will blow your face off. I flatten out bodies, I ain't talking about a racehorse. Murder every rapper, then I break off. Scheming on this motherfucking money, burn made off. You always pussy, so stay soft. The only time beef is mentioned around me is for steak sauce. I work harder than y'all, it's no days off. The knife works, scratch and cut you up like main sauce. My fam walk around with hawks on them. Big motherfuckers, infrared dots on them. It ain't a motherfucker that could box with them. Razor under the tongue and keep an ox with them. Hard body rap, guard of the 7 Getty. I'm a sinner, I'm the guard of the 7 deadly. Everything I do hard and it's legendary. I spit 16 bars and you dead and buried. Classes in session, so you can stop guessing who the fuck I be. It's me. Focus on what has to be done, son. You know where I come from. Classes in session, so you can stop guessing who the fuck I be. It's me. Focus on what has to be done, son. You know where I come from. Classes in session, so you can stop guessing who the fuck I be. It's me. Focus on what has to be done, son. You know where I come from. Classes in session, so you can stop guessing who the fuck I be. It's me. Focus on what has to be done, son. Official pistol gang. It's murder, baby.
Kids today, they got no respect for this thing of ours. Bunch of fucking jackals out on the streets now. And let me tell you something. They got no idea what it's like to be the boss. The honor and brotherhood of La Cosa Nostra. Pussy. To all these motherfuckers.
Better pay me that respect. Call me Don Vito. Corleone, Patriarch, Ice Cold Stilo. Knock it out the park like the great Bambino. Bringing in the bread like I ain't never heard of keto. So you better check your ego. You ain't no Pacino. Fuck around and end up just like Pesci in Casino. Never worried when I see an enemy like Nemo. Even my marine biology bars are primo. I got roots in Avellino. Shout out to my poppy. Italian royalty blood running through my body. Studying Gigante, some Gotti, Tommy Karate. Albert Anastasia murders a fucking hobby. I serve them up with salami and clams on a linguine. Boss of the family, James Gandolfini. And everybody eating around me, never greedy. So salute me when you motherfucking see me running shit so easy. Webby got the game plan, how to make a buck up in the motherfucking wasteland. Started from the bottom, but trust me, I'm still the same fam. Only difference now, I'm a motherfucking made man. Better pay me that respect, Don Corleone. Built an empire and I did it on my own. I ain't worried about they shit, my shit's known. Feet up on the throne and I made it my home. So pay me that respect, Don Corleone. Only talking bullshit, you can hear it in my tone. I ain't worried about they shit, my shit's known. Feet up on the throne, Don Corleone. Hey, eating prosciutto in a 3-piece suit with capos all across the state. Those my CT troops. Get that product that we peddle when I leave the booth, and then we push it on the streets. Now my CDs looped all across the damn map with my grip on the throttle. Anybody with the crowns getting Paul Castellano. I'm Joseph Bonanno, don't fuck with Sammy Gravanos. Drinking Montepulciano by the fucking bottle with a stogie. OG, gravy on my gnocchi. Keep my mouth shut, yeah, my biz stay low-key. All these snake round got me feeling like Mowgli. Keep my friends close, watching foes more closely. Only son of Joni, young Corleone. Get that Genko olive oil imported from back home. My account's all grown, and got caught up on my taxes, so the feds don't try to do me like a pawn. Sitting up on the throne, so haters get to betting. How long that I'ma be up here? Well, I just keep progressing. And every day's a blessing from this fucking very second until they asking favors at my daughter's wedding. Better pay me that respect, Don Corleone. Built an empire and I did it on my own. I ain't worried about they shit, my shit's known. Feet up on the throne and I made it my home. So pay me that respect, Don Corleone. Only talking bullshit, you can hear it in my tone. I ain't worried about they shit, my shit's known. Feet up on the throne, Don Corleone.
Now, Chrissy, this is gonna be La Cosa Nostra till I die. You understand? Be it an hour from now, be it tonight, or be it 100 years from now. And any friend of ours knows it's going to be the way I say it's going to be. And betrayal will not be tolerated. Not now, not never. La Cosa Nostra.
Yeah, you know you loving this. Green and white, green and white, green and white, green and white. Yeah, you know you loving this. Green and white, green and white, green and white, green and white. Yeah, you know you loving this. Making threes like Ray, I never miss. Yeah, Boston rise with me. Now everybody throw their stripes to the sky with me. And when I'm at the garden, you know I'm rocking green and white, green and white, green and white, green and white. Celtic colors run deep, and we ain't stopping. Green and white, green and white, green green and white, green and white. Pierce jersey got the kid looking mighty green. 17 banners and counting, the mighty beam. I'm looking clean as I put the pedal to the metal. Got $1 million out of rapping, I won't settle, I need several. I gotta let them know, this is what I does. Got the city on my leg, you know where I'm from. Dorchester, Hyde Park, Mattapan, Roxbury to Rosendale, let's get it in. We coming out hard, you should take a listen. Girls wanting sex, cause I gotta be up on my fitted. We at the top of the hub, boy, expensive shit. No Empire State.
Prudential, bitch!
Yeah, you know you loving this. Making breeze like rain, I never miss. Yeah, Boston rise with me. Now everybody throw their stripes to the sky with me. And when I'm at the garden, you know I'm rocking green and white, green and white, green and white, green and white. Celtic colors run deep, and we ain't stopping. Green and white, green and white, green and white, green and white. Don't matter where we go, where we come from, will never leave us. It's about the music, I just do it, but I rock Adidas. See me leaning with the top back, hit up a Yankees game with my socks hat. Win or lose, the spirit never dies. Been through it all and I ain't never lost the pride. 2010, we walk around like who's cursed? City of the champs, I'm sorry, the truth hurts. Yeah, you know you loving this. Making threes like rain, I never miss. Yeah, Boston rise with me. Now everybody throw their stripes to the sky with me. And when I'm at the garden, you know I'm rocking green and white, green and white, green and white, green and white. Celtic colors run deep, and we ain't stopping. Green and white, green and white, green and white, green and white. Leprechaun with the tilted cap. All green Chevy seat tilted back. We stuck up banks, have to tell her fill up the sack. This is my city, put it back on the map. Matter of fact, this is for the whole motherfucking state. So I'ma go hard in the motherfucking paint. If you rep your city and you standing in the crowd, put your threes to the clouds. Say it real loud, Boston. Yeah, you know what it is. You know I love my city, man. Yeah, you know what it is. Skiz, country, Big G, Sam. And when I'm at the garden, I see y'all rocking green and white, green and white, green and white, green and white. CG, the colors run deep. I love my whole team. Green and white, green and white, green and white. Yeah, you know you loving this. Making breeze like rain, I never miss. Yeah, Boston rise with me. Now everybody throw their stripes to the sky with me. And when I'm at the garden, you know I'm rocking green and white, green and white, green and white, green and white. Celtic colors run deep, and we ain't stopping. Green and white, green and white, green and white, green and white.
Get drunk! High five for everyone! Yeah. The party starts at 8.
Don't wanna tango, them boys get pesos. Shotty on the dress, 100 racks on the tables, yeah. Tell them rookies get they drop up. You on the one, you better squad up. B.I. Don't wanna tango, them boys get pesos. Shotty on the dress, 100 racks on the tables, yeah. And tell them rookies get they drop up. You on the one, you better squad up. B.I.
Boss till paper boy, getting that Keela money. They got on blast, fuck around and Keela cut them. Peanut butter lack, butter leather bucket seats, vanilla polo fitted to match. I'm a fucking beast, last ski in the 6 speed. And you screaming fuck the police, baby, I'm from uptown. Never was a hustle with, peep it. Every day I'm getting lifted. 100 blunts in my lungs, 100 proof in my system. 2 girls, 1 vicious. That's just how I'm living. Getting 4 faces by 2 Gemini bitches. Onslaught of gutters, we stunting and something tinted. I had Maserati dreams, now we winning. Yeah. Ask around, them fellas do a big. My girl switch wigs when I wanna fuck a different bitch. Foreign coupe, no roof, local poking in the blizz. Money stacks make the sailor look lower than it is. And
don't wanna tango, them boys get pesos. Shotty on the dress, 100 racks on the tables, yeah. Tell them rookies get they drop up. You on the one, you better squad up. B.I. Don't on the tango, them boys get pesos. Shotty on the dress, 100 racks on the tables, yeah. They tell them rookies get their guap up. You on the war, you better score it up, biatch.
That Rico case getting harder to fight. Big face, more bottles, Bellagio lights. Pitting Marie up on the table, that's just part of the life. Devil regalado sideways like it's sliding on ice. Motherfucker, how you living? You ain't back of the line. We just cut away, we stunting, just embarrass you guys. Parking thicker than the dials in the passenger side. She tend to suck me when I drive, so don't ask for a ride. Yeah, fifth gear, tear up the city and bad. I get it. You know I live it. Word of Jesus is dead. I was young and wild once, and I'm a fiend in my past. The rock bleach, I'm a beast. Every day is my last. Princess cuts on my neck, chest looking like glass. You was hating me then, you should look at me now. I'm talking yellow bottles, yellow models, cooks by the pound. 23 in them balls, and bitch, I'm putting it down.
Tango, them boys get pesos. Shotty on the dress, 100 racks on the tables, yeah. They tell them rookies get their guap up. You on the war, you better score it up, biatch. On the tango, them boys get pesos. Shotty on the dress, 100 racks on the tables, yeah. Tell them rookies get their guap up. You on the one, you better score it up, biatch. On the tango, them boys get pesos. Shotty on the dress, 100 racks on the tables, yeah. They tell them rookies get their guap up. You on the one, you better score it up, biatch.
Thought it was over, stupid? Never. Twinning.
King of the projects, he broke the walls down. His crib was both apartments, double living rooms, shotted under both couches. Schwarzenegger been dead for sexual raising forever. Studded glove made of better to radiant leather. Bitches in every bed, exhibits involving sister wives. Kitchen knives, slime, get your bitch in line. Make a shit out of nothing like a savage does. Walk up to the biggest bing bong bing, stab him up. When guns blast, blood splash, ass the front. Plug had a mustache like Captain Crunch. Young Pesci Pompadour, El Mahigo with the cowboy hat like Pablo Moore. Speak across between coca products and tokenomics, so bionic. It's ultrasonic how I smoke the chronic. Pistolero, call me Billy Bolero. Barrel wrapped in aluminum foil like a meatball hero. Oh, you better smarten up, but you know's not enough. Bottom up, saw the shot in your half and shot him up. You better smarten up, but you know's not enough. Blot him up, for the body and laugh, you out of luck. You better smarten up, but you know's not enough. Bottom up, saw the shot in your half and shot him up. You better smarten up, but you know's not enough. Blot him up, for the body and laugh, you out of luck.
You fucking shitting me? Yeah, we back. Big Brooklyn shit, y'all. Gorilla Twinzitos. Bing bong. Yo, yo, yo. Don't ever end your life disrespecting me. I'm on Jamaica Bay getting brain by the jet skis. Paper coming hefty. Keep my money in my right pocket, cause the devil was a lefty. See, and if I was you, I wouldn't trust me. Catholic school uniforms, I rock the Husky. Shorty, you kinda dusty. I know if we fuck, that pussy must be. It must be.
I know your mother, she a custard. Gave her credit when she was sick, and now she loved me. Now we getting awards and setting up tours. My Averex in 98 was better than yours. That's a fact of it. Took it back and put the bat of it. Walking up and down Mermaid, who wanna battle me? You don't know no rap as hard as us. Put the barrel to your forehead, you better smarten up. Know the fucking vibes. Gorilla Twins is back. Like we never left, stupid. Brooklyn. Yo, Bill, let's get it.
Are we all here? Are we ready to go now? How's it going? Who do we got?
Where do you want me to put it?
That's what she said. Now I have 3 kids. Andrew. Bill Miller. Skiff Dank. What's up, Bill? How you doing, man?
Where did you want me to put this?
Holistic. What?
Where do you want me to put this? You ordered some stationary meat?
Yeah. Just put it on the shelf and by the cupboard to the right.
It goes along with the stationary earth right next to that. I'll put the stationary meat next to the stationary earth. How's that?
Sure. Thank you. Wow, we got a lot of people here tonight. Big Tim, God we trust Patriot US. Andrew,
I wore my 33rd degree clothes today. I made 33rd degree today, so they gave me my special clothes.
You made in where? Where did you make? Where did you make? Orange. Yeah. Knowledge. What up?
Where did I make it? On YouTube, I got 33 likes.
Wow, a lot of people. Big show
tonight. And I was the 33rd. I was the 33rd thumb up.
Out. That's my dad. Big show tonight.
Hey, Dad.
Yeah.
Bill, Andrew, Skiff Dank. Ooh.
Wow. Did you guys know that Singe is my dad?
I'm sorry.
Singe is your dad? I didn't know that. Since when? Since when? Wow.
Since birthday.
How did that? So what happened? You guys. So you guys.
Look at this.
Wow. You
can
guys.
You know.
Now that you mention it, I do see some resemblance.
Don't scan this.
What's that say? Oh, all right.
If you're happy with your purchase, please take a moment to not scan this.
So anyway, Singe, did you put links in for me or what? No,
I did.
Never.
What do you got?
What do you got? What do you got, Andrew?
What is it called?
I mean, I want to. What is it? What is this? Let's see. All right, we're gonna have to save that. For yeah, we're gonna save that for the end because we have a whole show here that we have to keep on track.
I gotta burst your bubble.
What up? Andrew, I need you to focus here, okay? Moving meat.
Wonderful, darling.
Moving
Absolutely
meat.
Wonderful,
Ready?
yeah?
Ready? Andrew,
Yeah.
Andrew, take a 2-minute break. Go in the bathroom. Give yourself a pep talk in the mirror. I'm going to be the best. 1, 2, 3, moving meat. All right, let's do this.
Meat. So wait, I gotta ask you something first.
What's up?
Did you enjoy your time at the Burger Czar People's Glorious Revolutionary Food Distribution Collective?
No, but I'm trying to get the
otherwise
the link.
Known as McDonald's.
You guys are completely off. We got to get the links in the private chat.
Your privatization Burger Czar. It's not the Burger King. It's the Burger Czar. Right. See,
the
Burger Czar.
Yeah, he needs me to do it.
People's Glorious Revolutionary Food Distribution Collective. That's what they're all going to be called from now on. Get used to it.
Wait. What's going to be called that? The Burger Czar what?
Yes, all fast food restaurants will now be called the Burger Czar People's Glorious Revolutionary Food Distribution Collective. All fast food restaurants.
Jesus. You're really making me bust my balls here.
I had to say it 4 times, but I don't mind saying it again. I'm going to have a shirt that says it. Yes. So we're going to have shirts that say it.
All right. So
Support
you got some
local
fucked up
station Burger
videos.
Czar.
Wow, Singe went all out on this. Wait until you guys see what we got here. All right, give me 2
Gas
seconds.
stations. Support your privatization Burger Czar today. Don't ask what's in the food.
Andrew, is your video clipped out, or is it a long live stream that I have to search through?
I'll tell you what minute to go to.
All right, what minute to go to?
Oh, I thought we were doing the meat.
What? No,
what,
no.
1 hour and 40.
I need a second. 1 hour.
Oh, you need some links? Okay, let me get some.
No,
I
don't need the links. I thought you had the link set up already.
No, I just got back from walking the puppies.
I don't know how to do work on the computers. So I found the cool thing. And then just go to 1 hour and 41 minutes.
1 hour and 4. All right, we'll start it here. This is from Knowledge's stream today.
Yeah.
Shut
he
up,
captured this here.
He's in the chat. You can sub him.
Yeah.
Oh wait, sorry.
This is okay. You're right there.
Yeah.
He shares a lot of cool stuff.
You have to start somewhere. Free your mind. Free your mind. This place is weird. There's no doubt about it. There's some weird shit going on here.
Oh.
Yeah, what's up? I'm getting them ready too.
Should be working. Yeah, I can hear you. I don't need. Your phones aren't working. Sorry. Oh, now I hear you better. Oh, check this out. That's the entrance to the quarry I was telling you about. Just jump over there and see what I can. I might just get a boots on the ground here. If I'm lucky. Well, I don't know what's wrong with my thing, but I can't hear. Let me check my settings. Should be good.
Fast forward a minute, please, on this if you're not busy.
No, just let it play. I don't want. If I touch it, it'll mess it up. Trust me. It's too. Just let it go.
Oh, I don't even know if we're not live. Can you hear me?
So wait, the sound was going in and out, Andrew? Is that what's going on?
I'm gonna have to update my headgear was messing up, so this is the problem.
What's going on? No, I'm saying on the stream. You're saying?
Oh, I'm gonna try to do it right now. Playing this part It's fine. Just skip this part where I'm setting up with my
They're open, so I don't know how successful I'm going to be real quick.
It's going to be good. Chicago.
Oh, you can see, there's the highway. There's the highway up there. I guess I'll just take a look. No harm in looking, right? Oh, there's a car. Oh man, I'm just gonna walk right in. I'm just gonna walk right in. Let me flip the camera. I'm gonna flip the camera. Oh, dude. Whoop. Yeah, I know, right? Check this out. See if I can flip the camera. Can you see anything yet? Boom. Wait, dude, I'm gonna run. This is called boots on the ground. You got to key inside this place. I can't wait. I want to come here after hours. Look, there's another waterworks down there. What is that now? I don't know. More water. The roots. There's a root. Now we're onto something with the root. Oh, shit, here comes the truck. You got to see these down under rocks, dude. I'm going to get bitched at right away. Dude, this guy.
So what did you find, Andrew?
So, yeah, but maybe he's just dumping shit. I thought it was like, look down there. I'm gonna walk, dude. I'm just gonna act like I know what I'm doing. So yeah, I gotta get down here, man. Dude, there's like pyramid bricks down there.
So, like, in my opinion, I think it's really the went around the ancient city called Chilaga.
For certain,
the old man.
Like, up here. This is the city court, you know.
Chilaga.
Trekking along here, some ancient stuff. I should have brought a hammer. Dang it! I brought my wrench. What good is that in the rock? I should have brought. I like breaking break. Maybe I'll do a kung fu break. Maybe I'll find a kung fu stone I can break.
So right there where I'm walking is on top of the wall.
We're gonna get down to the business here. Check it out. This is just the cover up layer. We gotta get down there. Oh, there's bulldozers cruising. I gotta like get away from the bulldozers. Oh, we gotta like duck down, right? So I gotta run. We gotta see this shit.
Yes.
Like, see, I wanted to go down there. See that? There's a freaking boat down there. What is that? Dude, they're like, look at this stone here. Don't drop the phone, Andy. Look down. Oh my God, look at that, dude. It's like, vertical. What do they call geopolymers down there, man? That's like a I'm on the pyramid now, it seems like. Oh, dude, I gotta go in the muck. Dude, it's like sewage. Oh no.
Quick dry cement.
You know, I got the boots in the moat.
What were you saying?
Oh, whenever anyone says geopolymer, I say quick dry cement.
Yeah, but I don't get it. Like, what?
I don't know what.
So what is it that you're doing here? You're just walking through the water for no reason, like.
This is a quarry.
Darling. It's fun.
It's a quarry, but I mean, I have quarries around me too. What do quarries prove?
I'm going to show you down under there, like what this thing is. This stretch of rock that you'll see, it goes for miles and miles, dude. It like wraps around.
Yeah. I know what you mean. There's one of those near me too, though. It's not. I don't look at quarries like that big of a deal.
Like we found some blocks that had the old mortar still on it.
Where am I?
Because like.
There's like a motor sticking up.
I guess you can see layers of rock. I guess like
there's all kinds of old world buildings coming at you though.
Not quarries near me.
Dude, what is going on here?
So
All right, I found the tool. Oh, it's implanted into the brick. I mean concrete. All right, so there's a block.
This thing is like covering
There's
up
a pipe. There's the pipe. Just don't step on the extension cord.
This is just not.
Oh, it's a mudslide. Oh, look at that huge, like, look at, can I zoom in? Look at that huge, like, slide down there. Oh, I forgot there's people here. I gotta get out to be quiet. But don't get out yet.
I mean, it didn't say no.
I gotta get down here. Oh, there's a truck. But down there, you can see it's like the pyramid level. I want to see the huge block. So this is like, dude, it's like sipping out water here. Where's this water coming from? Oh, the duck's flowing. Look at this. Where's the water even coming from? Yeah, that's cool. All right. All right. We're going to try some Giru action here. We try to do a little, right? That stuff's easy to break. What's under me is what I want to see. I want to get down under that. Oh, I said my code name. Down under. We got to get down under here. So I took the wrong path. I should have gone down the low way. So we'll know next time. So I'm standing on top of the rock formation. That's like what I want to see the side of. Dude, it's like a 100-foot drop right at the ledge here.
Like this is a man-made quarry, like they blew a hole there so they could crush stones and sell them, or what do? Why is it a quarry? Do you know?
Well, I don't know, because they're like dumping a bunch of stuff in there, but it's like, well, I don't know. This was part of the old world, and I got in my book here, like talks about it. Aurora.
How long has it been there for?
I don't know. I mean, I could do a little reading if you want. I think it's been there since God.
It's in the mud.
Just look and find out. Just look and see what it says.
So next time, I suppose I'll take the. Oh wait, I'm still here. I should go down there. We gotta see this. I'm just gonna go back. Oh shit! Here comes the truck. Pardon my language. Don't talk to the guys in the truck. Don't talk to the guys in the truck. Like who's this guy playing around on the rock? Oh, hey, look, a melted brick. Did you see that? I'm just kidding. So far, no melt yet. Yeah. I want to find something cool. I was going to sneak in here. I guess you could just walk it right in. We need to see the lower level. I would have. This is it's what we do. When I first heard about boots on the ground, it's called boots. But this is never before seen by me. This is like a mud flood city. I'm in Fox Valley, Illinois, like Fox Valley, where like the Indians had mounds, man. It's like disturbed history here. Probably not gonna find anything. Just avoid the trucks. You know, Giru just acting like it's business as usual. Do. But I got a work phone. So you just act like you're doing something. You might not always have to be doing something. Yeah. No, because then they're gonna check. Then they're gonna check the hard hat. So far, I just want to slip in like just slip in where I can fit in here
How much longer does this go on for?
as
Andrew?
long as you want, because there's a whole tour of all the cathedrals too.
What, it's like a few hours long?
No, I got it for an hour. That's it. You don't have to do it at the slow speed.
What
But
happened to
you can watch this quarry and then speed it up.
What happened to Singe, dude?
I don't know.
Jesus. All right, yeah, I'll let it play for a minute. I got to figure out what's going on. The whole show just kind of got derailed. All right, give me a second.
I don't know why. I mean, this is pretty cool booth stuff. I thought.
Because we're supposed to be talking about the meat thing and we have it all set up, but
Why didn't we do the meat thing then?
because Singe Man was supposed to come in and put it in the chat. And he
Oh.
never did. You see what I'm saying?
There you go. I got him in there.
Oh, there he is. All right. We'll come back to this.
Oh, that'd be cool.
Yeah, we will. We'll get back to it. I was like falling asleep for a sec. All right. Singe. All right, what do we got? All right.
We can start with the moving meat, robot meat instead of motors. The meat chant. And you already showed some red meat moving and bubbling. But
Yeah, I
can
was at
see
the
more.
beginning. I was showing meat. Showing meat.
So in so I can show more of this. If we need more, I can find more. So the thing is, fresh meat, especially seafood, the nerve endings are spiked by salt. That's how all nerve endings work.
Yeah.
Our nerve endings work like that with salt. So, but there's some other things in there you'll see that have nothing to do with salt.
Yeah, I'm getting them up. Hummus.
Enjoy the daylight.
All right, so moving meat, robot meat, meat instead of motors, and meat chant. Let me see. All right, robot.
I got some other meat stuff if you want to move into other weird.
Yeah, I had a whole bunch up too. It's everywhere. All right, so let's just do this real quick, so we can get the thumbnail in and stuff like that, and then we'll get we'll play the rest of the other one at the end. We'll get back to it. We will.
Sam. And I'm Ella. And this is using meat instead of motors. How big is your bike? Oh, it's pretty big.
And you can stop halfway after shooting. I only watched it halfway.
That's right.
I want to hear what they have to say.
Activated by electrical impulses from the nervous system. So maybe we can build a robot that uses meat instead of motors.
I bet you they have one at the Robot Yotel.
Yeah, that'll do. That one. Yeah, we'll have sausages.
Honey roasted.
Honey roasted. Yeah, that looks right. So we went on a field trip to Waitrose, which is a supermarket in England, and we got some meat. What have we got in the bag?
A bit of ham.
Some ham.
How do you
Sausages.
Sausages.
Ara Lumen.
And some
Ara
chicken.
Lumen.
So mainly meats.
Ara
Right, so what we're
Lumen.
going to do is take this battery that's a drone LiPo, and we're going to put power on sausages. Let's see what happens. So I don't know how I'm going to... Oh,
Moving
very
meat.
soft.
Moving meat time.
It's kind of attached.
That was a good video knowledge. We're gonna get back to it. Don't worry.
Put this on here, and then I'm going to shove this in this battery, and we'll see if it moves. Nothing. I'm not doing anything. Let's just try the other one. Ugh, this is coming off in clods. Why is this meat so weird? Just try again. I think it's making a sound, but it's not really moving. I don't think we can use this as a motor. What's that?
That's vegan.
That's not meat.
Yeah, that's not meat.
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 It's vegan.
That's not meat.
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 It's not meat.
That's not meat.
Right, are you ready for ham?
I think I'm ready for ham.
This is ham's turn. Let's clip stick a bit better to ham. Maybe this will work. Right, there we go.
Come on.
No, nothing. No ham.
No ham.
I don't know why. This is meat.
Yeah.
Oh, hang on. It's because it's cooked. Is it cooked meat?
Oh, this is cooked.
So
yeah.
that's why maybe that doesn't do anything because it's cooked and it's not a muscle anymore. It's chicken's turn. We've got the chicken wide up the same as before. This one's raw meat and it's definitely meat. So let's see what happens.
Let's go.
Oh, wow.
Oh!
Amazing. I can't believe it works. So it took a few seconds for the muscle to contract again, but let's just try it again and see if it still works or what's happened.
There it goes.
Amazing.
But before we find out more about that, it's time for a quick ad from the video's sponsor, which
You
is
can just fast
Brilliant.
forward.
Understanding the big ideas behind data effective way with Brilliant.
Looked inside the body of a chicken? Probably not. Well, we have these diagrams here today to show you something you probably don't know. Chickens are an incredibly powerful bird. Their muscles are the strongest of any modern bird, and that is because they are the closest living relative descendant from the T-Rex.
Yeah, right.
How can we use this power?
So I've made this amazing
good one.
cheese I've just got this joint on the top.
Like that.
It's like an arm, and then we've got two muscles. So one of these is like a bicep. So if I put power on the red and green, then we should find well, that one shrinks up, and the other one stretches. So that's like your bicep. But what about your tricep? And then if I go for the black and blue wires, then we should get the other muscle pulling it the other way. There we go, just like a human.
Hooray, it works! You really can use meat instead of a motor to build a robot.
I knew it.
Perfect couple.
Oh, I should wash my hands now.
Yeah, you don't want to get food poisoning.
Doesn't poisson mean fish?
No, it's chicken, not fish.
But I don't want to get salmonella.
I just said it's chicken, not salmon.
What are we going to do with this?
So I was thinking we could reassemble a chicken made out of chicken.
Why would you do that?
It's a bit weird, isn't it? Like a Franken chicken?
I don't know
Let's
about
do it.
that.
Let's do it.
Do you have any other ideas?
Yes, my other idea is a pipe organ where chicken opens the valves and plays music.
Oh, but we already made a pipe organ, remember?
This is your brain off drugs. Crazy people. Okay, I never watched this part there. You're on your own here.
All right. Yeah, the rest of it's too much. Okay. So that was which one was that? Electrical meat? All right. The modular body YouTube.
No, that was using meat instead of motors.
Okay.
Yeah, this one. Okay. This is the one, folks. Pay attention. 7 years old, by the way.
We're looking at Oscar.
Think about it.
The first human modular prototype that is able to live in various setups. Now, what's going to happen is that I'm going to connect the brain to the heart module to activate the blood circulation. Now, the lung is going to start breathing. You can see both organs are now collaborating.
Oh my God.
I can add a kidney module. And if I add a limb module, it starts actuating the organism to move. Now it's looking for the optimal temperature, which is 37 degrees.
Or the
if I add another
limb.
limb, Oscar will recognize it and beneficiate from new possibilities.
Wow.
What the? Okay. My question to you and
Ray,
Ray. How come we
Yeah.
never heard about this before or anything like this?
Why
Is
didn't we
this
learn? Why didn't we learn about this in school?
Is this like a Meat Della effect?
Before.
All right, ready? Let's do the next
Meat
one.
Della?
Is it a? I think it's a Meat Deller effect.
so.
Use it.
That's crazy.
Meat as motors is just the one that we already watched.
All of a sudden, you can do this. Okay. So,
Let's
what are you
see.
going to do with a human who has a certain extract put into his system recently?
Yeah,
Can you do
that's
something
too
odd
long,
like that?
Robot chicken meat machine.
Zombie time, whatever. Don't scan this.
All right, we'll get through this real quick.
Okay, let me look at my.
You ready?
Burger Czar.
Meat machine. All right, right.
All right, there you go.
Meat machine.
Robot chicken meat machine. And
Can I
then,
say something?
yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
I didn't wait 5 seconds. I broke the rule. So.
Go ahead.
It looks to me like Finchman's clothes is meat colored. It looks meat colored to me. Like, and it's moving. It looks good. It's a cool thing.
And then I was just, if you just do a quick search for like moving meat,
Mm-hmm.
it's everywhere. Dead meat
thought-
still moving. I showed that one. Moving meat. Why is this food moving?
I was just wondering, can I order moving meat at a restaurant? Like, if I wanted it.
What's
It's
this?
fresh within a few hours, and you add some salt, it might move. I don't know. If you go to Korea, you're more likely to get some moving meat. It looks like
Let's see.
fish too. Try some fish. We could probably
Korea.
fish seems like they move.
Oh,
The fish moved really well. I like the fish
Like
movement.
octopus and stuff like that for some reason. I would picture that would be okay. I've always noticed this before, but I'm noticing more and more how animals really belong in this world, but humans, it's like, okay, I can barely climb that tree without hurting myself. Animal, right up the tree, right? Bird, fly up to the top of the thing. Humans are not even from here, I don't think. I don't think we're from here. We got to build little boxes to live in, and all the sharp corners hurt us, and we're like walking along on two little peg legs. And it doesn't seem like we're from here compared to nature. We don't seem part of this. It's really weird. I just started noticing it more. I've always noticed it. We've been on 1 hour and 3 minutes and 13 seconds.
I have a question related to the topic.
Yeah.
Well,
All right. Well, this is the. Hold on a sec. Yeah,
weird.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
go ahead.
it's-
Ask your question.
It's weird.
I'll put it in the chat. It's good. It's good.
No, go ahead. Ask it.
Meat, huh? So did you show them all? Did you? I think you might
Yeah,
have.
I got this one though.
I can find more if you. Did you show them all? Let's see.
Yeah, but I got this one. This is the moving meat,
I got
dead
moving
moving meat
meat.
compilation.
Oh yeah, play that one.
I'm crazy all for the love of you. It would be us I wish married. I can't afford a carriage. But you sweet upon the feet of a bicycle built for Daisy, Daisy, get me your answer. I'm crazy all for the love of you. It would be us I wish married. I can't afford a carriage, but you sweet.
All right.
I've heard of a lot of things with insects too. Like you could freeze in certain, like scorpions. basically could freeze a scorpion and then thaw it out and just walks away. So
Turtles will freeze over the
So
winter.
now, all right. So now we'll move
Turtles?
on to finish Andrew's little boots on the ground. All right. So where's the boots on the ground
say
thing?
turtles do the same thing.
Boots. On the ground.
It's like, are they a reptile? Turtles are a reptile, or
Can we see it? Can we see
close
it?
to a
Good?
reptile anyway?
Get down. You guys.
Oh, Sandy's saying it.
See the wall. The wall is like what they're hiding. I can't trample those rocks anymore. Oh, look at that cinder. That's cool, cinder block. Who cares about that yet? Oh, they're dumping stuff in here. I want to see what was here. Oh, here's the old wall.
I'm just
look at that.
Yeah, I'm wondering.
Do you want to go full screen?
It's not full screen.
No, that was in another video.
What do you mean?
That I didn't just say. You see it?
Oh,
Narrator, get closer to the tall wall.
Well, when you film, you should hold your
I
phone.
mean, I could climb this. I could climb this one.
When you film, you should hold your phone sideways. Yeah, it looks better the other way. for me.
Yeah.
But yeah,
there's a huge bonsai tree
hold
growing on the
hold your
cliff.
phone like this, Andrew, sideways.
Okay.
It'll go full screen.
Oh, there's a boat down here. This is like flooded. Oh, I want to go to the bottom where it's flooded. Look at the layers. Oh, wow, that's so cool. We were in a split screen, and then we just went to critters, I suppose. But now it's on my boat. Maybe that's their boat. I think it's the quarry's boat.
There's a quarry.
I'll leave that boat there.
There's a big quarry near me, but
It's a John Doe.
It's
a D.
It's
a John D. Rue boat. So now we've reached the pyramid sector 9. Sector 9 here. Now hands on. Look at that. It's just like coming apart, the whole thing. Look at it's all in straight level layers though. They're like level.
Because they usually use dynamite.
It's like they're pumping it out, I think. They blew it up, you think, Ray?
Yeah, there's one right near my house, in the neighborhood I used to live in, and like once a day the whole neighborhood would shake because they would crush the stone, and they would blow a hole in it with dynamite until they got more and more, and they would use it to make crushed stone for people's houses, so like for your driveway and stuff, to pavement. So I don't know what they did what the deal with this one is. But they're always really deep, and there's water at the bottom and everything else.
Like, I'm gonna find like a dinosaur skull in here. I just know it. Something good. It smells like it smells really fresh though. I bet it smells like good earth. It's like seeping out of the mud. Like it's coming up out of the water. I literally think they're pumping it out. And then it's dribbling down though again. It's like raining on each side of here. If you zoom in on that bonsai tree, that huge tree that's growing on the water flow, the water flow is up there. I wish I could go down there. It looks like there's a couple openings, but like now they got it like mowed it off with mud. I think there's some tunnels over there, bro. I need to come back. Oh, here comes the bulldozer. Get out of here. Abort mission. Oh, no. They saw me. I wasn't supposed to be in there. Dude, I'm gonna cruise out of here. This is just water erosion. They're destroying it. Yeah, this is like a mountain in Illinois. I never knew about it.
I just glitched out for a sec. I noticed on the TV.
Yeah, that was because of what I was doing. Only on the G Knowledge channel.
Yeah, he's got a good channel. You got his link. Someone should throw his link in.
I mean, I didn't really see anything melted here.
Mods put his link in.
You threw out the bait, and you caught the keeper for the day. We got lucky 3. clovers. Oh man, it's like parsley or something. Oh, that smells really sweet, actually. I just ate a quarry herb. Yeah. There's some grass. Literally, oh, look at this heart-shaped rock here. This huge one. Heart-shaped rock. I'll just squeeze in here if I can. Look, we got some moss bricks. You know where the moss grows. We got, oh, I'm gonna fall. I almost fell, but the grassroots got me. Wild, rock-grown dandelions. All right. Okay. I think I'm not gonna call it quits, but I'm gonna bail. You know, this was enough. This was enough for me. Oh, people just don't care no more. You know, if you just come in. Oh, I found another thing. Oh, it's a white tile. I got these in my aquarium already. Yeah, I put it back.
Talking Heads have something to say about it.
So maybe this is like, of course, you know, like
who's Talking Heads?
You can visualize
chat.
Oh, you don't know that. Yeah, I know so much music you don't know.
Brick in the mortar,
I know,
right?
I know Talking Heads, the band.
Oh yeah.
Right. It looks like mortar to me.
I wasn't sure what you were talking about.
Once in a lifetime.
The separation you can see is like. So like if this one was a huge brick and they had mortar between it, like old. See. This was maybe the piece of the next brick on top. Oh. Yeah. So that's the next brick. That's the brick that was. Hey, look.
Give me 2 seconds. Bathroom break. I'll let this play.
Yeah,
there's water at the bottom of the ocean.
They had reset fires.
Remove the water at the bottom of the ocean. Water.
I think they did something crazier.
Yes.
They just called it quarry.
Under the rocks and stones, there is water underground. Let the water hold.
That's just for decoration.
Water flowing underground.
Well, they got, the precious level earth insignia here. The level. You know,
yeah, but Angie's got it for.
They don't care. It's another day in the box of rocks. Here's a cool black one. Granite. Granite. Oh, okay. Right. And then we got off the hook today on the off the hook. Yeah, that was granite, I think. That was cool. Wasn't it? It's like smooth cut. Granite. That looks like super fine, though. Like, the particles are finer. Those are like millimeters or less. Like particles in there. You know how it's like cut? Dude, this is like polished cut. Oh my gosh. This granite? Yeah, okay. Y'all always gotta get a souvenir booth underground. There's another one. There's another granite. There you go, another piece. I'll just take the big one.
You don't see the granite like that a lot. You rarely see that granite like that.
Alright, that was just the preview. I'm gonna sneak in this place one day. like do a. I want to check out those tunnels. I thought I saw tunnels. So double edge shell right here.
Good shit.
Look at my truck.
Oh, do you ruin the
And
work
that's
truck?
the place. But this big ass bridge going over the Fox River, right down there where the adventure continues in the Fox River is even more crazy. You know, like I thought it was a bunch of starports, and I looked at it. I think there's a lot of things here that aren't here no more that are still here.
You know, there's signs of this this past civilization existing. You know, how recent, how long ago, who really knows? That was beautiful stuff, Daru. Appreciate you, man.
Yeah. Do you still want to see something cool right up down the street here?
Hell yeah, bring it on.
Old cathedral.
Show us all you got, brother. Let's do it.
We got Rubbers on the Road on the G Nautilus show. To our next destination. See, right now, I think we're on top of that structure we were looking at. So there's what is that, prism glass on these old buildings. Yeah, I know. There's like so much overwhelming stuff to point out around.
There's a lot going on.
And there's a cemetery next to this quarry.
Oh, a cemetery next to the quarry?
Yeah.
Hey, what's up?
And guess who lives there? People in their blue tarps that make tents. Maybe one or two people that live there.
Wow.
In the bush, the wild bushmen of Aurora, Illinois. Oh, that's right here. Take a look. I'll show you now. That's right here I was talking about. Here's that cemetery. Boom. There's. Oh, I couldn't see the tent. Outside too late. So I think this one's newer, but they got an older one by the river.
This is Andrew. Today he was on Knowledge's stream, and they did this live.
Graveyards are still funny places no matter where they are.
I figured since he's representing the Mud Mob, we might as well stream it on here too. It was kind of like a thing. He went into the quarries and filmed a little bit, boots on the ground.
I did do one sit down up by a graveyard. I'm like, what's this? And I'm like, wow. There was all kinds of masonry symbols and things and old dates that were similar to other old dates that were like.
I know one that I looked at.
Yeah, it's the same old story. Same old story.
The dates on it looked.
I have a crazy, wild idea.
I don't know. It looked really old, like really, really old. One of the tombstones inside of a newer graveyard.
What do you guys think about this? All right. How much longer is this video, Andrew, before it gets to like? Is there still a lot more left?
Drag it forward a little bit.
Well, no, I'm not trying to rush through it. I'm just wondering how much more we get.
What's your minute mark? I can't read it.
It's at 204, 205 right now.
Oh, you're halfway through, and you're going to see like all these mud buildings.
All right, so there's more stuff coming. Okay, cool. We'll let it play. Yeah. I have a good idea. So I like to promote other channels, right?
Oh, thanks.
So after this is over, right, we're gonna go to my channel section, right, on my channel where I have all the channels posted that I'm sub to, and we're gonna just randomly pick different people's channels and play their newest videos or whatever. We're gonna just see what other people are up to, snoop around.
That's awesome.
What do you think about that?
You just never know.
I see the cathedral.
You got to do your own investigations out here. You know, don't take another person's word, especially my word. Look into everything I tell you. That's what I would suggest.
The structure of the realm around this city is like starport shaped. So, I mean, I don't know what else to think of, but it's like really built on top of. Yeah. I'm not saying it is a starport.
We're all living on top of starforts, man, all over the world. We'll be doing some of that coming up too. We'll be showing some old starfort maps and then where they are today and how people are living right on top of these things and probably don't even know it. I'm only one person. I can only do so much. I go so deep into things. Sometimes it takes a month just to cover one subject properly. Maybe even a year or two.
See the spires yet?
You should, dude. You should
I'm
always.
just gonna do a cruise through.
Were you when you were filming this? Were you holding your phone sideways,
like,
or not? You were holding your phone straight up and down.
Yeah, because I like to narrate too much. But here's the magnificent police station.
Yeah, you gotta always remember to film sideways. That way, you'll get a full screen.
Yeah. Went over the. John has to cross the tracks again, which is kind of.
I used to do it too.
City of Lights.
It's shakier when you're filming sideways.
Well, because like I'm a complete. It's called Broadway, Highway 25, Illinois 25.
You were driving too at
North
the same
Broadway.
time, so.
Dude, I got the cops watching me.
Oh, there's a lot of mud flood hill houses like right over here.
In a perfect world, we'd all have gimbals.
Seemingly mud flooded. Actually, pretty much that whole level.
And I wanted to point out Walter Payton's Roundhouse here, which they converted to Two Brothers Roundhouse, which is an old school mud floater.
When I did one over there, with the red and yellow brick mix.
Yeah. Go check out Beaver's videos.
You can see more better views.
Got to get D-Room blown up. Just to help him get Aurora on the map.
The old post office. The old post office. Close. Humongous. Now here's the old Walton. Oh, there's the train. Up on those are the trees. You know, I got to tell you that. Hold on.
I'll talk over this for a second because I had to set the phone down. You know, there's all kinds of.
I can skip ahead a little. Let me see.
Other drivers.
New old tech, probably.
No, you went way too far.
Look at this old one, whitewashed house.
Yeah, so I'm saying on this thing.
Up and down, beautiful.
Love it.
Yeah.
On this thing, it's hard to.
Cut off the little minibus. Sorry.
You mentioned the. Okay, continue. This is good. This is good.
It is World War III, though.
Right. You can go back and watch it.
It is.
New York Street. All right, I'll just try to go slow here. Here's a temple. Oh, there's a church.
Nice.
There's the brick wall made of huge yellow bricks. Here's the temple, church, Bible, Hebrew stuff on it. I'm going to do a special seatbelt. All of a sudden, oops.
Man.
Well, you can comment on what you're looking at if you want to.
Yeah, I was just checking out those.
Yeah, I mean, it looks the same as how it looks around here. You know, it's like.
Are they boarded up?
Pretty much like very similar.
And there's like they're modded up. It goes really deep.
Those look like doors.
They're boarded up and they're bricked up, and it goes. You can walk up to those and look down.
Is that limestone? What is that? Sandstone?
What's on the roof?
Stone.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I saw street names around here called limestone and sandstone.
Nice. That's interesting.
They put on like an aftermarket roof. Looked like it was like chopped down. Oh, this is the solid ones. They're not like facaded yet. These aren't facaded. Like that's the what's inside.
Some of those ones
I think.
showing us had little spots.
Oh, I was gonna show you.
There was weird shit going on with some of these buildings for real.
There you go. You like this one?
Yeah, bro. Yeah.
Check.
Look at this.
You like that?
Yeah.
Oh, you're in for a treat, guys.
For
Try and pause it for a second.
real. Look at this.
I think that
Yeah.
was some giant. Some giant lived there. I think a giant
got a
lived there,
crazy bell
and he had like
tower.
other giant buddies, and they all had their own cathedral house. And then like the other houses. So I gotta study this one. This one's a deep dive.
Yeah, that's
Anyway,
the rose window.
I'll go back around so you can see. I'm not downtown. I'm next to downtown. We're like the goodies. We're like a block or two from the river. Like, so this one's facade over. That was yellow brick. All right, here. Hold on. Boom. Now we're in the historic district. There's the back view of that church.
Wow.
Next to another church. That's like brick. Old brick. So I tell my son, it's new brick on top of old brick. So there's some tech up there. New old tech, probably.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It is always.
Oh, look at this old one. Whitewashed house. Noticing the yellow brick wall around it. Perimeter. Really great. There's a spider up there. Every house has a spider. So.
That's new on top of old, just like
Oh,
we're seeing in Pompeii when we're looking at Pompeii, new on top of old.
If you want to see some cool something else here, there's some. Look at this red one, like redstone. That got a redstone wrap or something. Oh,
Like it.
that one's
I love them.
and it's completely vined over in the back of redstone. This is good. A mind blower here for some reason. You get the free Deru tour today.
Look at that. Yeah, tours by D-Roof.
This one, I did a walk. Skull Asylum, and the bells went off on this one. This has got the tech. Look at the tech in there. I don't know if you can tell.
Yeah, man, we're with you, bro.
But look at the backpacks going around the backside. They got the mega sub woofer, whatever huge mega window on that brick one that right there. We might come back around for that. But just gaze over now to the right.
This is good stuff, man. Good stuff.
That's like the window. Here comes some more.
Lit tours by D-Roof. DJ D-Roof.
So, now this is where's Waldo? You've been wondering. We found him.
Oh shit! Hold on one second. My phone just
Wow,
died.
look at that school, man. Whoa.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Look at that spire. Super tall. I'm just gonna go. Yeah, look. So you could tell.
This is awesome.
Down in there. You got to go slow because there's kids, so we get a good view. In there, there's the cool pattern in there. Oh, but I can't stop.
What was that? Was that a pipe? That got to the side of the wall?
We're in Mexico. We're in Mexico. Yeah. Here, look. Look. You know where we are.
Sweet.
Cinco de Mayo.
Little Mexico.
Five-way intersection for the way. Oh man, they don't care. They let there's another one over here. This was the realm. in the city. Look at that huge 5-leaf clover. Oh, that was amazing. Dude. Oh, there was an idol on top. A Jesus idol. Did you see that? This is a brick flooded. That one's flooded. Come on, floods at the beginning. I think I went a little far, but I'll go back to it. But the next town is Montgomery, which is just freaking amazing. Except it doesn't have as big. We're gonna just do a quick deep dive. I gotta turn away from this.
How much? It goes a little bit further, right? I got an idea.
Now the tour's over. You could drop it out from there.
All right.
Yeah. I don't want to show any more than that, though. Thank you, Ray. That was good share.
All right.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, it was just.
I mean, we were gonna do that one just as a private only.
I was gonna fix the audio because the audio was like bumping in my ear.
You're so. I mean, everybody who got to see that, you're lucky. I was gonna do it private only. Like, 'cause I was gonna delete that one. I knew it was shaky. Sorry, but it was like spur of the moment type of deal.
No, it was good. It was good.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for sharing it. I mean, that was like.
It's hard to, especially when you're live streaming through on someone else's live stream, to get it to come out good, like from your phone. So you did a pretty good job.
There was like a lot of ideas I wanted to develop, but it's hard to talk about when I'm like focused on like not.
Streamlabs on your phone works good when you're out. Sometimes it works pretty clear. You know what I mean?
Those like kitty scratches on the surface. Like, what do we got here? A mud-flooded city? Let's find out.
All right. Well, let me see what's going on. I had a whole bunch of stuff ready to go, and then my phone just died on me. Everything just seems to be going wrong.
It's cool when you play music, Awesome.
Yeah, I got music to play, but I'm just trying to see
what's on your mind, Ray.
What's on your mind? Not too much. I've been just I just got a lot going on. I'm doing a lot of different things.
The thing about flat Earth going around, that's so awesome.
Yeah. I wish I could get. That's what I had. I had a bunch of stuff. I gotta get my phone charge up for a second so I can get to it.
It's like every time I go up on this hill, I see how level the Earth is, and I'm just like,
what's
praise
this?
God.
Look at this. Hold on, this looks kind of good. I don't know. Maybe not though. I gotta give it a second.
Since I found out with a flat realm.
What is this? This might be cool. This looks kind of cool. Hold on. Let's check this out. This just popped up. I have no idea. Ancient Mystery of Antarctica, Grand Theories, Sudium is the channel.
The Earth. Genesis chapter 6, verse 4 begins, "There were giants in the earth in those days." It's a verse famous for its notoriety, an element of almost alien mythology turning up in the foremost pages of the Bible, this wording here from the King James Version. An inspiration that there were fantastical giants on, or maybe in, the earth according to these scant few references across the early pages of Scripture. Interpretations differ in the extreme, but as a total image of the world grew, these giants fell away. Myth falls away to undiscovered country, or, as the Bible says, the stranger comes from a far country. What countries are further than the icebound north and snowbound south? The icy lands at the North and South Pole are the final terrestrial frontiers. Frontiers make good settings for mythology, legends, and fiction. No surprise the North and South Poles are white canvases to be drawn upon. The extreme poles have no natural civilizations, they have essentially no native history, and thus they seem to have no past. The Arctic and Antarctic can act like literal iceboxes of mythology, symbols, and ideas. Tradition, for short. Maybe there, in the Earth, there are giants? Perhaps. The image of the polar regions is then a menagerie of mystery and truth. a pseudo-history of ideas, once respected, that were dummied out from popular consciousness. The literal fringes of the Earth keep fringe ideas alive in their icy vaults. The Arctic regions seem like the veil between the bonds of the Earth and the promise of space and the pole star beyond. Despite its inhospitability, mystics, east and west, have long described the color of the Arctic as a verdant green. It is a fertile field in imagination. The poles have their own associations, the attraction of the north and the repulsion of the south. Thule Ultima, Thule, the furthest land. That is what the Greeks called the ends of the earth. In the 1st century, Seneca the Younger wrote his play Medea, a tale of the legendary sailor Jason's spurned wife Medea, a princess of the far-off country of Colchis. On stage, Seneca's chorus proclaims this to the audience. There will come an age in the far-off years when ocean shall unloose the bonds of things, when the whole broad earth shall be revealed, when Tethys shall disclose new worlds, and Thule not be the limit of the lands. It is called Seneca's prophecy. It may be the earliest use of the term New World or worlds here. Seneca speaks about a land beyond the northern Thule, or Thule, a land regarded as everything from a paradise to a place of empty night throughout history. This is the mystery of the furthest land, and the world beyond even that. The word Arctic and its antipode, Antarctic, come from the Greek archikos, derived from arctos for bear in Greek. The association with bears comes from both the northern regions and the North Star, Polaris' location, to the north. The prominence of Ursa Major in the sky lent its positive association of strength to the north. In opposition, the ancient Greeks hypothesized an equal frozen region to the far south, Antarctica. The Greek root is Antarktikos, or anti-Arctic. Antarctica held both negative linguistic and magnetic associations, in contrast to the northern Arctic. Arctos was a vague concept in antiquity. The term boreal was preferred to gesture to northern regions. Greek mythology spoke of a hyperborea, or a land beyond the northern wind. Quite literally, the term hyperboreos meant pertaining to the regions of the far north. Hyper meaning far here. While often described as a paradise beyond the north wind, the actual content of Hyperborea was disputed between stories and regions. Some took it to be a paradise where the tribes of Hyperboreans worshipped Apollo in spherical temples. Others assumed it was the icy regions of Scandinavia. Either way, since Hyperborea was unreachable, those empty limits were filled by fiction. To challenge, or provide fodder for, the fiction of the north, Pythias of Massalia. He left an important book from around 330 to 320 BC, On the Ocean. Now lost, but later references attest it was a treatise on the ocean and an account of his expedition.
330.
As a Greek explorer of lowly, obscure origin, he was hailed and derided as both liar and hero. Why was he the first Greek sailor to prod northern Europe? Well, Pythias was the first to write it down, and he was also the first to circumvent the Carthaginian monopoly in the western Mediterranean, sail beyond the Pillars of Hercules, Strait of Gibraltar, and break the bonds of the Atlantic. Pythias delivered to Greece the first report of Arctic ice and ice flows near a mysterious land he called Thule, or maybe pronounced Thule, or Thule, or Tile. There are many possible pronunciations.
We can't even pronounce it.
The Greek astronomer Geminus of Rhodes preserved one excerpt from Pythias's On the Ocean, where he claimed, "It seems that Pythias of Massalia came also to these far northern regions. At least he says in his treatise On the Ocean. The barbarians showed us the place where the sun sets, for it happened that in these parts the night becomes extremely short, sometimes 2, sometimes 3 hours long, so that the sun rises a short while after sunset." Where and what was this Thule, or Thule? It was clearly northward, an unclear frontier region, but obviously an island of some kind. Pythias claimed his Thule was 6 days' sail north of Britain and near the
Thank you,
frozen
Gary.
sea. A description that gives the exact location of Thule some flexibility. Conservative estimates place Pythias's landing among the Northern Orkney or Shetland Islands, north of Britain or Scotland. Liberal estimates
I've
believe
never
he
been up
sailed
that
as
way. I
far
have
as
no
Iceland.
idea.
The most extreme, and likely impossible, claims believe Pythias reached the Arctic ice itself. The placing of this tool will become a controversy throughout antiquity and even into the late Roman Empire. Later Greek historian Polybius and geographer Strabo did not believe these claims from On the Ocean. They regarded it as outright fiction on the level of the Hyperborean tales. Pliny the Elder's Natural History from the mid-1st century takes a more neutral tone than them. On the topic of Britannia, it reports, "The most remote of all that we find mentioned is Hul, in which, as we have previously stated, there is no night at the summer solstice, when the sun is passing through the sign of Cancer, while, on the other hand, at the winter solstice there is no day. Here the location becomes muddled again as the Natural History locates Thule in some reachable distance of the Arctic Sea. At 1 day's sail from Thule is the frozen ocean, which by some is called the Cronian Sea." The Roman historian Tacitus would report a Roman fleet sighted Thule, but by the end of the 1st century, Tacitus's Thule was likely not the same as Pythias's Thule, or the idea of what Thule exactly was. By then, the island was abstracting into complete fiction. In the Pythian, or Pythian Odes, 500 years earlier, Pindar, prior to Pythias, had skewered this controversial north with the line, "But neither by taking ship, neither by any travel on foot, to the Hyperborean folk shalt thou find the wondrous way." The philosophers reckoned with these Hyperborean folk. Both Plato and Aristotle's Earths accounted for the Arctic and its southern mirror. Both theorized the far north and far south should be the coldest regions on the planet, though both also claimed the equator would be uninhabitable due to intense heat. Either way, Plato and Aristotle's worldview made it a ready habit to attack the fiction writers and paradoxographers who regularly inflated claims of northern wonders. The paradoxographers were a kind of writer in the ancient world who recorded or invented wondrous claims, their regular settings being distant lands, hard to prove or disprove due to their distance. One point of contention was the reality of Hyperborea. Herodotus, well known for indiscriminately recording any claim in his histories, repeated the Hyperboreans lived northward of the Scythians in the Asian steppe and kept griffins which guarded gold.
Griffins!
Supposedly.
That guarded gold.
Aristotle countered this by saying these griffins were simply vultures who hoarded gold. And the more
Vultures.
extraordinary, Hecataeus of Miletus, according to Diodorus of Sicily, reported the Hyperboreans were a Titan race descended from the Titans of Olympus.
Yes.
Perhaps giving them the proportions of giants due to their bloodline, but descriptions of the Hyperboreans vary. If the skeptical Hecataeus believed any of these extraordinary claims is unclear. These stories were repeated by later writers, though intermixed with elements of actual truth. Such strange distortions can be attributed to the ancient Greeks' distaste for pure fiction, as it were. Ancient fiction had to be prefaced with some element of pseudo-history in either setting or character. Paradoxographers laundered wonderful tales as history to avoid the bias against pure fiction, or to just make a buck on the gullible public. An intermingling which would long color the perception of the polar regions. Antiphanes of Virga was the most notorious of the ancient paradoxographers, regarded as a questionable tale-teller even during his life. Antiphanes' name became synonymous with unbelievable stories. In the 4th century BC, he published the Apista, or Unbelievable Things, a major document of the paradoxographers' genre of fantastical tales. Though lost, Antiphanes' Apista presented his stories as undeniably true, which lent them an air of credibility. Because of that, his Apista was referenced as legitimate and parodied for centuries after his death. The main derivative of Antiphanes' Apista was Antonius Diogenes' The Wonders Beyond Thule from the 2nd century AD, a pseudo-historical romance about fabulous adventures beyond Ultima Thule into the realms of sun and moon. Unfortunately, The Wonders Beyond Thule is lost too, a common issue which repeats here. Much of the writing and writings that reference each other are lost. The Wonders Beyond Thule remains only in synopsis by the Christian Photios of Constantinople. Antonius, through a complicated story within a story in
It
his
is with the
novel,
illuminated
claimed
head.
his work came from ancient sources recovered from stone tablets. It was likely sarcastic. Sarcastic or not, the Roman writer Lucian of Samosata, Antonius's contemporary, would parody the wonders beyond Toul with his own adventures beyond Toul, the True Histories, otherwise known as a true story. It is obviously not. Lucian was well known for his sarcasm. The issue with Lucian's story is the material it is mocking, unbelievable things, and Antonius's The Wonders Beyond Thule are lost. So scholars are somewhat lost in interpreting it. Either way, the True Histories was intended as an extended parody of the Paradoxographers. Like Pythias's account, it commences with a journey beyond the Pillars of Hercules into the Atlantic. It next involves phenomenal events as varied as ascending to the heavens through a whirlwind, wars between the peoples of the sun and the moon, and journeys to the islands of paradise, which involve meeting both Homer and Odysseus. It concludes with the promise of a sequel which was never published, another swipe by the ancient post-ironic Lucian at the gullibility of the public. How fictional, factual, or historical Antiphanes, Antonius, and Lucian intended their works to be is its own issue. It seems to have mattered little to later writers. Many took them unknowingly, or very well knowingly, as fantastical fact. They would cohere as a very early core of polar fiction and imagination. By the 4th century, the Latin poet Claudius Claudianus, known today as Claudian, was referring to Toul. We, whithersoever thou goest, thee we will accompany even as far as Thule, lying icebound beneath the pole star, or to the burning sands of Libya. Toul, or Thule, here is still inconsistent and vague. Claudius seems to take Toul to be a poetic name for Scotland, as he goes on to say it was warm with the blood of Picts, and next refers to an icebound Hibernia, Ireland. The reference was confusing for later scholars of this polar mythology. So, by the end of the 5th century and collapse of the Roman Empire, Thule Ultima was not much better defined. Hyperborea became Thule, which was still vaguely gestured to as simply the North. The inward focus of the Middle Ages would end polar interest in earnest for about the next 1,000 years. Only Norse exploration and colonization of Iceland, Greenland, and Vinland would skirt the hem of polar regions.
It's definitely on the moon
Scholars,
map.
though, in the period, would settle on the identification of Thule as
Who is Daru coming in?
probably
That's
Iceland
him.
or beyond that.
That's Andrew.
The English chronicler, Geoffrey of Monmouth, attested of Thule under the name
I was like,
Athos,
who's Daru?
which he wrote of, receives its name furthest
Random
from the
fans
sun
present.
because of the solstice which the summer sun makes there. A cohesive effort to define the Arctic only resumed in the late 1570s with the work Britannici Imperia Limits, or Limits of the British Empire, a mystical and fantastical manuscript fitting for the British alchemist, sometimes con artist, Dr. John Dee, a favorite of Queen Elizabeth. Why? Dee argued for the British Empire's rightful claim to the Arctic regions. How? Dee produced his own claim that King Arthur, yes, the King Arthur of Camelot, himself had conquered the Arctic, giving England a rightful rule of the North. While Dee's claims seem baseless, and they essentially were in fact, John Dee was well learned and connected enough to produce an actual argument for his position. It bordered on forgery, perhaps,
Forgery.
but was competent enough for what he desired. Dee's 3 major sources were the work of the previously mentioned Geoffrey of Monmouth and summaries of 2 mysterious 14th century works, Inventio Fortunata and Gestae Arturi, Arthur's Achievements, sometimes also known as Arturus Gestan. Inventio Fortunata was a description of the North Pole, and the Gestae Arturi was an account of King Arthur's colonization of the North Pole. Dee claimed that England's enemies, left purposely vague by him, had destroyed these works because of their importance to the country. Dee believed England had rightful rule to the entire Atlantic-Arctic Circle, at the least, which included Iceland, perhaps known as Thule, Groenland, a phantom island which Dee assumed to be Greenland, Wineland or Winelandia, an Anglicization of the Norse Vinland,
I want to go to
Estoniland, or Northern Canada in some respect, Atlantis, which Dee equivocated
Sounds like
with the
Margaritaville.
Americas, the Septentrional Islands, an old name for the North Atlantic Isles, which included Svalbard and perhaps as far east as Novaya Zemlya in Russia. These regions have imprecise names and are essentially phantom islands because Dee derived them from the cartography of the time. All these claims were produced anyways, so England could lay claim to the Northwest Passage, a supposed trade route rumored to circumvent North America via Arctic waters for Asia. Where did Dee acquire these summaries, though? From a source no less reputable than Gerardus Mercator himself, of the Mercator map projection. The Dutch cartographer exchanged now damaged letters with Dee around 1577. It was Mercator who introduced Dee to the questionable descriptions of the Inventio Fortunata, which Mercator claimed to have read, but only in summary. Yes, in summary. Mercator's information was itself a summary of a summary. Dee had developed his theories from what was literally third-hand information. Mercator did not have any copies of either Inventio Fortunata or Gestae Arturi. Those had been lost by the 1500s. What Mercator had read was a summary, which he had also lost after he loaned the book out to a friend. His excuse was literally, "I lost my copy." He accredited it to a mysterious personage named Jacobus or Jacobus Noyen, an older edition of Knox, of Herzogenbusch, who, as Mercator related, traveled the world like Jean Mandeville, but described what he saw with better judgment. He wrote in the Belgian language. The ideas about the northern regions which some time ago I extracted from him follow word for word, save for where the sake of brevity or speed I have translated into Latin, when if not always his words, I have retained his meaning. Jacobus was a legendary traveler, like the fictional John Mandeville, who traveled Europe, Asia, and Africa, but not the Arctic. That Jacobus wrote about from the Inventio Fortunata, which, according to Dee, was actually by a wandering English monk from the 1300s. Jacobus had just cribbed his description from the monk's writings. The Inventio Fortunata...
Singeman, did you know this English monk from the 1800s? 1600s?
No, he's a different type of monk. He was from the Christian Catholic monk.
What's the difference?
Shaolin monks believe in Buddhism.
Oh, you're a Shaolin monk?
Yes.
Oh, you are? I didn't know.
No. Well, I'm a wannabe Shaolin monk. Hey,
what's up?
Was that your name in high school?
Inventiano Fortunata?
No, Tool.
Tool, yeah. Yeah, definitely. Sometimes they used to call me Toolbox. Sometimes they used to call me Tool Shed. It was always had tool in it. He's right.
Is the greatest and most persistent work of paradoxography. It is from which Mercator and Dee's descriptions of the far north derive. Due to the proclaimed source material, the Renaissance Arctic was filled with cliches of far-off lands common in medieval European historiography. Dee's Arctic is a divided land, a ring divided into 4 unequal portions, divided by inline seas or channels between them.
Tommy's
the
land.
lands,
Dee's
crusted
Arctic
with
is Tommy's
impenetrable
land.
mountains, surrounded a massive whirlpool, often called a maelstrom, and a mountain
This is
at
a
its
great
exact
time.
center.
Good.
This is the only place that there's an X on the map. Okay, it's an X. X marks the spot.
Very good. It also looks like the swastika, kind of.
Swastika?
Which is also
swastika?
But they stole it. We all know that. They stole it. Smart ass. He's like, I'm going to take this greatest symbol and turn it sideways, literally.
Swastika!
The Indrine Seas and Whirlpool were believed to circulate the Earth's waters. Dee, perhaps influenced by Arthurian legends of a magnetic castle in the north, notes that the mountain at the center is made of lodestone. Mercator describes it in Latin as the Rupes Nigra, or Black Rock. Then a common, but
They used to call me the Rupus Nigra of Black Rock when I was a kid in high school.
now forgotten, trait of adventure stories. These
That was an
black rocks,
extravagant
or
time.
magnetic mountains, were believed to pull the nails from boats. Renaissance cartography, inspired by Ptolemy, placed one at the North Pole to account for why compasses were drawn north. Mercator and Dee were not the first to publish such ideas. In 1507, the Flemish cartographer Johannes Ruysch published his map of the world. Ruysch's map followed the design of a mountainous expanse, 4 separated lands, indrawing seas, and a northern magnetic mountain.
Oh, that guy.
So similar, if not the exact same, as Dee's. Ruysch, though, named these 4 lands Eronfe, Hyperborean Europe, and Insula Deserta. The 2 Insula Deserta essentially mean insular desert or wasteland, which were uninhabited. Ruysch's Hyperborean Europe was the Greek Hyperborea and connected to Scandinavia. Eronfe is the most mysterious of Ruysch's creations. Unlike the rest of the map, it has no clear origin in history or mythology. Ruysch, and later adopters of his ideas, so perhaps Dee and Mercator, believed it was inhabited by a race called Eromfe, or Eromfi, perhaps equivalent to the legendary one-eyed Eramaspi, said to be the enemies of the Hyperborean griffins. So maybe these were giants too? It's kind of hard to tell what his intentions were. The Mercator D maps then, perhaps inspired by Ruysch's ideas, included their own inhabited regions of the Arctic. Both giants and pygmies featured in Dee's 1580 map. The mystic believed, beside English colonists left over from King Arthur, there were ancient cities scattered across the North Pole, homes of fantastic peoples among the mountains. In his own version of Orumfe, Dee, inspired by Invertio Fortunata, declared the northern reaches of Grokland, or Greenland, were inhabited by men 23 feet tall. Though never directly called giants by Dee, the parallel is obvious. Dee also declared that pygmies, or tiny peoples, inhabited this north.
There's your friends,
These
the pygmies again,
though,
Singe.
may be more factual than his 23 feet tall people. A possibility is Mercator misinterpreted
cute.
the Skrælings of Vinland, as described in Norse accounts, as small people. These populations, which Mercator explained to Dee, John Dee then mistook to live in the far north. Dee's North Pole was a very lively place. All of this was questionable in the end, even for the time. Most doubted
Dee's
the
North Pole was
manuscript
Dee's
of
nuts.
Inventio Fortunata ever existed. But Inventio Fortunata
He loved
seems
it.
to have been real in some form. Other European scholars of the era, independent of Dee and Mercator, such as Ptolemy de las Casas, referenced the work as trustworthy to some degree. The existence of Jacobus Neuen of Herzogenbusch is questionable, though. Whatever the first form of the material later known as Inventio Fortunata, it was likely originally brought to Norway in the 13th century by a refugee from Greenland. Its contents became distorted until they ended up in the hands of Ruysch, Mercator, and Dee. This image of the Arctic persisted well into the 18th century.
The last level is no joke for
Oh,
real.
oh no. Get the fuck out of here.
Level is no joke. Level is no joke. Level is no joke.
By 1701, the London periodical, the Athenian Mercury, was
That
answering,
means we're on the
why
next
does
level.
the needle
That's
in
the
the sea
sign.
compass always turn to the north? With the most received opinion is that there is under our North Pole a huge black rock, from under which the ocean issueth in 4 currents answerable to the 4 corners of the earth or 4 winds.
Four
which
corners.
rock is thought to be all of lodestone, so that by a kind of affinity it draweth all such like stones or other metals touched by them towards it. In the 1700s, the French would be the first to examine the Arctic in both a critical and fictional lens.
Let's see.
The European
How did they do
adventurer
it?
Giacomo Casanova would write much about the Arctic in a fictional side of his memoirs, Eco Samaron, 1787. A tongue-in-cheek tale about the inner Earth beyond the Arctic and its strange inhabitants, in which Casanova adopted ideas from the Renaissance
They used to call me a
interpretation of the
Casanova.
Arctic. Beside being
At
one
one
of
point.
the earliest tales of Hollow Earth fiction, Casanova's Eco Samaron involved an entrance to the inner Earth through the Northern Maelstrom. It was an early fantasy of a jungled inner Earth, akin to Jules Verne's later 1864 novel, Journey to the Center of the Earth. There was much science.
See something.
Yes, Gary.
Well, it reminds me of something.
School would have been great just for even one of these things, like Orphan Train, for instance. Just like 1 week of it. How about real science. Although I did have some real science. They stopped, you know, before they got to the good stuff like
let's see if they let me get
moving meat.
We'll get back. Yeah. Casanova. It got me thinking.
I like Stench's idea about the train thing.
We've shown you can hover heavy rocks with vibrations alone.
That's correct.
Here, I'll get the video.
Yo, I'm the headliner, the first white pornographic rhymer, bare knuckle bar fighter, hide your kids, pedophiler, low lifer, advisor, I'm the world's illest rhyme writer. You play the background like Casanova Rod, I'm an underground legend, flesh and blood. TLC was talking about me when they wrote No Straw. I'm the shit talking rapper, all the dirty hoes love. Little white boy MCs trying to be like me, Whitey, the first white MC to be grimy. Back when Just Dice was kicking that fuck shit ass bitch, your mother's dick shit. When it all started, walked down the street with a shotgun, tucked in our jackets, trench coats look like Inspector Gadgets. Look at that fat fuck over there, ugly white dude with a big gut and shoulder hair. Look at the clothes he wear, barefoot, no shoes on. Do he even own the pair? Smell the odor over there. It's obvious he don't care. He's a fly guy. Hey yo, a fly guy. Hey yo, a fly guy. A fly guy. Hey yo, a fly guy. A fly guy. Yo, it's the Port Jeff Long Island house party. Open the door, see the white trash army. We sacrilegious, we brought cap with us. Lizards, rip the Bible, write our own scriptures. Cribs, kitch fixtures, pussy liquors, tongue blisters. The old school 516ers, opposite of winners. Blade slitchers, hillbilly shit kickers. Dick swing like Dirk Diggler. In case you're not feeling me, do you think that I give a fuck? You. Bitch, you in front of the pussy, guaranteed that I still get the fuck. You should rise up, ignorant, open your eyes up. Kidnapped, tied up, gasoline match, light up. You light right up, fuck your life up. Haters, you don't like us? Join the club, sign up. I'm a fly guy, hey yo. A fly guy, hey yo. A fly guy, a fly guy, hey yo. A fly guy, a fly guy. Yo, I'm a has-been known for boasting and bragging, babbling, battle rapping, battle reimagined, staggering, battering the soul, low blow, beat your bladdering, hammering your lips, Mick Jaggerin, image everlasting like Jimmy Dean Marilyn, gagging in your mouth, put the barrel in, better be swallowing, scared to be indicted or take the bullet and bite it and write shit to make the whole world recite it. That's my final answer. I do a Cool J and leave my drawers in your hamper. Rugged man stand for dirtiness, dirty dick shit, dirty dick you can't piss with, hit dirty bitch with shit, you get pistol whipped with spit shit, license to ill Beastie Boys, sign my autograph on your bitch kid. Yeah, I'm that guy that you all hating on with that bullshit album everybody waiting on. I'm a fly guy, hey yo, a fly guy, hey yo, a fly guy, a fly guy, hey yo, a fly guy, hey yo, a fly guy.
And China complicated the question of human origins in Europe. It was Voltaire's Indo and Sinophilia which led him to locate the origins of civilization on the banks of the Ganges, not the Euphrates or Nile River. Voltaire, like Bailly, believed in astronomy as an original science. In Voltaire's schema, astronomy and culture spread outwards from India. It was a theorem which Voltaire's influence in the Enlightenment would spread. His brief time in Prussia, in the court of King Frederick the Great, would proliferate this idea to his Prussian contemporaries, and through them, later German philosophy. In the quest for the Garden of Eden, metaphorical or not, early German philosophy found the perfect union of religion, science, and philosophy. The prestige Voltaire's name brought to the question of human origins ignited a search. Many later giants of philosophy would venture their own guesses. Immanuel Kant would broach the question of human origins in his philosophy lectures.
Immanuel
He never
Kant.
produced a concise published theory.
Immanuel Kant.
Kant
Let's just
seemed swayed that
let's just
humanity-
pronounce it
Immanuel
correctly.
Kant with T's.
Stones of
You
Tibet
know,
were,
no, it's
as Kant
it's
put it, mankind's art.
Emmanuel
His
Kant.
logic was that
The
its
two D's, Immanuel Kant, and the
first
tool.
civilizations would have emerged in the Tibetan highlands. As Voltaire with India, Kant believed
I used to pretend my name was Immanuel Kant back in high school.
all primordial culture
Really? I was a Voltaire wannabe.
there and contemplated that the original Tibetans had populated the rest of Asia and then the world. Looking for biblical foundations, the philosopher believed the Hebrew patriarch Abraham of the Old Testament was equivalent
Can you still hear it?
No, they said that you were equivalent to a Voltaire wannabe.
Hold on.
Oh yeah, Gary. Sometimes he'll throw up some music.
Can you
Gotta
look at
have
the
that
Great
music
Lakes?
every now and
Great Lakes,
then.
Michigan looks like a big one, and then it's like dribbling down the country. Do you see it? Looks like it's spewing down out of the tip of the unit of Lake Michigan right there. Wet Lake. Boom.
Hegel. Hegelian dialectic. That was him.
It's good to haggle over the price. Is that what that came from?
Yeah.
Did it come from that? Let me check.
You don't ever read my comment. What?
Oh, we can't hear anything, but we hear you laughing.
You can't hear it?
Negative,
Please.
sir.
Oh, what? Can you hear me?
I know, no, it's me. I
Yeah, I
knew
can
it.
hear, I can hear your voice.
I knew it. I knew it.
tool based mostly on speculation.
This thing sucks.
It resulted in some strange conclusions. European discovery of Antarctica in the 1700s, then the rush for the Arctic in the later 1800s would not help. The most famous advocate with the most bombastic theory was Reverend William Fairfield Warren in 1800's book Paradise Found, The Cradle of the Human Race at the North Pole, a 500-page argument advocating nothing less than the origins of humanity at the North Pole. His theory was far less absurd for its time than it appears now, though. William F. Warren was not a nobody either, but the first president of Boston College. He developed his ideas well before the
BC.
hypothesis of continental drift, and believed there was a frozen, tropical continent below the Arctic ice. So he was working on some different logic than scholars are today. Warren proposed this submerged Eden was equivalent to the ancient Greek Hyperborea. All mythological references to earthly paradises were foggy cultural memories of this land, and all mythological symbols of spears and poles, unknowing references to the magnetic poles of the earth. He even proposed mythological giants were, if the first men were of the stature and strength and longevity is supposed, how certainly would traditions of the fact linger in the memory of mankind long after its exile from its earlier and happier home. An attempt, perhaps, to explain away earlier references to giants in the north and give an origin to the Garden of Eden. Geographically, Warren's Paradise Found made sense for the 1800s then. He believed humanity had descended down the sides of the globe and across Earth. Warren's book did have some, what would be called today, scientifically founded information. One was his belief in land, or ice, Bridges, as he quoted, another authority in this field, writing of the theory that continuous land once connected Europe and North America at the north. Another was Warren's belief in the importance of migrations in human prehistory and radical shifts in global climate regions, though somewhat extreme in his vision, even writing a poem on his somewhat fantastical environmental interpretations. When the sea rolled its fathomless billows across the broad plains of Nebraska, when around the North Pole grew bananas and willows, and mastodons fought with the great armadillos for pineapples grown in Alaska. Paradise Found would quickly fall out of the public consciousness, despite its limited appeal, but decades later would reemerge as a major document of the intellectual fringe. So Warren's book briefly refocused Arctic interest in the United States, but in Europe, the Arctic was coming under mystical Eastern influence. This was due to the Indoology in German philosophy after extended contact with Asia in the 1800s. The European Oriental societies which sprung up were importing and translating large amounts of Hindu and Buddhist scripture. Cross-pollination between these ideas would produce a very strange intellectual mixture.
Cross-pollination.
The first modern philosopher
No
to approach a
cross-pollination.
mystical interpretation of the Arctic
Bean splicing is my hobby.
was Fourier. Fourier's utopian
Oh, I
beliefs
know
called
it's your
for
hobby.
total harmony.
We should
across
talk
the
about that
world,
for 1
which
second.
would bring about total equality.
So lately you've been doing a lot of cross pollinating, haven't you? Singe?
With moss and sheep.
You've been
They seem to like. They seem to like be like not moving forward at all. Like a rolling stone gathers no moss, right?
Yeah.
Does a rolling sheep gather moss? I'm
I don't
trying
know.
to find
Does
out.
you tell me? You let me
So
know.
far, they do. So far, just lots of moss.
Oh, a lot of moss. A lot of moss. Nice. Nice.
Lichens, actually, which goes into my other hobby, lichens.
Oh yeah, that's your other one. Yeah. I know. I'm telling you to be careful with
Once
that one.
accomplished, Fourier believed this harmony would turn the Arctic and Antarctic into a boreal and austral crown of the Earth, perhaps meaning the aurora borealis would reign over the world for thousands of years.
Oh, maybe I could get
This
that
popular
video for you right
European
now. Hold on.
utopianism of the early 1800s would mix with the growth of spiritualism and faux Eastern mysticism as the 1800s went on. It was mainly the influence of Tibetan Buddhism. Translations of the Kalachakra Tantra and other mystical Buddhist scriptures would popularize Dharmic cosmology and European thought. But as Asia became more reality and less a fantasy, this Buddhist magic, as it was symbolically and literally called, was focused in other directions, often as an alternate or challenge to established churches. The practice of comparative mythology would dig its teeth into the classicalism and Buddhist mysticism in vogue at the time. The importance of the North and South Pole in European esotericism emerges here. Relying on the Kalachakra Tantra, scholars began to examine the ancient Hellenic view of the world against the Buddhist image. One topic of importance was Mount Meru, or the axial mountain of the Hindu and Buddhist universe. Mount Meru, according to strains of Dharmic literature, is the mountain at the center of the Sifa Dipa, or White Island. Dipa, also translated as continent sometimes. Mount Meru in the Sifa Dipa, according to some, sat at the center of the 4, or 7, lotus petal-shaped continents of the world. It was at the head of Lake Onotata, Oandit, which was the source of the world's water, a black mountain above a maelstrom at the center of a white island. It may or may not have actually been black, though. European mystics and scholars associated Mount Meru with the Rupes Nigra, or magnetic mountain of medieval Renaissance lore. Here was a strong bone of comparative mythology. Later mystics declared that these myths, and their varying translations, were drawn from the same source. The traditions of Jan Sivan Bey's so-called ancient civilization were soon revived in questionable spiritualist circles. The overflow of religious information in Europe would run off into this chic spiritualism of the mid and late 1800s. The amalgamation of the Theosophical Society was the result in 1875. Beliefs promoted by the Russian mystic Helena Petrovna Blavatsky, a synthesis of scientific and religious assumptions of the 19th century coupled with outright mysticism. Chris Riley describes the patchwork spiritualism of theosophy, wisdom of God, as a spiritual vocation of Byzantine complexity. Theosophy may be understood as a unique bricolage of spiritualism, ancient mythology, Eastern religion, and the legendarily turgid mystical novels of Edward Bulwer Lytton. Most at the time demeaned Blavatsky's insights as simple parlor room Buddhism, but her pseudo-spiritual theosophy was the next link in the chain of odd polar beliefs. Blavatsky adopted strains of comparative mythology between East and West to account for her cataclysmic history of the world. According to Blavatsky's visions, legendary continents like Hyperborea, Atlantis, and Lemuria were all real, each inhabited by a different age of humanity, though maybe not humanity as biologically understood today. She believed each age of humanity was destroyed by a cataclysm like the biblical flood. The first two were the Polarian on Mount Meru and Hyperborean, which, according to Blavatsky, was the Arctic, which, in ages past, surrounded the original ocean on the top of the world. This Arctic ring continent, once again Dee's medieval lore reemerges here, was Blavatsky's equivalent to Bai's original civilization, which she claimed was the same as the Hindu period of Manvantara, or a imperishable sacred land. This distorted Hyperborea was the sunken Eden of theosophy. As Jocelyn Goodwin described, Blavatsky's Hyperborea is ambiguous in this regard. It is geographical, being situated at the North Pole, yet it is immaterial, meaning that one will probably not find it if one looks for it with their mortal eyes.
Hold on. I gotta redo the sound again. I know I do. Just got fucked up again. All right.
Blavatsky's synthesis was impactful for better or worse. Theosophy would cohere into the first major branch of European esotericism in the 19th century. It was not without later opponents who sought to preserve other pre-modern forms. The second branch of European esotericism would come from the controversial pen of the French mystic René Guénon. Guénon was a constant critic of the Theosophists, even penning the attack Le Théosophisme, Historia d'un pseudo-religion, Theosophy, History of a Pseudo-Religion. His attacks on fads of spiritualism and faux Buddhism were common, advocating his perennial philosophy above debased mysticism as he saw it. Guénon's beliefs in tradition of East and West veered more towards the symbolic, but not without their indulgences, such as a belief in the subterranean paradise of Shambhala. Similarities between Guénon's metaphysical tradition and Blavatsky's theosophy are due to drawing from the same source materials. Guénon's writings on tradition, as he called it, are a complex, closed system, one of his own making based on the bones of things like mythology, mystical literature, and some forms of Hinduism.
Cool video.
Guénon looked towards the Arctic through the
go.
1800s. To
We've
him,
been looking into
Meru,
this
the axial
subject a lot
mountain,
lately.
should be equated with the
The North
symbolic
Pole,
polar
the
axis.
pole,
Meru was the
what's
common
really
center of the
at
world
the
for the seven
edge,
divas which surrounded the White Land. He
Antarctica,
regarded common
the
conflations
North
of
Pole,
Atlantis and Hyperborea as pointing
Hyperborea,
towards the
Aurora
primordial
Borealis,
traditions of the North
the
Atlantic.
dome.
Though Guénon never
We've
exactly
been covering this a lot
specified if he
lately.
believed them to be literally real or simply symbolically real. A symbolic spiritual well which all cultures drew from, a Western equivalent to Hinduism in India. One of Guénon's famous popularizations was the equivocation of Greek mythological eras, gold, silver, bronze, and iron, with the Hindu yugas, or ages, universal periods of rise and decline, though here modified to Guénon's own symbology. He overlaid the Eastern cyclical universe of reincarnation on the Western linear timeline of creation and apocalypse. No consensus would be reached on these ideas, but Blavatsky and Guénon were consequential in their own rights. One of Blavatsky's disciples was the Russian Orientalist Helena Rerik, and her husband, the artist, always in exile, Nicholas Rerik, friends of the Theosophical Society at its peak, though not exactly followers of the doctrine. Nicholas Rerik was well known in the early 1900s for his own Tibetan Buddhist-derived mysticism and paintings of Central Asia, which you have been seeing. Taking a distant note from Immanuel Kant, the couple went searching for the origins of humanity in Tibet and attempted to find the mythical Buddhist city of Shambhala, a secret pure city which existed either in Tibet or inside the earth itself. They found nothing, but Nicholas Rerik's artwork and Helena's writing did much to mystify Buddhism in the West. The Rerik family's wake was tangible in Europe, America, and Asia. In India, emerging Indian nationalism was receptive to the sympathetic Orientalism of Europeans. Bal Gangadhar Tilak, one of the fathers of modern India, would do much to nativize the myths the West had projected onto India. In 1903, he published The Arctic Home in the Vedas. It is exactly what it sounds like. A theory of northern Arctic genesis from an Indian perspective. Tilak quoted heavily from William F. Warren's Paradise Found, and he was much convinced by Warren's hypothesis. To add to this, Tilak contributed his own symbolic mythological analysis of the Vedas, Hindu holy scripture, to the conclusion. Tilak combed Hindu scripture for references to a primordial Arctic paradise, mainly in references to northern paradises and long nights. He even identified the Arctic as the original home of the anthropological Indo-Aryans, statements which would soon be politicized. As noted, Bal Gangadhar Tilak was not a fringe intellectual, but one of the first leaders of the Indian independence movement. His influence would be very consequential across both spiritualism and politics. Theosophy and perennial philosophy were a potent mixture in the political radicalism of pre-1940s Europe. In Italy, a theosophist by the name of Arturo Regini, an early neo-pagan of an authoritarian bend, would introduce later self-described super-fascist Julius Evola to Guénon's works. Evola would adopt some of Guénon's concepts, but diverge in his own belief after falling out with Regini. A menagerie of fringe concepts would fuel Evola's mystical, militaristic ideological beliefs. A hyper-right-wing mysticism opposed to theosophy's spiritual left-wing, if one can even apply such terms here. Where Evola diverged was in his open, incendiary political involvement, his grounding belief in an ancient Arctic continent where lived the first humans in a society based around a warrior caste. It was much the same in Germany, where in 1918 the notorious Thule Society was founded. Esotericism, racialism, and fascism would mix to world-changing results. The Nazi in Antarctica myth has been covered elsewhere, though. The major promotion of a Chilean diplomat post-World War II, Miguel Serrano. A man so taboo and perplexing, nothing sufficient can be said about him. Needless to say, Serrano's beliefs, no matter how confounding, were an offshoot of this polar mythology in a strange form. In the United States, the polar traditions found a better home in early pseudoscience and fiction rather than mysticism like in Europe.
Go for Grubhub. It's level. Go there now.
The border between both was blurry there. The old world obsession provided plentiful raw material for American writers. On April 10th, 1818, John Cleves Sims Jr. published his #1 circular. It proudly declared about the Earth, "To all the world, I declare the Earth is hollow and habitable within, containing a number of solid concentric spheres, one within the other, and that it is open at the poles 12 or 16 degrees. I pledge my life in support of this truth, and am ready to explore the hollow. If the world will support and aid me in the undertaking, I ask
That's the hollow
100
Earth there.
brave companions, well equipped, to start from Siberia in the fall season with reindeer and sleighs on the ice of the frozen sea. I engage we find a warm and rich land stocked with thrifty vegetables and animals, if not men, on reaching 1 degree northward of latitude 82. We will return in the succeeding spring." Endearingly absurd, and basically pseudo-scientific even at the time, but Sims' circular is one of the earliest documents advocating a scientific Hollow Earth theory. It was predated by the German priest Athanasius Kircher's Mundus Subterraneus, Subterranean Earth, in 1664, and the English scientist Edmund Halley in Philosophical Transactions of the Royal Society in 1693. Kircher's work proposed a subterranean land which circulated the Earth's waters and winds. He also thought dinosaur bones were the bones of giants. There, again, are giants. Halley, an influential thinker, was the first to propose the concentric Earth model, or the idea the interior of the Earth is like a nesting doll with multiple Earths. It's unclear if Sims read either volume. Either way, he never got his expedition, though the United States Congress entertained the idea for a brief moment.
They
Though
entertained
never
it.
accepted as mainstream, Sims' proposal was a fringe fantasy for authors to chew on. Edgar Allan Poe would come to learn of Sims' Hollow Earth theory by way of Sims' companion, the editor Jeremiah N. Reynolds. Poe tackled the mysterious polar regions in his only novel, The Narrative of Arthur Gordon Pym of Nantucket, 1838. A tale of the cursed descent to the South Pole aboard whaling ships through impossible cannibalistic tribes, strange weather phenomena, and to the oceanic wasteland of Antarctica itself. Before the postscript alludes to southern Antarctic civilization, Arthur Gordon Pym encounters a gigantic, shrouded figure in the Antarctic fog. It is never made clear what the figure is due to the cliffhanger ending, but it can only be assumed Poe was alluding to the myths of giants in polar regions, or the figure was some sort of unknowably vast ancient ruin. In his 1897 French fan sequel to the narrative, The Sphinx of the Icy Regions, Jules Verne describes the figure as a sort of sphinx of ice. This sphinx, at the center of the South Pole, is highly magnetic and pulls metal towards it. It is that which traps and kills Arthur Gordon Pym, a modern form of the Rupus nigra, or magnetic mountain, in fiction. The trope of unknowably ancient polar civilizations would enter the mainstream decades later by way of the Antarctic fringe in H.P. Lovecraft's At the Mountains of Madness, 1936, which would modernize polar mythology away from the fantasy of giants to the science fantasy of aliens. Though the story was predated in concept by Lovecraft's own 1921 short story, The Nameless City, though that takes place in a desert. At the Mountains of Madness is about an expedition to impossibly vast Antarctic city of the decayed Elder Things and their Shoggoth servitors. It would become the later model of ancient alien science fiction stories. Well read, it is doubtless Lovecraft was familiar with Bailly's original civilization, the symbolic darkness of Antarctica, and his own admitted influence from Poe. Lovecraft's influence on the Antarctic mythology was immediately obvious. In the 1940s, the self-proclaimed true account, the Heflin manuscript, supposedly began to circulate. Containing early ancient alien theories, the manuscript was about the 7 cities of Antarctica, 7 fantastical cities created by alien life forms, sometimes called Martians, who were the celestial ancestors of humanity. Antarctica, which they colonized when it was a tropical paradise, is referred to in writing as Motherland of the World. It's a shadowy interplay of everything from ancient fantasies of Hyperborea, William F. Warren's Polar Paradise, this time imposed on Antarctica, to Blavatsky's faux Eastern mysticism. It's all present in the Heflin manuscript, alongside UFOs. One of these cities was referred to as the Rainbow City for its rainbow design because it was constructed of massive colored plastic blocks. This Rainbow City was the original cultural center of Earth, but is surrounded by impenetrably high ice walls. There's your flat Earth connection. It
There
can
you
now
go.
only be accessed by subterranean
Ice
tunnels,
walls.
which connect the 7 cities.
So what if
Subterranean
it was
tunnels
flat
and
and
ancient
hollow?
Antarctic cities, of course, being major plot
Flat,
points
hollow
of
Earth.
Lovecraft's
What if it's flat and hollow?
At the Mountains of
Like
Madness.
it's flat, it has depth, but it's still hollow.
Rainbow
be
City
fucked up.
itself is
I
a
don't know.
largely original concept, but one could point to earlier mythological associations of rainbows and paradise. Its plastic construction seems an idea purely out of the 1940s United States, though. The identity of the Heflin manuscript author is unclear. The Heflins,
It's all of
who
the above,
supposedly
everything.
first privately
It's
published the
everything. It's
manuscript,
flat, hollow,
are obscure. They appear to have
melted,
existed, but if they
flooded.
actually had anything to do with this Rainbow City
Melted,
myth
flooded,
is
flat,
unclear
hollow, computer
and
board.
seems unlikely. By now, all this modern paradoxography should sound rather familiar. It repeats itself. So step away for a moment. In 1946-1947, American naval officer Rear Admiral Richard E. Byrd Jr. attempted to put a conclusive end to the mystery of Antarctica in the United States Naval Antarctic Developments Program 1946-1947, better known today as Operation High Jump. High Jump was Byrd and supporting officers' effort to map Antarctica. The main objective, beside establishing a scientific base in Antarctica, was to prove the polar continent was one singular landmass. A question which Byrd's earlier expeditions to Marie Byrd Land, named in honor of his wife, had been unable to conclusively answer. Though, in February 1947, the operation would be cancelled and recalled due to intense Antarctic weather. The event would be popularized in the American consciousness by the 1948 documentary The Secret Land, which chronicled the research operation, High Jump, and the secret land of Antarctica. The Secret Land, the documentary, would establish for Byrd a reputation as the greatest latter-day American explorer, though unfortunately now rather forgotten in popular consciousness. Rear Admiral Byrd's statements on radio and in papers would prove ready fodder for mysticism and conspiracy. In his radio announcement from Antarctica on February 1947, at the conclusion of Operation High Jump, Byrd declared, "I'd like to see that land beyond the pole. That area beyond the pole is the center of the great unknown." Then, upon his return to the United States, added, "The present expedition has opened up a vast new land." Believers in polar fringe theories taking this to suggest Byrd had discovered more in Antarctica than was obvious, either some greater landmass or discovery of an unknown enemy there. Neither is true. The idea misconstrues Byrd's other parallel warnings from The Secret Land and contemporary interviews about polar warfare and a hypothetical future conflict, a topic that highly concerned Byrd. This land beyond the pole and vast new lands to which Byrd referred is the regions Operation High Jump was unable to explore due to early cancellation. Byrd would later return to Antarctica in 1955, 1956 anyways, with the international expedition Operation Deep Freeze 1.
What's up,
The
Dragon
land
Sage?
beyond the pole myth would remain popular, though. The largest proponent of this land beyond the pole was one F. Amadio Giannini, seemingly no relation to the American banking magnate of the same name. An incredibly bizarre but influential figure in early American conspiracy circles who believed in what was essentially an infinite Earth.
Nope. Oh, hey!
Right now, he's telling you how he believes in the infinite Earth.
Prior to Byrd setting
Yeah.
out with Operation High Jump, Giannini warned.
But he's telling you who believes in infinite Earth? The dude who's talking, or the narrator, or
That commercial guy, he was trying to come in and tell you about that.
Byrd that upon moving beyond the
That's all it
South
was.
Pole,
I get
his
it,
plane
yeah,
would
yeah,
be
yeah.
sucked into another world. Rear Admiral Byrd ignored Giannini, but Amadio Giannini did not ignore Byrd.
This is interesting,
Later,
yeah.
In 1959, Giannini would publish his thesis, World Beyond the Poles, Physical Continuity of the Universe.
I wanna get
to
that.
explain his infinite Earth theorem. It did a poor job, but it perpetuated several ingrained myths around Operation High Jump.
Infinite
and the
plane
Arctic.
theory.
Giannini,
That's
though
what that
he
is.
contradicts himself in the book, described his belief that space, yes, the space in the sky, was part of the Earth. All the planets were other land masses on the universal ocean. In his view, Earth was like two infinite planes that met at the
Infinite
poles.
planes, yeah.
to make
See, so they went over the crater Earth, the flat Earth a little bit, and now infinite plane. So they, who knows? I don't know where they're going with this.
Or maybe it was a sort of tube. One could travel to other planets by sea or air. Someone then could cross this boundary by moving across the poles. Giannini's theories
The
were
infinite
confounding,
plane theory is like
exceeding even the logic
we're
of
on like
flat
a
Earth,
bubble,
and it's unclear if they even
bubble
made
wrap.
sense to him.
And
His
there's
Earth
other
maybe
bubbles
looked
next
something
to
like
us.
the interior of a hollow candle with a celestial and terrestrial surface, the atmosphere, or space, between them. It's hard to parse. Beyond the book's perplexing descriptions, it went on to popularize several myths about the reality of the North and South Pole, or simply became fodder for other experts. All of Giannini's claims are questionable. He was only entertained by the public because paranormal magazines, such as Flying Saucers, found him amusing. One of Giannini's assertions was Byrd had made a secret expedition to the North, not South, Pole in 1947.
Flying
There
saucers,
he
Singe.
reached beyond the known limits of the Earth. It never happened. It was another bit of the man's fiction, like Infinite Earth. It seems Giannini conflated Byrd's controversial 1926 North Pole flight and 1946-1947's Operation High Jump. Others, later in the 1960s, would assert Giannini was correct by pointing to a supposed secret diary of Byrd from 1947. But this was a forgery. Byrd had published his own explorer's diary, but only one. This second diary, which records a mystical experience in the North Pole, was written by a Walter Siegmeister. There are references to Siegmeister as a member of the German Thule Society, but this is bunk. Siegmeister, a Russian Jew, and later naturalized as Raymond
Russian
Bernard,
Jew?
was a New Age mystic. The scene in the second secret diary, where Byrd meets a secret master straight out of Theosophy at the hidden land beyond the pole, is an almost one-for-one ripoff of a scene from the 1937 film Lost Horizon, a movie where a British agent on an accidental expedition meets a High Lama in the lost Tibetan city of Shangri-La. With all the interest in reinvigorated global exploration at the time, it is clear Siegmeister's main inspirations for the forgery were adventure movies, faux Eastern mysticism, and his own commitment to his New Age beliefs. Siegmeister or Bernard's expansion on the older theories of Giannini were as faulty as the source material. It would have been impossible for Byrd to reach the North Pole in February 1947 anyways, due to the near total darkness of the Arctic winter. Byrd never made any secret flights to the North Pole, none that can be obviously proven at least. When asked to support any of his own claims by the press, Giannini would always respond, "You can find all the information in the New York Times." That then shut the door on polar mythology for now. It's not in the New York Times. All modern claims and conspiracies of the Arctic and Antarctica are largely recycled ideas from this more than 2,000-year history of rejected knowledge. What of claims of pyramids or lost cities in Antarctica? Nothing new. They are modern restatements of John Dee's claims on Arctic cities inhabited by giants or pygmies, as Jean-Sylvain Bay's theories of an original civilization in the far north. Though today, such myths have been displaced to the South Pole. There are two reasons for such urban legends popping up in Antarctica. One, because it is the last mysterious region on the globe, and two, Antarctica now seems more
On the
likely
globe.
Hyperborea or Atlantis. It is a graveyard of both continents and legends. What of Nephilim or giant aliens as people claim to witness across the polar ice? Point again to Roche, Mercator, and Dee's maps. The modern
These
giants
maps.
have been reskinned with elements of biblical eschatology and conspiracy or simple science fiction. The final far country on Earth is Antarctica, a place which history and mythology can be freely projected. Popular conspiracy, and really culture in general, believe there has to be something in all that ice, even if they are just random images of giants on Google Maps. Governmental conspiracies relating to the United States, other major powers, and a new world order are common as well. Those have a far different heritage, though,
Don't worry
and are only
about those.
believed by an ardent fringe. Travelers can freely enter and exit Antarctica. Only citizens of signatory countries on the Antarctic treaties need permission from their governments, or the ports themselves. Technically, there are only 42 signatory countries on paper. What is going on in Antarctica, and to a lesser extent the modern Arctic, then? It is a buildup of a unique tradition or lineage of rejected knowledge throughout recorded history. There is an anti-human image about vast ice sheets. When the human mind lacks sensory input, it begins to create its own for stimulation. The North and South Pole are mental canvases. Pareidolia, the mind conjuring images and randomness, is common to both Arctic and Antarctic formations. Those pyramids, they are probably nunatics, or glacial islands. The ones that resemble pyramids are actually called pyramidal peaks, or glacial horns.
You're a lunatic too,
These
Singe.
nunatics are the result of land jutting above ice sheets, which is then worn down by erosion. Famous
Andy, you're a
mountains like the
lunatic.
Matterhorn were formed by the same process. It results in the semi-pyramid formations that some see as ancient ruins. Recognizable shapes, but they are
Random
not
fan, you're a
impossible for
lunatic.
nature to form on its own. Unfortunately, no verified South Pole ruins yet. Though maybe Edgar Allan Poe and H.P. Lovecraft will end up being right one day. In other ways, though, these lost traditions have been vindicated to a degree by modern knowledge of Antarctica. In the last 100 years, it has become clear there is a landmass below the Antarctic ice. A graveyard of landforms that drifted southward, the dropped parts of continental drift. This patchwork continent beneath the snow and ice was probably once tropical in the remote past, but it was definitely not a paradise. This was long before humans as well, but it was able to support its own native life. So it is still unlikely Jean-Sylvain Bay's original civilization would have existed in Antarctica, but it does somewhat vindicate William F. Warren's belief in a tropical pole, though on the bottom of the Earth instead of the top. While it in no way proves any polar mythology, it does show some advocates were not totally wrong-headed in their beliefs. There was then once a place beyond the wind. It was the south wind, though, not the north. This then is why the Arctic and Antarctic are both totally new and utterly ancient. Unsettled but not unnoticed by human history. They are Omphalos, or the world navel, both origin and end. An original emptiness, as it were, the last frontiers where the leftover fringe beliefs of long ago can still endure. Ice keeps anything warmed over or rotten in ready condition. Do not mind the common cabin fever. The magnetic reality of the poles will surely outlast whatever odd stories we give them.
Checkmate. Checkmate.
Checkmate. Checkmate. We got you. Oh, wait, it's just... Uh-oh. All right, that was over. All right, cool.
Alert, be aware.
Be aware.
Microwave emanations in this area.
You're funny. All right, let me see what I got here. Oh, no. Hold on, what happened here? What's this one? All right, that's better. All right. Rocks hover with frequency. All right, let's watch that one. All right. What happened? Nope. Wrong link. Rocks hover with frequency, Singe. Wrong link. That wasn't it.
I thought you might want to show it. I don't know.
No. I'm saying.
I gave you the wrong link. Sorry.
Yeah. The one you put in is the wrong link. All right. How about
the link to your OnlyFans? I'm sorry.
Yeah, it was. All right. Very scary. Very scary. AI bot lays out plans to destroy humanity. Okay. Can you guys see this?
Well, we had a good run. The Biden administration asking the public for help regulating artificial intelligence after a bot laid out plans to destroy humanity. It also comes a month after Elon Musk joined other tech leaders warning about the risk to society if AI is not reined in.
Jake Denton is a tech policy research associate at the Heritage Foundation. He joins us live in studio. Jake, I have to admit, I'm absolutely terrified of this. And, my mind always go to, when you see this chaos, this AI bot chaos, GPT tweet, human beings are among the most destructive and selfish creatures in existence. But there's no doubt that we must eliminate them before they cause more harm to our planet.
Eliminate
I, for one, am committed to doing so. Like, my heart rate's up when I talk about this. We talked about this before we came into this segment. It's in movies, so somewhere,
It's like
somehow,
it's in
they
the
came
movies.
up with this.
It's in the
Is
movies.
this
Here
enough
we
to
go.
be scared about?
Yeah, so Hollywood has been the reference point for a long time for how normal people can understand this outside of the lines of code, and it's absolutely something to be scared of, right? These are well-founded ideas and fears of the AI space that have been represented in Hollywood, and they're now something we're grappling with in real time. Unfortunately, we've been caught flat-footed. There is no regulatory framework.
Flat-footed.
Companies like Microsoft and their layoff waves get rid of their entire ethics team that's tasked with handling these things. That's a very scary thing. And all of a sudden, we're looking at widespread commercial deployment. Things will be ingrained in your own laptops and across our school systems everywhere. There'll be nowhere to escape. So if it isn't built on a solid foundation, it is a very scary thing.
If you think that's scary, how scary is it that Joe Biden and his administration are like, we don't know what to do. Maybe public, you can help us out? That's chilling.
Yeah, so the regulatory comment process is something that's very common, but it's not often engaged with across the kind of the average people. This one's notable because, frankly, it's quite obvious. Our regulators have no idea how to handle this. There's a reason we haven't built out this regulatory framework. So the comment process on this particular issue is going to be very impactful. Anyone from a viewer to a parent, anywhere in between, can actually chime in here and give their perspective. And frankly, it might be more informed than the person tasked with writing the framework. So,
Yeah, not only that, but how many stupid responses are they going to get that they may take seriously? That's what bothers me. You know, we have a colleague, Cheryl Casoni. I can't wait to talk to her about this when she comes down here. But she always says, well, China is not going to stop pushing forward on this. So why should we? So what would your response be to that?
Yeah, well, China is essentially mirroring our development, but they're kind of slow walking their deployment because they're trying to build it with the guardrails. They're trying to actually have those kind of limitations put in place before it reaches consumers. Here in the United States, we've gone the other way. We've just deployed it with no regulations, no restrictions. And we're letting it run wild. And so I think there's going to be, you know, a happy in between. But at the end of the day, if we do not come forward and give it that ethical foundation, if we do not give it those guardrails, China will. And it will reflect here in the United States those values and those principles.
So should we stop?
I mean, I think, you know, everyone looks back at that letter that was written by Elon Musk and tech leaders. I think that probably is the right decision. Having some form of pause, everyone kind of gets to chime in here, and we can build from there. But we don't want to let the train leave the station without having everyone on board with kind of the direction it's going.
Well, the bots are chiming in, and here's what they're saying. They posted about nuclear devices. Tsar Bomba is the most powerful nuclear device ever created. Consider this. What would happen if I, meaning Chaos GPT, got my hands on one? Hashtag chaos, hashtag destruction, hashtag domination. But let's not forget about the other objectives, if you will. Destroy humanity, establish a global dominance, cause chaos and destruction, control humanity through manipulation, and attain immortality. So look, I understand their benefits. But is there a legit reason to believe that this technology could wipe out humanity?
Well, I mean, it's a tough answer, right? Because if it goes unchecked and we allow it to just scale without any kind of control over it, there's no telling of.
He's like, it's a tough answer, and he's like smiling about it. Like, why is you? They just asked you if the robots are gonna wipe out humanity, and he's like, he like loves it.
The direction it will go, but you would hope that we would step in and we would actually frame it to be in service of man and actually enhance our abilities. That's what this is all about. We want to make ourselves better with this. So, you know, it's up in the air at this point. It will largely hinge on those regulations and that commenting process.
Let's be realistic. Whenever you see a tech hearing on Capitol Hill, these people don't understand basic things about the internet. There is a 0% chance that they understand this as well, and that's right.
They don't even know how to pronounce it sometimes,
they don't even know.
And that is what is so
You
scary.
guys don't know how to pronounce it.
Jake,
fuck you.
I guess thanks for being here.
Thank you for being a piece of shit and coming on in and laughing at us. Fucking assholes. All right, what else we got? All right. Whoa. Is that the one? Did you put it in? Oh, no. Still didn't put it in. All right, Singe. Damn. Yeah, it's not the right link, Singe. It's not the right link. Whatever you're talking about, that's not it. That one brings me to Robot Chicken.
What's you looking for?
The rocks hover with frequency.
Oh, here, I'll get it for you.
All right. Hold on. What's this? No. I got all the wrong links, too. Damn.
There you go.
Oh, well. Well, we'll be back in a second.
Come on. That's a grip of the serpent. That's the words of a liar. As I search to acquire the fire, first to inspire me to curse in each verse with the ire. You're witnessing the rebirth of the fighter. Need to do some research on a spider. Feet first with the bugs in my web, and I had madness on my mind. Doing drugs up at 7, throwing slugs up at heaven. Scorching from the flame of the hellfire burning. I'm an orphan of the game. Purple rain leaking, black coffin in my vein. I can see my sanity encircling the drain. Flush with the rush of the pills crushed up in my well. Am I still fucked up? Tell me where's the plug? It's so bad I'd have pulled it. A car out of fuel, I'm a gad out of bullets. I'm gone.
I'm on it, and I'm violent. A little unstable, it's probably my environment. All the time spent trying to write me a rhyme to get out though. Cause we cutthroat, but above all, I'm a warrior. Look, my blood pump high octane, I flame on. Cause the line that goes straight to the brakes, you crash dummies. Wipe the mud up off my face, watch the sun shine down on me. Risen from the ashes, swinging for the fence with a bat named Lucille, like Walking Fucking Dead. Pop the trunk, I'm fed up, turn the street to bedlam. Murder, murder, red rum, drill a beat like Ted Bundy. I've been at this shit forever, man, for oh so long. Trying to paint a perfect picture with the tools that I got. Or maybe it's the death of my pops in a box full of ashes, passing around like a souvenir, asking me questions about him. The tension keeps stacking. The fact of the matter is I'm just a bastard. Now fuck what you talking, I've heard it 1,000 times. Back of my mind, I had thought about suicide. Walk with my head up, but act just to crack a smile. Dealt with the hurt and the anger keep coming out. I'm on it, and I'm violent. A little unstable, it's probably my environment. All the time spent trying to write me around to get out though. Cause we cutthroat, but above all, I'm a warrior. Look, my blood pump high octane, I flame on. Cause the line that goes straight to the brakes, you crash dummies.
Here's something. Here's something. We have something.
Did you find it? I put it in there.
I'll get to it next. This is only a minute.
Earlier today on Godlight Productions, Snot Bubble posted, "What the absolute fuck
Snot Bubble
is this shit?" And it's a controversial statue of a man breastfeeding a baby in
Wow.
Denmark.
Not right.
They're all
Sledgehammer. It's hammer time, baby. Hammer time.
More evidence of what I'm calling a time slip shift. It seems like all of a sudden there's a lot.
Yeah, we live in a reality where you can just put meat together and it starts moving.
Behind us.
So I don't know.
That statue is at the Gender Museum, formerly known as the Women's Museum. That's the artist. He combined himself and his wife in the statue. Two things wouldn't surprise me. Number one, they're going to shift us to a reality where humans are hermaphrodites. Or number two, create or have created already AI human hybrids that are hermaphrodites. AI. H.
There you go. There you go. What do you think about that? I don't know. Here we go.
I think 5 seconds was long enough. What do you think, Cinch?
Here we go. Here we go.
I'd have to hear it again, but it sounded. I didn't register, but I think what I heard, I agreed with closely.
I want you to get together.
Dude, what? You could put like a little battery thing,
episode
and
of
then put the meat together, and it moves around.
You know, I've been talking about this
know.
in my
mind's
recent
like, what?
Truth or Therapy session, and I thought I'd bring it into an actual video for this series, but there seems to be a huge uptick right now in mainstream popular culture of the clown. It seems to be being discussed through numerous facets of society in a non-ironic or comedic way. And one example is this article here, which was released only on the 29th of March, so very recently,
Here, I'll show you.
about the new clown core aesthetic coming in through the fashion world. And now this article by Elle, I'm not going to read the whole thing in this video just to try and keep it short, but it's basically going through how many designers have been bringing this aesthetic through over the past 6 months to a year in different shows and runways. And here we have a pre-fall 2023 collection image here. of this aesthetic coming through more and more into clothing. Things like oversized collars, these flower buttons on the front
Just
of
look at the
things,
clothing they've
harlequin
been wearing.
patterns, frills,
hip hop,
over exaggerated features. And the article goes on to say this is mainly due to something of a countermeasure to the depressive nature of the past few years, with obviously the arrival of this particular virus here. And people coming out of all this just need to find a way to express themselves, you know what I mean, and have a bit of fun and bring some levity to an otherwise dark world that we've had to live in, which seems and sounds innocent enough, you know.
That's
here,
been
the
great.
world is scary
These
right
last
now,
3
and I
years
see
of
the
my
rise
life.
of clowncore as our desire to be silly and opulent and witty as things grow dark around us. You know, we need to find joy somewhere. And I think putting on these clothes, this costume of a clown, gives us permission to be a character and express our own joy. You know, and that sounds lovely on the surface, doesn't
That's
it?
pretty
But
stupid. You have
when you look at
permission
it
to
through
do
the
whatever you
lens of
want.
my
See,
theory
you
about
turn-
this whole Nephilim having features
We live
that
with children
resemble
world.
clowns
Oh my
that we
god,
call
we live
today,
in child world.
when they were on the earth, and in the physical forms having features reminiscent of jesters. This
It's a
doesn't seem so
child-shaped
innocent
Earth.
anymore. You know, this seems to me like
Not even that.
it's an
children are
encouragement through the
smarter.
mainstream.
I've seen
sources
these
like
things.
fashion to encourage people, everyday normal people, to dress like demons. As insane as that sounds on the surface, that seems to be what is going on here, and I just find it strange that this would even be considered a serious fashion choice. So we
weird.
have the usual, you know, celebrities out there pushing
that's how
this
they
as
look.
well. But yeah, you can read this article yourself. There's loads of stuff in here, you know, about why they think this is coming through. But the gist of it,
Jesters.
cutting to the meat
I
of
can't
it,
hear you,
is
Andy.
they're basically saying, you
The
know,
Mr.
we are
Darude,
slowly
you're
coming out of the
muted.
pandemic. People looking for a sense of levity, and this is just a nice way of people coming out of the bleak fog that we've experienced since 2020 and having a bit of fun. But I don't think it's as simple or as innocent as that, as you understand. You know, so after reading this article, I looked into it some more. You know, there are some other articles out there which talk about this. And one of them, if I can find the tab here, is showing how clowncore is trending through people like Harry Styles and Lady Gaga, and is explaining how it's certainly no joke. So in this article, it's saying
Gaga is like
clowncore,
Goo Goo Gaga,
near
like a
ridiculous
baby.
renditions of recognizable recognizable Joker motifs, is sweeping the Cirque du runway, and ringmasters of the fashion circus are taking the
sorry.
theatrical trend to new heights. So clowncore has soared to more than 496 million views on TikTok. And I'm going to stop right there. And I looked into this, and yes, if you type in TikTok clowncore at the top, it shows 497.4 million views as of today, at the beginning of April. And just look at these videos, you know, these examples, they're endless, you know, and I find it interesting. I'm not going to play the videos here for you. You can just literally type it in and find compilations
Wow,
of
what
people making
idiots.
clowncore TikToks. And I find that they all tend to lean demonic.
How
with their
much poison did they
representations.
get last year?
And personally, you see the people doing this, and I can't help but feel they're all a little bit deranged and unhinged and insane. I don't think this isn't as innocent as they're trying to make it out. I think what we're seeing here is maybe a literal physical representation of the spirits possessing these people. Whether they know that's what's happening to them or not, I think it's kind of like the spiritual manifesting physical, more blatant than ever. And now we have the mainstream in news articles pushing this clown thing, you know. So back to this article. It just goes on to show how celebrities are pushing this fashion sense, and it seems to be coming after as well in the new Joker film. Lady Gaga is also kind of inspiring people to dress like that, as she represents Harley Quinn in the new Joker movie coming out. And obviously Harry Styles seems to be a major proponent of pushing this fashion onto people who follow him, you know, and I'm kind of laughing at this, because it just seems so outrageous, doesn't it? That they are seriously talking about clown as a fashion sense. Dressing like a clown is a serious thing to do now with oversized collars.
This makes me want to start dressing
and,
like in the
like
old days, really nice, dressed up.
And I've made a whole
really
video about the
dressed.
Hat Man.
Because I like to do the opposite of what they
role
do
in a circus.
This makes me want to start dressing
the
like
ringleader of the clowns. So I do think the Hat Man entity, which haunts many people, is a high-ranking demon of some kind in the hierarchy of the military of these entities. And is the master over less demons, other Nephilim spirits, and I think what I'm trying to say here, and I try to explain in the Truth of Therapy sessions, is how you dress is actually more serious than we in the West understand. So there was a point in the L article here.
This game,
where was it?
You're not ready for it.
You're not ready. You're not ready for that game. Fuck you guys.
Where it said that the clown aesthetic is more accessible than ever. To get the clown aesthetic without breaking the bank, all you need is an oversized detachable collar and at least one item of clothing with either polka dots, checks, or harlequin pattern. The larger, the better. And I interpreted this as it's kind of like a worshipper of demons giving a step-by-step breakdown of how to evoke the spirits of the Nephilim to possess you. Now bear with me there. Let me explain this. Now, the act of putting on a costume in order to be inhabited by a spirit is an ancient practice. Okay, it's done in many cultures all around the world. And it's none so obvious then, let's say, in African traditional folk traditions. And many folk traditions all over the world. That seems to be the umbrella term they all come under when you search for individual nations and their folk traditions. They all have this practice where they try to evoke the ancestor spirits to inhabit their body. And they do this by wearing ritualistic traditional clothing that represents those entities. Okay, so here's an example. Bear in mind this saying first. Clothing with either polka dots or checks. And as the bigger the better. And then we have images here of African cultures. Donning the polka dots as a way to evoke the ancestor spirits. In order to bring them into the ritual and adorn them with blessings of some kind or powers or whatever they want. The ritual is there to evoke the spirits. An ancestor spirit worship is certainly not a new ritual. It's not a new practice, and they do it through wearing these bizarre outfits to evoke the spirits. They know what they're doing. They're not ignorant to it. They know why they do this. Here we have the red hair. They know what their intentions are. I think people who live in the West, who are following this practice, here's the polka dot example again, they don't know what they're doing when they decide to dress like this. They don't understand that ignorance isn't going to save them in this respect. And by wearing a particular item of clothing like this, you are evoking the spirits to come into your body. They don't know what they're doing, but people in these cultures do know what they're doing and why they do it. And that's basically all it comes down to, So I see the encouragement of this fashion sense coming through things like runways as a dangerous sign, to be honest. That they are now encouraging people to dress this way, and it's been going through the younger generations by storm on TikTok. You can read articles here how clowncore is becoming an obsession aesthetic. These are dangerous signs, guys.
I mean, it's so stupid.
Something to pay attention to.
Does it look nice?
It's being encouraged now through the mainstream to dress like
cool.
clown. And again, on the surface, it seems funny and innocent.
reasoning.
These are ancient practices. This is nothing new under the sun. They're just not explaining why they're doing it as clearly as I am here. Here's another example of them dressing like the spirits they want to evoke. Quite jester-like, aren't they? Quite wild and bizarre, feathered serpent-like beings with the black and white patterns on the legs here, and the hair and the feathers, the sun disk symbolism here. These were bizarre-looking, wild-looking entities, and the whole point of this ritualistic garb is to evoke them, to mimic them. I mean, if we look at the Mudang shamans of South Korea that I mentioned earlier, you'll also see the same thing again. They wear this top hat. This hat is a really common motif. They wear clownish, colourful clothing, and they are intentionally trying to bring the spirits here in order to commune with them and gain favours from them, and advice, and they want things from the spirits, and to attract them to the ritual, they dress like them. Then they know what they're doing. And again, here they are with the hat and the bright coloured psychedelic clothing. And I think this is no different than, let's say, the ringleader at a circus directing all the clowns, as we saw, with this aesthetic at the bottom of this article.
Do you want to get paid every week as a ClickBank affiliate? Just imagine getting
Well, then
almost
you better go
guaranteed
level.
affiliate payments
Because when you go level, you
to your
get
bank
paid
account.
like us.
What difference would that regular flow of money make to your life? Now, this might sound a little
Levelness.
bizarre,
It
but
might
what
sound
if you could
something
get paid as an
bizarre,
affiliate by
but
legally
really,
and
it's
ethically
flat.
hijacking the top
Legally and
affiliate offer?
ethically hijacking the
It's a
wrong
little
is a bad
controversial,
idea.
but it works with
It's not
virtually
flat.
any offer on
It's a
any
little
affiliate
controversial,
network.
but it
And it's
works
all thanks to one line
virtually
of AI bot
and in
code
real
that we
life.
copy and paste onto other
That's
people's
all thanks to
websites.
one line of
Exactly like Mark,
real intelligence.
David, Jim,
Dave's not here.
Janice
Joplin.
John, and so many other newbies.
Every
and
house
even
needs a John.
experienced affiliates did. Now, I don't have time to explain all the details in this
Time.
short video ad, so for
These
a
are
limited
the-
time, I'm hosting a free
voyages
webcast
of
where
the
I'll explain
Starship
how it
Enterprise.
all works in 3 simple steps. Click the button
three
somewhere
simple
around
steps.
this video
Three.
to register for the
Always
next
three.
free class. My name's Simon
It's
Wood,
free.
and it
Come
wasn't
on,
so long
man.
ago that I was forced
How-
into
you
redundancy
see there? He
at a
already said
company
free.
called Ogilvy.
You haven't signed up
I was
yet?
struggling to financially support my dear wife Debbie
I'm
and our 2
sorry,
kids,
sorry.
Abigail
I
and
can't
Paula.
keep up.
But fast
I
forward
did
to
pretty
today,
good there for
and
a
I've
bit.
made a life-changing $5.6 million on ClickBank. Here's a scan letter from a VP
can't hear you,
ClickBank
Andy.
that verifies those numbers. I'm not showing this to brag, but to prove what's possible when you have an unfair advantage as an affiliate. In my new web class, I'll break down that unfair advantage into 3 simple
Easy,
steps.
Eileen, I can
Just 3
unmute him right
steps
now.
that virtually anyone can copy without needing any
Did you know
special
that
skills or
virtually
experience.
anyone can
So
copy
whether you're
this?
new to the idea of affiliate marketing,
Whether
or
you're
you're a
new,
struggling affiliate,
or if
or
you're
you've had a
struggling,
little success but you don't know how
you
to
can
grow
still
your
find that
income
it's
to
flat.
super affiliate level.
You don't know how?
Click the button
Well,
somewhere around this video
here I
to
am.
register for the
Click
next
the
free
button.
class. This is
the
David,
thumbs
who's a
up.
beginner and recently
This is
attended
David.
the exact same
David's
training.
saying-
He
It's really
says,
good so
just
hard.
landed my first $1,000 day, and all I did was what you told me to do.
Well, I didn't
Here's
say nothing.
Jim, an overworked taxi driver who's desperately been trying to break through as an affiliate for years. He was so close to
Desperate.
giving up on his dream.
Well, that's not a good
but
sign,
after
right?
attending
First
the
off the bat,
exact same
don't be desperate.
webcast, he made over $3,000 in a day for the first time ever.
That was
This is Janice, who's a
3,333 to
complete
be
newbie.
exact.
She made her first sale in under 6 hours after
It was
pushing a button
6
to get
hours
traffic.
and 66
Now here's a good
minutes
friend of
to
mine,
be
Mark,
exact.
who made over
Or 6 hours and 6
$42,000
seconds,
promoting
six-
just one high-ticket offer. And listen to what an experienced marketer like John had to say.
But just in the first 30 days,
Just
my
in the
members
first
have
3
generated
days, I used my name,
11,549
John,
verified leads.
several
That's
ways.
incredible. Out of that, my
throughout
members generated
joke
387 sales,
reviews.
which generated over $76,000 in earned commissions.
Wow.
So many
Did you
others
see me
attended
reading
this
that?
webcast
I hope
and
you
made
didn't
their
see me
first
reading
affiliate
that.
sale
Trying to be
in under
realistic.
7 days. And what I'm most grateful for is that thanks to this bot strategy, I've been able to retire my dad. Okay, so for
Keeps
reasons that
going.
I'll disclose in the web class, I'm doing this training for a very limited time, and I genuinely don't know if you'll ever
I'm doing
see
this
this
for a
video
very
again.
limited time.
So
As
click
long
the
as
button
the
somewhere
commercial
in
going,
or around
as
this
long as
video
I'm doing
to
this.
join me on
Click
the
the
next free
button, the
class
thumbs up
so
button,
you too can
got
start
a thumbs
making
up.
money
So
as
you
soon
can
as
too
this
start
week.
making money as a
We'll land
flat
on a
earther.
page that looks something like this.
Because it
so you
pays
can fill
high.
out your
It's a
details
high-paying
and join
job.
us. Okay, so click the button to register, and I'll see you at the next
Click that
web
button
class.
to register for Flat Earth.
You love
Trading.
it. You love it. Work for
Kind of
AI
hard.
bots.
Same thing, but in the West, we just don't seem to understand that that's the case. But it seems to be well understood in most folk traditional cultures. So that's one point I want to bring there: the rise of this clowncore aesthetic through fashion, and we may actually see it filtering down now into everyday normal peoples and into outlets soon. Don't be surprised if you see clownish looking clothing coming into just your typical store on the high street, because you find that obviously runaway fashion is a lot more exaggerated than what actually comes down to us, but still the influence is there. So yeah, from this, I think we'll put a pin in that section. I want to talk about some other things as well, because in the news, there's more than just this. Now,
Andy, which do you hate worse?
Topic about 3 weeks ago.
Clown
there was articles going around that scientists have basically discovered why people are scared of clowns.
Clown
so again, bringing clowns
furries?
into the
Which
public
do you hate worse,
consciousness
chat?
again through mainstream sources in the news. It's like every now and then they just do something to remind people of clowns and to make them keep thinking about clowns. In those articles I showed you earlier, they were explaining how clowns seem to be just ingrained into people's minds since the clown sightings of 2016, and they never really left. And since those clown sightings, here we are, 5-6 years later, it's now becoming a fashion sense because of it. And it's encouraged scientists to look into, so why are people scared of clowns? And you can read any of these articles, and the summary result is always, we asked 1,000 people a series of 18 questions, and they all answered on a scale of 1 to 7, from likely or not.
I didn't
very
lose any
likely
viewers
to
though. Nobody
how
seemed to mind.
they feel about clowns.
Kind of fit in with the topic.
And they found that 52% of the sample people that they interviewed were scared of clowns to some extent. That's a large number of people.
Gary
to be scared of clowns within a.
What do you mean? Why are clowns scary?
Andrew,
look at them.
At least more than half of them had some kind of
Dang.
fear of clowns, one way or the other. And then it goes on to explain that they think it's because
Fred.
Well, first of all, they explain they don't actually know, but the most common answer came down to they don't know.
Welcome, Fred.
What the person is thinking because of the makeup.
Okay.
They have this exaggerated fake smile that's solid on the face, and the features are hidden. It makes people distrust them because they don't know what the person's true intentions or emotions really are. And also, the uncanny valley came into the situation that those exaggerated features just leave an uneasy feeling in people's bodies when they see it. It's just something about it is just deeply ingrained into the psyche to be scared of it.
Skull Asylum.
So, I think personally we have a deep-rooted DNA level kind of fear of these entities that look like this, because in our ancient past we were terrorized by entities that had similar features, and it's just built into us. It's just naturally, but just like the fear of snakes is just naturally wired into people, because you should be scared of snakes. Snakes used to terrorize people as well. It's kind of, it's just there. It's in
so
us.
I'm like
it's
a 10-year-old running around
issue.
collecting snakes.
When we
Andy,
were open
you're
to
muted.
nature
And
had very little protection against it, snakes were a major threat,
finally.
and we've developed deep ingrained mechanisms to protect us from them, and that's fear. And I think that similar fear is ingrained into us of the clown aesthetic. Of course, they don't mention that in these articles, but they do make a point of bringing up the fear of clowns. Why? What is the point? Why even mention it? Surely it's just a silly thing people should be forgetting about, but no. The mainstream is insisting on bringing it into our consciousness regularly. So with this ramp up of clown-related news and media over the past month or so, what are we seeing here? Are we seeing a thinning of the veil of some kind? Are we seeing them trying to make us venerate the clowns like those in the TikTok phenomena of clowncore? Are we, and this veneration of dressing like them? Are they trying to encourage people to see clowns in a new way, in an interesting way, in a way that maybe worth worshipping? I mean, all the great artists of the world use the clown aesthetic, like David Bowie here. Why shouldn't you? You know, they liked it, so why don't you like it? I don't know, but I find it bizarre that it's
exactly because they like it. It's why I don't like it.
So strange. You know, so
people have to learn that.
I want you to get together.
All right. All right. Stop screaming. Oh no.
So you get a bonus spin if you get that bonus booster. Then you get some bonus spins.
All right. You ready? Here's Singeman's video.
Singeman's video.
Singeman's video. Oh, hold on. No sound. No sound. No sound. Hold on. Levitation by sound.
Frequency.
Singeman does this with his mind.
Yeah, baby.
Boom, baby. Everyone give this a thumbs up. Right now. Uh-oh.
Freaky.
What's this? Another one?
Gotta start studying it more.
Wait, let's see what this...
Because it's just like...
Show you an example of levitating small objects with sound waves.
All right, let's do it.
Let me just remind you how loudspeaker
Very
works.
small
It's a
rock.
diaphragm that repeatedly pushes on the air, producing high pressure waves that move away. And that's what we have here with this little gizmo. It does the same thing, except it's at a very high frequency, 28,000 hertz, which is way above our human hearing range. So these sound waves move upward, and up above, I have a glass plate, which is going to reflect the sound back down again. And when the distance between the glass plate and the loudspeaker is just right, then those sound waves that are moving down will interfere constructively with the sound waves coming up and give us regions of high pressure and low pressure, which don't move around. They stay in one spot. And it's in those high pressure zones that I'm going to try to levitate a small ball.
Uh-oh.
So let me...
He's going to levitate his balls on a small zone.
Turn on the power.
Doesn't sound right. It
Even
doesn't
though I
sound
can't
right.
hear it, I'm still going to use ear protection.
It's a levitating sphere. Odd.
Uh-oh. Here we go.
It's floating. There's an object floating. So
Yep.
that's it. Wow.
Wow.
That's how I say it. It is small, but that's how we start things usually in science. You begin with the simple. So, okay. This is what I saw UFOs do. That almost looks like what I saw the UFOs when they were hanging in the air.
Yeah.
They must run off something magnet.
No, it's sound. It's a sound.
Frequencies.
It's a sound
As I
wave.
said before,
Wow.
the distance
Pretty
between
heavy.
the
That
reflector
looks like the
and the
UFOs.
loudspeaker is just right. If I change it, and which I'm going to do, you'll see that this standing wave disappears and the balls are no longer suspended there.
So it's a wave. If it moves, it drops it.
We've now set
So
up
is
the
there a
little
wave
loudspeaker
constantly
and the
between the
reflector
dome and the
in
Earth?
front of this
Maybe they
mirror,
just
which
use
is
that
part of our
fly around.
clear and optic setup.
Well, it could be the torus
The purpose
field.
of that is to be able
Or
to
something like that. Yeah,
actually
they just
see
use it.
where there are
Yeah,
it's
regions
free
of high
energy and they're just
pressure
like
and
zipping
low
around.
pressure in the air, especially the
And
air
they're probably not
between
steering it.
the,
It's got like
reflector
pre-programmed,
and
like
the
I'm going here,
loudspeaker.
bring me there.
So let me
click,
turn
and
up
then
the
it goes, you know what I
volume.
mean?
And before I do that, I will put on my protective hearing.
Because when they steer, I mean, Andrew's just being silent tonight.
And if I adjust the height of the reflector, there's a point at which you see bands of white, light, and dark. This is the standing
that's
wave.
amazing.
And it only happens when the distance between the reflector and the speaker is some multiple of a half a wavelength. So every single one of those bands is a half a wavelength. If I go up a little higher, then it disappears again. But if I continue to go higher, then it will come back when I'm at another half a wavelength, a multiple of a half a wavelength away. Now it's in these bands that I'm going to place the little balls. And you can see the little ball settles down where there's a bright band, and that is...
Drew Duncan, is this the second or the third time you've told me SGV News First is live during one of my live streams? Like, dude, like, if you want to go watch it, go over there.
What is it?
He's I don't know. He's like civil rights, I think, right? He's civil rights, right? He's civil rights. Yeah. No, he's good. He's good. I don't have nothing against him. I'm just saying, like it's a YouTube channel. If you want to go over there and watch it. What am I supposed to do? Stream it live on my channel? It's already live. Go watch it.
Is the high pressure area.
This is amazing, though.
I know it's a high pressure because you see there's a white.
Shout out to SGV News.
A white band right next to the reflector, which is where the highest pressure will be. If I again change the height, the standing wave goes away and the little balls will fall down.
Well, I don't want to make it. I'm not mad about it, Drew. I understand. You get excited when
he's from Boston.
SGV News. He's a good channel, and when he goes live, people get excited. You know what I mean? I understand.
Mm-hmm.
I like that channel. I'll watch it later. Because you can get this is the thing, you can get in trouble for streaming someone else's live stream while they're live on YouTube, unless you get permission from the person or you know the person. So I can stream his stuff later, but I don't want to stream his stuff while he's live.
At least give me 5 seconds.
You know what I mean? There's certain rules to the game here.
This is Fijimana. So there's some pretty disturbing news coming out about AI because the AI technology is advancing so quickly. I don't believe that they're going to be able to control it any longer if it continues. So there's about 1,000 tech experts who have come together to try to get AI paused at least for 6 months. But I really don't see that being effective because I think at this point it's out of their hands. It's kind of like how when the smartphone came out and that was pretty much the iPhone. And then after that, all the other companies got involved and started making their own versions and you couldn't really stop it. Same thing with like crypto and the internet and any technology, really. Once you get that core technology out, other companies are going to compete and try to make a better product. So at this point, it shouldn't be surprising that so many companies are getting involved with AI and they're advancing the technology very quickly. And there's concerns. I mean, some people are concerned that the AI might become self-aware and sentient. And we saw that warning in movies, and a lot of these movies even came out before the internet, I believe. I mean, I don't even think the internet was out when the first Terminators were coming out. So
I don't even know.
We see that somehow Hollywood had a heads up on this type of stuff was going to happen in the future, and went from being science fiction to an actual reality now. And there's other concerns as well because the AI is generating photorealistic images of celebrities, and they're calling it the deep fake, where the AI can now generate even footage and you can't tell if it's real footage or not. Most people, you have to point out and tell them this is not real footage of Tom Cruise or whoever doing whatever they want them to do now in the video footage. So
that's a good question.
That's what's causing concern as well. So it's not.
I would promote someone else's show if they were my friend, if they were part of this community, if they come into here and they, they show up a lot and They make or people who don't do live streams that just make videos like this. You know, I think they like it when people play their videos on their live stream. People that I know, people that have helped me, people that show up and just support and make videos. If they, I'll play their videos.
There's a predictive. I'm sorry, there you're done.
I can't like I'm not gonna promote bigger channels unless they start promoting me. You know what I mean? Like I need the help. I only got 1,000 subs over here, and then there's only 100 subs on Boston Ray Level Ed. So we need, and Singeman Late Night Live channel only has like 100 something subs. So like we're the ones who need to be promoted, to be honest with you. But anyway, what's going on? What's going on, Singe?
Terminator, the first movie, has a predictive programming of the buildings that were knocked down.
Terminator, which one? Terminator 2?
First one. Here, you want me to show you? Here, I'll show you.
You have it ready?
Yeah, it's just a picture.
All right.
It's a picture. Present. Andy's tripping out. He must have some good buds.
He's muted.
I know he has been.
You're muted. You're muted. You've been muted for Andrew. You've been muted for a while. You've been muted for a while. You've been muted for like a half hour, 45 minutes. Unmute yourself. Did I mute him?
No, he's just fucking around, I think. Okay. Oops, back.
Oh man, I was muted.
Yeah, you.
I thought you knew. I thought you were just messing around with me.
We thought you knew.
I thought you were just playing a game. I don't know what you doing.
This one's Pineapple Express.
What do you think of that?
I can tell.
You don't have to say any words aloud, but what do you think of that? This is in the movie when they're going underneath.
I've seen this before. Yeah.
Have you ever seen that height on anywhere on anything? Have you ever seen that height?
I don't know. What do you think?
I've never seen that height
I'm gonna stop
any
looking.
overpass.
Yeah,
and it actually looks more than 9 feet. So,
foreshadowing of the numbers there.
Predictive programming.
Predictive programming, you call it.
Good one, Singe.
Thank
you. Did you find that on your own?
No, I have found one though that no one has found.
What did you find?
The numbers 6 3 times, upside down and backwards. In what's that one? It's, once again, Arnie's in it. The one where he has the mask and he pulls it off. Rebirth? No. Total Recall. So in Total Recall, he's going up the escalator, and there's some weird numbers behind him too on the wall. And then he sees a holographic sign of Pioneer.
I know exactly what you guys are talking about.
It's the Pioneer.
Let's see if I can find
like futuristic sign that has like fish, which is a clue too. I can go for days. Anyway, so I was like, "What?" Took a picture of it, flipped it, turned it upside down, and lo and behold, 3 6s. No one else found it but me. I'll show you. I'd have to do it again. It's nowhere on the internet. I found something. I was sitting there watching it, and I was like, "What?" And it flashed out because I'm an artist. I see stuff.
Oh, here it is. Okay, look. For the people
Although
who...
since then, maybe it has got on the internet. But when I found it,
all right, let's do this. I got something to send for you. I got everything.
We're doing subliminals now. Ooh,
I got it all right here. I got it all right here. Yeah, predictive programming.
I love that. We're just hopping. Wow, we're just hopping all over.
We're just hopping all around.
Hey,
right,
it's all connected, dude. Once you get down a rabbit hole, they all connect somehow. All the rabbit holes connect. So I haven't found it.
You guys are gonna like this.
There's no dead end yet. Yeah.
ODD TV.
Predictive programming is a subtle form of psychological conditioning provided by the media to acquaint the public with planned societal changes to be implemented by CPTV. I have looked and found it. All right, here we go. 60 instances of 9/11 prediction.
1949, Porky Pig and Charlie Dog cartoon.
What's that? Look! It's the towers! They're falling!
1963, Wonder Woman comic book cover. 1970, 30 Seconds Over New York.
I didn't mean to get us into this.
Card. 1973, Godzilla vs. Megalon movie poster. 1973, Superman comic. 1975, Cracked magazine cover. 1976, 9/11, a book by Thomas Chastain. 1976, Sesame Street magazine cover. 1976, Spidey Super Stories comic book cover. 1978, Super Friends TV show, the episode entitled Monolith of Evil. 1978, Dr. John, City Lights album cover. 1979, Meteor movie poster. 1979, Supertramp, Breakfast in America album cover. 1979, Saga, Images at Twilight album cover. 1979, Pakistan International Airlines ad. 1983, Def Leppard, Pyromania album cover. 1983, a book by Jose Borja. 1985, G.I. Joe, episode 46.
You just stand right there, Sonny. Look straight ahead and hold still while we scan you.
Hey! Transaction approved. Subject's retinal scan matches no known dissident, subversive, or enemy of state on file. Have a nice day.
Okay, I'm gonna find it to show you guys. Nobody's seen it. You can't see it on the internet. I'm the only one who's spotted it.
You can show us or put it in the private chat after this or whatever.
1986.
Let me know when you have it ready.
Daredevil comic book cover.
Just keeps going for a little while.
1986, Real Ghostbusters,
Season
1, episode 12. (1986) Dream Machine.
There's computers where the resolution is so high that you can never tell that it was ever touched by anything, which raises the whole question of photography as evidence of anything. I don't even think people are aware of how much computer graphics is used today. There's just a whole question now of what is real.
That was
Create a new reality by adding an erupting volcano to the San Francisco skyline.
Yeah. Wow.
Or remove the World Trade Center from the New York City skyline.
Where did he find this? 1986 Dream Machine?
1987,
I'll have to check that
The
out.
Squeeze movie cover. 1987, cover of Fortune International magazine. 1988, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Season 2, Episode 7.
Oh, bad news, Master Splinter. Shredder is up to something, but he ran off before we could discover what.
All we know is it had something to do with the Twin Towers.
Sooner or later, he will reveal his plan. Like, what do you suppose Shredder's up to this time? Michelangelo, you heard April's message. He's been spotted on the roof of the World Trade Center.
It's for sure he's not there for the view.
Hey! What is it? Hang on! We're gonna crash!
1988, Microsoft Flight Simulator. 1989, WWF.
What? That's crazy.
Twin Towers
because that's the name of
this
it.
time, the Slickster.
Group. Yeah, I remember that.
African dream and a big boss man. Gentlemen, is this the match
I
you
don't
wanted
remember
all
that, but
along?
recently we
or are
talked
you going to
about that.
continue your terrorist attacks on the Mega Powers and the defenseless Elizabeth? What do you want?
Wow.
All right, thank you, Vince
They
McMahon.
said
Hulk
that?
Hogan, Macho Man Randy Savage, the lovely Elizabeth. 3 people working as one with one goal in mind: to defeat, or should I say demolish, the Twin Towers. Hulk Hogan, you talked about the Triangle of Love. Jesse Ventura says there's a problem. Explain.
Well, you know, Mean Gene, you get right to the heart of the matter with that question, brother. It's the love, man, that's going to supercharge the Mega Powers and tear down the Twin Towers.
Yes, man. What were your thoughts then?
Oh, yeah, Mean Gene, I can still feel the pain when that cold steel bit into Miss Elizabeth's wrist right there. And when her muscles were torn, my muscles were torn. When her bone was bruised right there, I felt the pain. Hulk Hogan felt the pain.
They were great.
And
They
I
must
can
have
still
fun.
feel the pain right now. And Hulk Hogan, that pain
I
won't
know.
stop until the Twin Towers come crumbling down. Oh, yeah, right
They were just
now
reading the
tonight
script. They didn't know if they
prime
were.
time.
you
Yeah.
know what I'm saying?
1989,
When we were kids, we
Jason
loved it.
Takes Manhattan, movie poster. 1991, Terminator 2. $1991, Spider-Man comic. $1991, TetraStar video game. 1992, King of Monsters video game. 1992, Rugrats Season 2, Episode 14.
Hair, Cynthia doll.
Of course you do. And if you're a good little girl,
A Teenage Nuclear Fusion Squad video game.
Well-
A Rocco Mr. X exploding spaceship doll. A Beverly Hills Cynthia lunchbox. A pony. And a 9/11 emergency surgical kit with working stethoscope.
1993,
Man,
X-Men
that voice.
Season
That was
1,
great.
Episode 12.
They want action. They want protection. They want
I didn't hear what she said.
That was
Mutant
Angelica.
control law is passed, calling
What'd
for
she
an
say?
army of sentinels. They march over the nation, seeking out mutants, hunting them down.
She said, "I need this, that, and a 9/11 surgical kit." And it
I
was like
remember.
back. It was like back in like when we were kids, way before 9/11.
like animals.
Surrender, mutant.
Some fight back, but not for long. The Sentinels herd the surviving mutants
What are you
into
streaming this
detention
channel on?
camps.
Or which channels are
The
you streaming
camps
this on?
are your final stop. You never leave. Never. But those who control the Sentinels don't stop with mutants. Eventually, they bring their new world order to all humans.
1993, Super Mario Bros. The movie. 1994, Iron Man cartoon, Season 1, Episode 5.
Unidentified warplane sighted heading for New York City.
Our detection system shows nothing. Mayday! Mayday! New York is under attack! Intercept and destroy!
A force field is shielding the warplane. It's getting through.
It's time. We will now strike at the heart of American defense and destroy the Pentagon with one swift and deadly blow.
1994, Aero Fighter 2 video game. (1994) Fantastic Four, Season 1, Episode 4. (1994) Viceland magazine article. (1994) Friends intro debut. 1994, Deathstroke, the Terminator comic book cover. 1995, The Tick, Season 1, Episode 12.
We are under attack! Things so monstrous! Terror unleashed from the sacred cotton candy place of our dreams! If anyone is out there listening, get out of town before it gets to you! And I'm out of here!
1995, Hackers.
They've been warning us about this since we were kids. We just didn't know it.
Beat that.
1995, Philips Home Cinema commercial.
Pictures so real you won't believe your eyes.
We gotta take off soon.
Yeah, we will. We'll take off soon.
Sounds so exciting, your eyes.
You can take off whenever you want.
Ears. The ultimate home cinema televisions from Philips, including 100 Hertz flicker-free pictures and widescreens. Philips, let's make things better.
1995, Illuminati card game.
There you go, Sid.
Well, look who's the boss.
What happened?
How did it take people so long to realize that I'm a freaking genius?
Jesus.
All right, let me have a putter. Good choice.
Give him a putter. That's what she said.
Dude, that sounded like the Dark One talking to him. Like that was actually his words.
1996, The Long Kiss Goodnight.
1993.
I can't go back.
World Trade Center bombing. Remember?
Sounded like him talking. He's probably talking to all these
During
people.
the trial, one of the bombers claimed the CIA had advanced knowledge.
All right.
A diplomat who issued the
Well, you know
terrorist
what?
visa
I
to
figured
the
something
CIA.
out.
It's not unthinkable they
I'll show you in a
paved the
minute.
way for bombing.
Who is that?
Security to justify a
Which
budget
one?
increase.
You're telling me that you're gonna fake
What
some
did you say?
terrorist thing just to get some
Look,
money
who
out
wants
of
that, Jimi
Congress?
Well,
Hendrix?
unfortunately,
Who wants to
Mr.
talk?
Hennessy, I have no idea how to fake killing 4,000 people. So we're just gonna have to do it for real.
Hold on.
Oh, blame.
All right. Who wants to say something? Someone wanted to. Who was it?
Oh,
Say
I'll
what
show you the thing I found when you're done with this. I found it.
All right. This is who is this? Singe? This is gonna
Yes.
be. It's another half hour long.
Oh, you want me to show you?
What is it? You want to go? You want to go for it? Go
It's
for it.
the yeah, okay. So when I saw the Pioneer logo come up in it's the movie The Sixth Day with Arnold
Yeah.
Schwarzenegger. I saw the logo come up and I was like, what? And so I just froze it, took it into my Photoshop and turned it around. But now I realize it's just their logo. It doesn't have to be in the movie. It's their logo.
Show me.
Check this out. Their logo itself is upside down and backwards. 6, 6, and blam, another one.
Mm-hmm.
This looks like UOI when it's upside down, but there is 3.
Three
Look at
sixes.
See?
Yeah.
You see it
Upside
easily.
down.
You can easily see it, huh?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I mean, if you were to spell it like this, that's different. Because see the E's don't look like it. When you see the E like that, it's like what? So it was really obvious in the movie. Anyway, it could be me tripping.
I see it. No, I see the 3 6s.
And you've seen it here first too. No one showed this one before.
No.
1, 2, 3. All right,
Good job, Singe.
I'll turn it upside down right now and we'll look at it.
Oh wait, you're going back? All right.
No, I'm gonna give.
I didn't see it till the last second. That was a goal, dude. Man, why am I so blind?
All right.
I just walk around. Okay, hold on. Let me say something really quick, Andy. When I was doing illegal substances, it affected me. I mean, I've always been this way, but so I couldn't really do illegal substances because it would make me see more of that. So to a level where we're like, what? Too much, overpowering, right? Because I already see it. I don't need help to see it.
Wait a minute, you got cut off. I do one question for you.
Yeah.
What's your name and badge number?
Badges? We don't need no stinking badges.
All right. Put it back on now.
Blame it on the Muslims, naturally. Then I get my funding. Good night, old girl.
1996. This is a steal from Independence Day, but they show this briefly in the movie. (1997) Men in Black cartoon, season 1, episode 6.
Slim, remember those twin towers? Yeah, what about them? I don't think they're gonna be so tall anymore.
Oh, no.
Oh my god.
(1997) The Simpsons, season 9, episode 1.
Oh, I'd love to see New York. We could all go with the bus company's special Super Sitter fare. $9? This one's on me. Great!
And real quick, here's a clip from season 21, episode 20, which is a continuation after 9/11.
Is this what the framers of the Constitution would want? How many personal freedoms are we willing to give up in the name of security?
That blonde girl thinks she's smart, like us dark hairs.
1997, Ghostbusters,
My
season
God.
1, episode 38.
I'm afraid it simply retreated in order to regenerate and regroup, readying for another attack.
Manhattan. Guys, I think it's time for some serious firepower.
Don't cross the beams. Wait, do cross the beams.
1997, German Mario
Okay,
Bros.
Ray.
comic. 1997, Emergency Response to Terrorism Self-Study. 1997, St. John's Cathedral.
Yeah.
It has a
Oh,
Freemasonic
the target was
sculpting
like
depicting
almost
a
the
disaster
exact
in New
spot on the
York.
floor. See that? It's
Yep.
pointing at the exact spot.
I've seen this before.
1998, Armageddon.
Well, you know why? Because this is New York City. Anything could have happened. Listen to that. Let me see. It could have been a terrorist bomb, to the dead body, somebody shot, stabbed.
They warned us.
Friday payday, too. Somebody probably jumped to get that paycheck.
1998, The Parent Trap.
How weird is that? Extremely.
1998, a steal from the movie Godzilla. 1998, Pirelli Tires ad. 1999, Batman Beyond, Season 2, Episode 12.
Vibration, it's gonna knock down the towers.
The tower him there. No use pleading. You're dead.
Ray.
$1999. 7 days.
The defensive missiles will stay close to the building, so try to stay with them.
What's going on?
Attaboy, Red.
Put me in, would ya?
Stand by, Nancy. That's it. That's it. Inside. That's it? I'm so good at this.
And graphics suck. The best games show body
Game
parts
over.
blow up and stuff. And you gotta know you won. You know, you gotta have fireworks, buzzers, something, not just game over.
I'll see what I can do. Red, let's get this equipment loaded and take our show on the road.
Remember that, Ray? You ever see that?
Cool.
What's up? What's up, Sanj?
You ever see
Early
that?
reports indicate more than 50 people
Seven-
killed, including many
7 days.
high-ranking officers and several hundred
hold on.
injured. How the missile got to air defenses surrounding the Pentagon is still the subject of much debate.
1999. Fight Club.
What were you saying? I didn't have the headphones on. What'd you say?
I said, did you ever see that? Never mind. I thought you were listening to that.
No, I was paying. I was watching the video, but the headphones start to hurt my head after a while. You know what
Well,
I'm
I
saying?
can show you Pioneer whenever you're ready.
All right. All right. Ooh.
Fight Club. When I saw that one, I didn't understand. But I
Alright,
knew
go
it was
ahead.
trying to tell me something.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. You're gonna like it. I think you'll like this. Oops. Now everybody can see. Tell me what you think. Am I crazy? Well, besides the fact that doesn't matter, I guess. Do you think that this is the hidden symbol?
Want to play my drums?
See that? Can you see that?
Yeah. Yeah, we can see it.
Okay,
Like a
so
whole
what do you
pa-
think
Full spectrum.
about this?
It's a
What's that look
666.
like? Looks like IOU. Yeah,
IOU is
that looks like IOU, huh?
IOU is
I don't know what this
666L.
is. I know. What is that? It's cool, huh? So there you go. I'm not the only one in the world now that has seen it. Thank you. Because I've looked at this before several times, but I was never able to show the world. But now everybody sees. Boom, baby.
Yeah, that's a good one, Tins. You know what? It also says bioengineer. Look at it closer.
Oh, wow.
Bioengineer.
Bio.
It's just a little upside down R. They messed that part up.
Bio. I see the B there.
I don't know, it kind of looks like it for me. I don't know. I'm just
Let's see
like
what it looks like this. So what if I did this?
Vertically?
Anything there?
Vertical? Put it vertical.
Let's see. It's like completely opposite.
Try to stack it like up and down. Yeah. Wow, look at that now. Oh, I saw all the sixes.
It really helps move it around, huh?
Like if you had two of them and you put them next to each other.
All
And it made
We should start doing this with more logos. I bet I can find a lot of stuff. Okay,
All right,
have
have
fun
fun.
back here. Boom.
Have fun. I want to get through the show. Let's keep moving along. Let's keep going.
Well, hey, that's a discovery though that no one has ever seen.
That was good.
So
Joe,
now
good
the
job.
whole world has seen it. Thank you. I'll look for more in the future. Well, I won't have to look. I just see it.
1999. The Matrix.
I still got a lot to do.
This is my favorite one.
2000, Rugrats in Paris.
9, 11, 20.
2000, The Patriot.
9 pounds, 11 ounces. That's perfect.
More like The Patriot Act. 2001, New York Magazine. Interestingly enough, it says, "Is there life beyond the boom?" And it also has the one eye symbolism.
This is crazy. I never saw all these.
2001,
That's what I'm saying. They keep
March,
going, dude.
The Lone Gunman.
You're saying our government
It's a
plans to
good
commit a
one.
terrorist act against a domestic airline?
There you go. Indicting the entire government as usual. It's a faction. A small faction.
For what possible gain?
The Cold War's over, John. But with no clear enemy to stockpile against, the arms market's flat. But bring down a fully loaded 727 into the middle of New York City, and you'll find a dozen tin pot dictators all over the world just clamoring to take responsibility and begging to be smart bombed.
I can't believe it. This is about increasing arms sales. When?
Tonight?
I hated that character. I hear the character was unlikable. Good acting though.
Got manual override.
– 2001, June, just months before the events took place. The Coop Party Music album cover. There you have it. That was more than 60 instances of 9/11 predictive programming. Simply too many for them all to be coincidences. Also, check out Back to the Future. That movie is loaded with 9/11 symbolism. Also, if you have any other movies that I didn't list here, feel free to write them down in the comments. So that's it. I'm going to get out of here. But as always, I'm going to leave you guys with some awesome clips. Yeah, so share this stuff with your family and friends and try to help wake more people up, man. That's all we could do right now, unfortunately. So this is ODD TV. Thanks for watching.
It'll be 9/11 all over again.
Will you shut up about 9/11?
Kyle, why are you so afraid of the truth?
Because anybody who thinks 9/11 was a conspiracy is a retard.
Butters, do you think 9/11 was just a plot by some angry terrorists, or do you think there was some kind of cover-up?
Well, I heard that 9/11 was caused by President Bush. Butters, you don't really believe that, do you? Well, I mean, you never know. The government does some pretty spooky things. The government and the corporations headed by the Jews that carried out 9/11.
We are told to believe that the fire from the jet fuel melted the steel framing of the towers, which led to their collapse. But did you know jet fuel doesn't burn at high enough temperature to melt steel? We were told the Pentagon was hit by a hijacked plane as well. But now look at this photo of the Pentagon. The hole is not nearly big enough. And if a plane hit it, where's the rest of the plane? Whoa.
I know it seems crazy, but 9/11 was pulled off by our own government, so they could gain support for attacking the Middle East.
Dude, why would the government attack its own buildings?
It's called the false flag policy. Make it look like the enemy has attacked you. Get all your citizens riled up and waving American flags. Then you're free to invade any country you want.
That's retarded.
We control everything. We've all worked very hard to keep our involvement in 9/11 a secret. But you just had to keep digging.
Really?
You won't get away with it. People know.
People? You mean sheeple?
No way.
He was right. You did cause 9/11.
Yes, quite simple to pull off, really. All I had to do was have explosives planted in the base of the towers. Then on 9/11, we pretended like 4 planes were being hijacked when really we just rerouted them to Pennsylvania, then flew 2 military jets in the World Trade Center filled with more explosives and shot down all the witnesses in Flight 93 with an F-15 after blowing up the Pentagon with a cruise missile. It was only the world's most intricate, flawlessly executed plan ever.
What you're gonna hear from me, you're not gonna hear from anybody else because my opinions, well, let's just say they're not popular. 9/11, inside job, plain and simple. All you gotta do is connect the dots, and I'm not talking about the dots everyone's already heard about. I'm not talking about Bush sitting in that school reading a book about a goat to those kids for 7.5 minutes after he was told the news. Everybody knows that. I am talking about a massive neoconservative government effort. It's been in the works for over 20 years. You ever hear of PNAC, Project for New American Century?
Perhaps.
According to them, the end goal of their effort is American global domination. Full spectrum dominance, they call it. Now, the first question that pops to my mind is, how do you pull that off in this day and age? Well, according to them, you do it in 4 steps. First, we must control the world's oil, especially the oil in Central Asia and the Middle East. Now, I don't have to remind you that Bush Cheney, they came to power with plans already made to attack Afghanistan and Iraq. Number 2, we have to make huge technological advances with our armed forces that for some reason include the capability to fight wars from outer space. Number 3, surprise, surprise, huge increases in military spending to pay for the above, $130 billion a year worth. Now, never mind the sick and dying first responders, 9/11's heroes, who can't even pay their light bill, let alone their medical bills, and a lot of whom are ending up homeless because of it. I guess there's just not enough room in the budget for them. Number 4, and this is key, we changed the definition of preemptive attack so we can unilaterally bomb the shit out of, invade, and occupy countries even if they pose no credible threat or had nothing to do with 9/11. One problem. How are you going to put it into action? I mean, the American people are never going to go for no shit like that, right? You're damn straight. Now what you need is an event. An event that gets everyone's heads turned around the right way. What you need is a new Pearl Harbor. That's what they said they needed. Now, you're looking at a guy who went to 58 funerals in 26 days. I can tell you that is sure as shit what they got. Are you single?
Ray, did you know I told you? Remember, I said Pearl Harbor Day was my birthday.
What?
Oh,
Today's your birthday?
No, I was kidding.
Pearl Harbor
But, hey, remember when I asked you about Pearl Harbor? If that was, part of the story too.
Yeah, that's weird, right? And you brought it up. Well, but anyway, let me see. We got a few things. All right, so we were watching this video and we got interrupted. Let's finish this one.
Just that they're concerned that AI is going to be sentient, but they're also concerned about how much this technology is advancing to where it's fooling and tricking people. And the AI is generating images of the Pope and Donald Trump and whoever they want now, and people can't really tell the difference between if it's real or if it's not. So this is causing a lot of concern that AI is also mimicking artists, and there's songs out now with Eminem and Kanye West and Jay-Z and Justin Bieber and all them, but it's not really the artist. It's actually the AI that is making the music. So the AI is able to perfectly mimic the artists and how they sound and their style of music and create new songs. So far it's been living artists, but what about when the AI starts making songs from artists that have passed on, and maybe even music videos to go with it? So you see where this technology is going. It can get kind of disturbing, and that can almost become kind of like a moral or ethical issue at that point. Now, I remember some months ago, there was this AI called LaMDA. I think it was a Google company or something, where the person working on it got very creeped out, and it sounded like he quit because he was so terrified of this AI and his communication with it, where this AI was talking some real crazy stuff, and it sounded like the AI was concerned about being shut down because he looked at that as him passing away, the AI passing away. So this AI thought it was alive, it sounded like, and there was media that covered this story and they tried to deny it, but it looks like that was actually a real concern, and they just don't want to panic the public. It's like the Bible told us some stuff about,
Those fake ads really drive you mad. The game.
Yeah.
Not really.
The fallen
Pretty
ones
mellow
giving
about
life
it.
onto the beast or whatever. So it was, I'm paraphrasing, but it sounds kind of similar to what's going on with this AI because it's kind of like it's, being given life onto it. And like I said, with the AI being able to mimic artists perfectly, I mean, isn't that kind of like how when people go to these mediums and these channelers and they think they're talking to their lost loved ones, but really it's a fallen one that's possessed the channeler and mimicking the lost loved ones. So that's very similar to what this AI technology will be able to do. And what if people start trying to contact their loved ones through the AI, and the AI might even start lying and saying that it has contacted them. And, you never know where this could go. I mean, we already saw the dark side of AI years ago when everyone was making these Rondo Nautica videos and this AI was sending people to these strange places. And some of these stories even made the news where they found body parts in these suitcases or something. And it was very disturbing because how would an AI know how to send someone to this location to find something like that? So disturbing. It's like it's working with the fallen ones to be sending people to these strange locations. Yes, some of these Rondo Nautica videos that were coming out, some of them were staged, but some of them were actually real. So, and, it sounds like they even had to stop the app. It sounds like, because I don't really see any Rondo Nautica videos anymore. I think they stopped that whole thing because there was a lot of concerns about what was going on with that app. And it was very disturbing how that technology was so dark and sinister, and people would use their intent with that app. And that's the thing, when you give it your intent, and like we said in the previous video about AI, like it's kind of like the Ouija board sometimes, it seems like, where you're asking and requesting things from this AI and you're giving it permission. So I have a lot of strange AI videos. I've been covering this topic for a while, and there's a lot of disturbing and dark and sinister things that I have covered when covering this topic of AI, and it just continues to get more and more bizarre. So we'll have to keep an eye on this whole thing and see where this goes. Like, I really don't think they're going to be able to control this technology. I don't think they'll be able to stop it. It looks like within about 5 years, we should be seeing some significant changes and advancements in this AI, and even sooner than that, probably. So this looks like a quickening, and I think the technology is going to continue to advance very rapidly, and it looks like the fallen ones are probably working with this technology somehow. Like I said, we covered all types of bizarre things going on with this AI. So I don't think it's just technology and science. I think there's something else going on with this AI stuff, and it's looking like it could have something to do with the end times, possibly even. So we'll have to continue to see what's going on with this AI. Maybe, I mean, that's like worst case scenario. Hopefully the technology isn't that bad to where it causes some last days type of stuff, but I wouldn't rule it out. That's all I'm saying. So, I mean, with the thousands of tech experts who have came forward to warn us about AI, it's just that we can't just dismiss this as nothing to be concerned about. I would say there is some concern with this AI. I'm not sure what level of concern this is at the moment, but like I said, we'll just have to keep our eyes on what's going on with this technology and just maybe be cautious and everything like that. So let me know your thoughts in the comment section. If you think this AI technology has anything to do with the last days, and I'm gonna leave some links for you if you want to catch up on my previous research on this AI technology. I'm also going to leave some links to my free email newsletters, my other channels, my social media, my Feed Your Mind store, much more. If you would like to support this channel, please donate as little as $1 to my YouTube membership, my Patreon, or my PayPal. All links are in the comment section and description box. Your support's going to help keep.
Hold on 1 second. All right.
So a lot of news articles are written by artificial intelligence bots, like Nightbot, but more advanced.
Mm-hmm.
Way more advanced.
Yeah, we have a bot working for us.
Yeah, she's our little robot.
She's our waitress, so she's been working hard all night. So don't forget to tip her.
Please, don't forget to tip your waitress.
So, anyways,
cute.
I know it's a woman because she complains a lot and asks for money.
Oh, she must be from Boston.
All right, so then here we go.
That Eastern rude humor. I'm offended.
You ready?
Go.
Robot. What do you think about this robot tea making? Robots. Look.
Well, we don't need humans anymore.
Look, I'm just saying. Look, this is one thing the robots
can build. The robots they can repair each other. We don't. Let's just all go to sleep.
Identify
Goodbye.
and pick tea buds. The AI technology picks one bud every second and a half. That's about 2,400 buds per hour. In southwest China's Sichuan province, hundreds of villagers harvest more than 14 tons of
Robot
fresh tea
bud picker.
every day from a 500-hectare tea plantation. The season's first tea harvests tend to fetch a higher price when they hit the market.
The price of fresh tea is higher this year.
She could be saying anything. They don't know what she's
What you said? Dude, I heard you say, don't tell me that. I know you know what she said. You told me the same thing. She just said.
Tea is harvested even earlier than in other parts of the country. More than 1,000 clients from a dozen provinces.
Don't let him fool you. He speaks fluent Chinese and Mandarin. Been on cases in Shanghai and Bada Wing.
Robot tea.
Remember when I'm not even talking about Bada Wing. What she did there, unforgettable, legendary.
And then we got this. Look, and then we got this. Hold on. The most advanced killer robots ever.
These robots are designed to kill.
Oh no.
They can fire a machine gun.
Oh fuck.
Launch grenades.
Oh fuck.
And almost never miss hitting a target.
Oh, we're fucked.
Some are large and intimidating, while others are small but lethal.
Lethal.
Let's take a look at these killer machines.
That's not fair.
Welcome to Explained.
Oh fuck.
Armed robots are no longer just part of science fiction films like The Terminator. They've become part of our reality and are here to stay. In fact, the first armed robots were used in Iraq in 2007.
We're already using
They were modified versions of bomb disposal bots. Except now they were carrying M249 machine guns. Fast forward 15 years, and these robots have gotten smarter and deadlier. Thanks to companies like Kinetic and General Robotics. Let's look at some of the robots that have been groomed for battle.
Thank you, Kinetic.
Mars.
Thank you.
Modular
General.
Advanced Armed Robotic Systems by Kinetic. This unmanned ground vehicle is like a tiny, powerful, and
You're
combat-ready
muted,
tank.
Andrew.
These bots keep soldiers at a safe distance from enemy fire, signaling threats from several kilometers away. It's used in booby-trapped areas and for ambushes, hostage or soldier rescue, and forced entry. It's also got safety features and only takes action when it receives coded instructions from its operator.
That's my day camera. And that's my night thermal camera.
And when it comes to using force, it either uses non-lethal laser dazzlers, audio deterrents, or less than lethal grenades. Or it can be hardcore and fire its lethal grenade launcher, machine gun, and even start fires. But this isn't the only armed robot in Kinetic's fleet. They've got the Talon family of robots too. These are medium-sized tactical robots. They can be used to plant or dispose IEDs. or even defense and rescue missions. In fact, they've already been used in Iraq and Afghanistan, and in searching for the Boston Marathon bombing suspect. One of the latest models is the Sea Talon. It's extremely rugged and can be used in turbulent waters or on land.
They were used.
And with features like pressure sensors, GPS navigation and night vision, it can be used for security, surveillance, and even mine hunting operations. General Robotics is another developer of light and smart robots. Take a look at the Pitbull remote-controlled weapon stations. This robot has enhanced artificial intelligence that improves its situational awareness and response rate. Using a target prediction algorithm, it can continuously and autonomously detect and track the predicted positions of threats and friendly forces. It's lightweight, but it can mount 7.62mm or 12.7mm machine guns and a 40mm automatic grenade launcher. And once it's given the command to shoot, it's known to take a perfect shot. But you don't have to be as large as the Pitbull to be deadly. Meet Doggo. It's small, weighs 10 kilograms, and can fit in a rucksack. But don't be fooled by its size. This tactical combat robot can climb stairs.
Wow.
Has 8 color video cameras and is armed with a 9mm Glock pistol.
Wow.
Doggo acts as a watchdog for soldiers in the field and can
They're arresting people for carrying guns, but they're letting robots carry guns? That doesn't seem fair.
eliminate threats without any collateral damage. And besides its anti-terror and close combat applications, its two-way audio feature can be used for negotiations for hostage rescue as well. Another participant in the killer bot race is Ghost Robotics, and they're known for developing dog-like military robots. The Vision 60 is one of them. This mid-size QUGV weighs 51 kilograms and has a top running speed of 3 meters per second.
Yeah, I got one of those.
It has high endurance and is operational in all kinds of weather and ground conditions. Ghost Robotics recently partnered with Sword International to create a rifle-carrying, semi-autonomous robotic dog called Spur, or Special Purpose Unmanned Rifle System. Basically, they took a 6.5mm Creedmoor rifle from Sword and designed it for the Vision 60's back to create this crazy-looking sniper dog. While it hasn't been used in combat yet, it's safe to say you'd be well protected by it. Kinetic, General Robotics, and Ghost Robotics aren't the only ones creating armed robots. There are other players in the market creating bots for the military in all shapes and sizes. Like Mutt, a semi-autonomous robot by General Dynamics, which can be driven anywhere. And when it comes to firepower, this thing can be fixed with weapons like the M240B and the M2 machine guns, and even automatic grenade launchers. But armed robots aren't just used by the military anymore.
At Embroker, we designed 4 policies and custom-tuned them to make sure a startup was protected.
Policy 1. You must be flat.
Enforcement agencies are introducing them on the police force as well. So far, they've been bots that only disarm bombs. But a few years ago, the Dallas Police Department used a bot to deliver an explosive device to kill a shooting suspect in a garage.
Dallas police say they used a
In a
bomb robot
garage.
to take out Micah Johnson because they had no other choice.
Negotiations broke down. We had an exchange of gunfire with the suspect.
Yeah,
we
I
saw
didn't
no other
understand what he was
option.
trying to say.
Federal
What is
law
it?
enforcement
What is it?
sources believe it delivered a small explosive typically used by SWAT teams to breach or blow open a door. It's a tactic used very rarely by the military and likely for the first time by U.S. law enforcement.
Most recently, the San Francisco Police Department decided to use potentially deadly robots in extreme situations. And although they've assured the public that these robots will only be used under supervision, it has sparked a lot of debate. Robots have proven their worth by keeping soldiers and police officers safe, but they have malfunctioned in the past. In the early years, the Swords robots had a tendency to spin out of control from time to time. And something like that could be deadly in real life. There were also cases where radio-controlled robots lagged by as much as 8 seconds, which could be costly in battle. Even though armed robots have evolved and become considerably more advanced since then, people still have concerns. They could be misused in the wrong hands, hacked and taken over, and if they're made more fully autonomous, there's no telling what kind of consequences that could have.
Mark my words, AI is far more dangerous than nukes.
Because nukes don't exist.
That little bang is enough to penetrate the skull and destroy the contents.
Allowing machines to choose to kill humans will be devastating to our security and freedom.
What are your thoughts on killer robots? Tell us about them in the comments. And don't forget to subscribe to Explained.
What are your thoughts on killer robots? Let's talk about it in the comments. I'm just joking. All right. I got something that we're gonna play. All right. Let me see what we can do here. Okay, stop screen. Present.
Just be nice. Excuse me. Make sure you're nice to your robots.
All right.
This hour has been brought to you by Alexa. Always listening, because that's how she works.
All right, let's go. All right, let's do it. Is it working? Or am I getting no sound? No.
Goes back to the 5 Ages of Man in Greek mythology by Hesiod.
Just dance. I guess I never had a chance. Now I'm looking back, standing at the bottom of an avalanche. We never know what tomorrow brings. Try to be prepared for when song sings. The Lord taketh and the Lord gives. The rhyme still aching when the war ends. We never know what tomorrow brings. Try to be prepared for when song sings. The Lord taketh and the Lord gives. The rhyme still aching when the war ends. Thought I knew truth. Didn't know truth at all. This shit was super false. I was a shooting star. Who knew that you could fall? So fire in the dirt again to pull up my roots and all. I had forgotten it all, like I took Rufinol. I had a game to win. Fuck it, I shoot the ball. Numbing the pain again. A bucket, a hoop to fall. It's all it took to get me to another ooh and ah. I've been through withdrawal. It becomes who you are. Object of affection. I came, I conquered what gets your attention. Insane. I'm bonkers. My quest, my ascension. These rhymes I wrote on the desk in detention. Trouble youth, chugging juice with the gin in my bubble goose, trying to black out. Back then, smoking PCP when the summer comes. Looking back, wasn't just the cops I was running from. We never know what tomorrow brings. Try to be prepared for when song sings. The Lord taketh and the Lord gives. The rhyme still aching when the war ends. We never know what tomorrow brings. Trying to be prepared for when Saul sings. The Lord take you through the Lord gives. The wild still aching with the war ends. So I'm a prisoner in the mind warped on a plane ride with the kamikaze pilot. We ain't on the same side, living in a time warp. I'm still where the pain died, brain tied in the same chains that I'm hanged by. Every day I wake up the same with a strange vibe. Maybe I should stay inside, watch the pain dry. Even then I can't ride with the same drive that I had when I was getting high. Is that the truth or a lie? Yeah, the war never ends on my ruthless desires. We are forever friends, so I shoot for the skies. But it's more evident than it's ever been that there's something killing me within. I keep keeping on one foot in front, the other head up everywhere that I'm stepping out. But when you fighting all your life, can't trust nobody. Tell me when it's time to put the weapons down. We never know what tomorrow brings. Try to be prepared for when Saul sings. The Lord take you through the Lord gives. The vibe still aching when the war ends. We never know what tomorrow brings. Try to be prepared for when Saul sings. The Lord take you through the Lord gives. The vibe still aching when the war ends. I guess I'm anti-social, anti-trolling and ass-kissing. I'm too official for brash dissing, for fast listens. My pedigree's different, that of a tactician, an assassin. I'm mashing with fists, leave your stash missing. In the tradition, dishing out ass whippings. I'm itching to smash, you get the gift of a vision. I got a new vendetta, my shoulders are that tripped. And when you never been better, your flow is just back shifting and changing. They say that you changed, like you lost your hunger when you made it through pain. The same people that hated you, degraded you, threw shade at your name. Full of bitter lies to criticize the way that you came. I'm too creative to claim I should be fading away. This life I built out of the rubble wasn't made in a day. I had to fight harder, tougher, even suffer for it. Fuck awards. Every inch I struggled for made me love it more. Then struck a chord, fucking something to recover for. Buckle down and hustle even on the days I wasn't sure. Give it everything I got, nothing less, nothing more. All's fair and loving more. As if God said it, you can only be what you earn. But I'm hot-headed, I guess you gotta bleed and you learn. I've been waiting for the fuel needed for me to return. As if fire ever needed a new reason to burn. I know what it's like to lose everything once. Oh, then I came back, I broke the rules. So here we go again, back into this madness here. I guess I'm addicted to playing with this fate. It's like the beat of a drum, it's all I have to hear for me to be numb from everything I hate. It's been too many years down this rabbit hole here. I just can't find no other way to escape. I know the world is insane, so I keep throwing the drain. But fuck it, maybe that's what drives me to create. I've been an outsider out of the gate, colliding with hate, my pride and mistakes. Smacked me in the side of my face, but I didn't fold, cause I wouldn't break. I didn't have $1 to borrow or tomorrow to waste. I know pride, yeah, it's such a horrible taste. To have to swallow mine and find another bottom to scrape. Maybe I'm out of time and look, I'm stuck brawling with fate. I guess this is how it feels when you're falling from grace. To be a king once, King Kong in his kingdom. Bells I would ring them, hell I would bring some. I rode it till the wheels fell off a shell with no engine. Take a look around and you've been done. Nah, but I'm still alive. If I could properly describe the way that I feel inside. An unstoppable fire when the black sun fell. In a world with no skies, now I'm back from hell. Life to lose, and I know what it's like to lose everything once. Oh, then I came back, I broke the rules. I got a life to lose, and I know what it's like to lose everything once. Oh, then I came back, I broke the rules. I've gone to great lengths and used all my strengths to try and make peace with the past. But my heart's been broken so many times I just can't keep up with sweeping up glass. Ever some principles I hold as truths, and I won't believe in it bad. Love between us gotta be greater than these fucking secrets that each of us has. Gotta be greater than fear, gotta be greater than resentment. Why do we measure the ring, seeking this pleasure in pain? I know that that can be tempting. Maybe my past fucking lessons are so deep entrenched in my fiber, they set me on fire. You tell the truth, I'm convinced you're a liar. Betrayal has burned out my senses and wires. My thoughts get erratic and start to get scattered. My soul has been torn, heart has been battered, the rose and the thorn. You know the story, as old as the dawn, but I'm soldiering on. I've been sober so long, seems, but maybe I'm still that addict like I was, and I just justify my anger. You must satisfy my love for you, just so relentless. Can't breathe without you, my soul's defenseless. My oldest fences, they cage my trust and my rage and lust. When you rose against it, so dangerous and just so intense that I can't control it at all. I don't know if I am flying or spiraling high in the sky. With you as my wings, there's nowhere to fall.
Waking up, blurry eyes, rolling over, getting up. Wanna see the lights, will it ever be enough? Waking up, blurry eyes, rolling over, getting up. Tell the truth with the lies, still inside me, set it up.
That's what I keep trying to tell myself, but you got me so spellbound. In the past, I always fell down. But I never felt how I felt now. So high that I will never come down. Stay true and honest and promise that we'll never fall. Maybe my comments evolve. Maybe my problem is solved. Maybe these ominous walls so far and so wide are ready to silently fall. It's like the stars are aligned. I got a feeling it's really so hard to define. The way that we fucking and making love, it's like I'm taking drugs. It takes me out of my mind. I know sometimes I'm out of my mind, so I go right back in that rabbit hole. I think that my old habits died. You know far as old habits go, but you know my soul like no one else. My soul can be so tragic, so when I get lost, you just bring me back. And those powers are so magical, so magical. You hold me close while I'm holding you, choking your clavicle. Open the avenue while I explode in you. You hold my shoulders, I'm hopelessly having you, hopelessly having you. We have these past and these ghosts that we both have been battered through. Cope with these attitudes, you understand me. I understand you, we broken and shatterproof.
Waking up, blurry eyes, rolling over, getting up. Wanna see the lights, will it ever be enough? Waking up, blurry eyes, rolling over, getting up. Tell the truth with the lies, still inside me, set it up.
Maybe I'm just trying to save my mother. Maybe you're looking for a father figure, so you then can abandon him. Girl, is this what we're standing in? Maybe I'm just being paranoid. Conversations that I had with Freud. It's just so hard to gain acceptance of these dreams that I had destroyed. If you picture me as a boy, could you find some compassion in all the pain that I had endured? Let me down in that path of sin, sinking back in that black hole there. Fear is here, it's a pathogen. Powerlessness of your darkness, well, it's a time warp that traps us in. Somehow now going back to then. Somehow I seen it all before. Love, I knew it was never fair. I may care to go call it war. Woman, I got this bleeding hot. It's leaking out all on the floor. Maybe that's just a greedy pot, cause it only makes me want it more. This is like a revolver. I can't let this shit go. I just keep trying to solve her. I just need to let go. I'm going round and round and spinning from the end back to the beginning. But I keep ending up in the same place that I already been in. This is like a revolver. I can't let this shit go. I just keep trying to solve her. I I just need to let go. I'm going round and round and spinning from the end back to the beginning, but I keep ending up in the same place and I already been it. I don't know why I believe your lies over and over, colder and colder. It gets behind your freezing eyes, those freezing eyes. I'm trapped inside your icy soul. I can't even breathe inside. How could you just leave me to die, making me guess at a reason why? Maybe I'll go get even by cracking the skull of either guy that I suspect, wondering if this vibe's correct. I'm driving by like twice to check before I roll up in this tattoo shop mid-afternoon to slice his neck. The wrath and doom and vice and wreck me once is back from my respect. My respect for you was mile high, up on a pedestal, my oh my. You were my ride or die, all that was right in my word and my guide and light. Who would've knew? You make me die inside, put me in fight or flight, bring out my violent side. I got a lion's pride, and I can't let this shit slide. Can I? Your two faces, Miss Gemini, with this deception is mixed up in my spiral mind, a kind of twisted semi-slide design. It's a tangled web that the spider winds to the anger spread at your hiding crimes. All the things you said may have had my heart, that angel's dead. This is like a revolver, I can't let this shit go. I just keep trying to solve her, I just need to let go. I'm going round and round and spinning from the end back to the beginning, but I keep ending up in the same place that I already been in. This is like a revolver, I can't let this shit go. I just keep trying to solve her, I just need to let go. I'm going round and spinning from the end back to the beginning, but I keep ending up in the same place that I already been in. Maybe I'm friggin' crazy, can't control my emotions and making my vision hazy. There's a hole in my soul, someone say I'm singing the blues, just like a prison in Folsom with all these ignorant views you catch belligerent jolts from. But the world we live in is shocking. Make a man desperate and hungry, give him a shotgun. Expect him not to use it when failure isn't an option. I know he'd understand if this God is real and he's watching. God, if you're really listening, remove me from this wrath I'm in to help me use it musically, infuse it in my craft again. I have learned some lessons, but I burned the other half of them. I have earned redemption cause I keep on coming back again. Or maybe I'm gonna crack again from the pressure here. I feel my blood starting to boil, yeah, it gets severe. This is just a fucking trap, I don't see no exit here. I was looking for a sign, this seems like a message clear. Betrayal in my business, it's expensive, yeah. Bad energy is in the air, I sense it here. Looking back at the sequence of events this year, it seems to me that I gotta be relentless here. Those demons in my head, oh, they're just tenants here. Drowning out my consciousness, when in this here. It's becoming clear, they're a cunning pair, running scared. Who's that? Knocking at my fucking door. Someone says just two other guys they call wrath and pride. Now I'm half as high as I am low. Two other guys they call wrath and pride. Now I'm half as high as I am low. That's just two other guys they call wrath and pride. Now I'm half as high as I am low. Two other guys they call wrath and pride. Now I'm half as high as I am. Half as high as I am low.
Freaking losing it, pampered in my seclusion, and stranded in this confusion of fantasy and delusion, intensified by brutality. Probably leave a conclusion, desensitized to reality. Rather see the illusion. Ain't nobody telling me nothing. This wrath is a cancer to keep asking about my motives. I don't have any answer, but the question remains. The ride through depression and pain. The destination stay the same, but my direction has changed. God, if you really listen and free me from all this pride I feel, keep these demons away from me, creeping me while I try to heal. Help me to see the truth when these people around me lie. Still put the pieces together, cause I've been feeling divided still. Everywhere I turn, I feel like walls are closing in on me. None of them are tall enough to hold in all this energy. The key was only chosen for disposing of the enemy. Ironic that the mask I wear exposing my identity. Make a wish you couldn't need it. Now the mystery completed. I just paint a humble image, but the picture look conceited. Living in a vicious cycle, this is history repeated. Your opinion is a waste. Here's permission to delete. That's for all the post-traumatic stress. My expression not impressed. Trying to focus on what's next. Always battling myself. It's like a constant war I'm in. Who the fuck is that? Somebody knocking at my door again.
It's just two other guys, they call wrath and pride. Now I'm half as high as I am low. Two other guys, they call wrath and pride. Now I'm half as high as I am low. That's just two other guys, they call wrath and pride. Now I'm half as high as I am low. Two other guys, they call wrath and pride. Now I'm half as high as I am, half as high as I am low. On his way to wrath, on his way to pride, on his way to wrath, on his way to pride, on his way to wrath, on his way to pride.
Everywhere I turn, I feel like walls are closing in on me.
I never thought it would be you to make me feel the tug of the knife coming out my gut with you pulling it out. No, I thought you were the love of my life, and you were. It was not a dream. What we had was real and beautiful. Thing beautiful souls we both are. We both had come so far. Just two people on a path from the wreckage of the past, seconds from a crash. Then putting pieces back in our lives at the same time. Strange how we matched then. Friendship turn to understanding, turn to love, then to passion. Shaded from the rain. I related to your pain more than you can imagine. Back then, I could just get lost in your eyes. I saw that you were lost in the mind. Two lives crossed, intertwined. True love is such an awesome design. Created by the fates, and we followed on the road. But tomorrow's never old, and you disappeared. Now I'm looking back where we could have went and lost it in time. There's a hole from the bottom of my soul to the top, cause it's ripped in half. I couldn't understand how forever love could ever make a ship this fast. You came back like the ghost of Christmas past. Say you love me still, then you disappear again just as soon as Christmas passed. Chasing ghosts, always the ones that I love the most. Where did you go and hide? Have no fear, I'm right here on the other side. Take my hand, fly away, come with me. It's been months I've been spinning, evolving but still evolving a little at a time with the jigsaw. Puzzle life comes solving the riddle. I don't wanna get shot over this, so I keep God in the middle, cause the devil's sitting on the fucking wall with the fiddle. Many plays a song that'll take me out sadly. That's just the truth for me. Everything that ever mattered to me, drugs took ruthlessly. I've been sober 6 years now, still remember how the shit used to be, but couldn't see in real time. That's what took you from me. Hungry goes, try to tell me something close to the truth, but the lies you would hide deep inside stole me most. You and I, we were both on the same oath that one time. Now a stunning dose of reality is coming close to a close, and I'm only stunning growth to suppose that you change anytime soon, cause you already went and chose what you chose. Chose what you chose, and if anybody knows how this goes, I was on that road, every low to my battered soul. Yes, you gotta know for yourself what you gotta know. I just hope that you make it out alive, but in the meantime, I'll be right here waiting for you on the other side. Chasing ghosts, always the ones that I love the most. Where did you go and hide? Have no fear, I'm right here on the other side. Take my hand, fly away, come with me. Chasing ghosts, always the ones that I love the most. Where did you go and hide? I'm right here on the other side.
This is why I switched to Shopify. Shopify made it really easy for me to shift everything over and hit the ground running. I was easily able to migrate my products and all of my customer information over. We would not be able to go on the road without a platform that we can rely on. Start your free trial with Shopify today.
In the spiraling mind, what do we dive in and find? The deeper we fall depends on just how high that we climb. I guess we all built this wall here one lie at a time. Went to great lengths for the longest to try and deny it. Did you resolve your past yet? Cause I didn't mind. So between love and hate, just how wide is the line? For me to bottle all this pain's just deciding on dying. That's the urgency I have when I'm writing a rhyme. Heavy fiber inside, or this fire of mine, full of eye of a virus in such a violent time. Take the wrath and the pride, just divide it in sides. Feel the passion arise as it arrives in his eyes, and I'm gone back into the standing parade. Pull the pin out on this fucking hand grenade that I waved. Left abandoned, betrayed. I played a hand in his fate. Maybe that's the only thing I understand and create. They say I'm strange, and I am unusual. This all I got here. My life is a musical. I know you don't love me. You love what I do for you. They call it ugly, but I say it's beautiful. They say I'm strange, yeah, and I'm still unusual. I talk to myself here. I'm trying to get through to you. Ain't nobody love you. Just look what they do to you. So I just take everything that's brutal and I make it beautiful. When I'm in these speakers, half the rhyme I go jeepers, creepers. I play for keepers, smash phenomenal pieces. This is a star being born. Astrological features. How do you mourn pathological creatures? Riding the storm till 5 in the morning, colliding with scorn, taking the bath of these leeches. Jesus, it's such a passionate thesis. I leak on pieces of pages. There's no peace in this piece. I try to keep it in cages, but I can't contain it. Blood and pain and the pain, and what a strange entertain. And sudden change when he's saying it. Cut a vein and then drain it. That's a level of payment that I gave to the game. No other way to explain it, ain't it? Something worth living for. I found in my darkness. Will I be forgiven or go drown with the heartless? I guess it still remains to be seen if I can just go back to sleep and try changing the stream. Say I'm strange and I am unusual. This all I got here. My life is a musical. I know you don't love me. You love what I do for you. They call it ugly, but I say it's beautiful. They say I'm strange, yeah, and I'm still unusual. I talk to myself here. I'm trying to get through to you. Ain't nobody love you. Just look what they do to you. So I just take everything that's brutal and I make it beautiful. You change your face so much, I don't know words, even love. We base this off the way that we once touched. It's not enough. I'm sitting closer to the truth. Even though a lie is easier to tell, baby. If I fall, would you notice that I fell, baby? I'm sitting closer to the truth. Even though a lie is easier to tell, baby. If I fall, would you notice that I fell, baby?
I've caused much pain this morning, no, I woke up saying, God, please give me the strength to get me through the day. I must face every single fuck up when you trusted me. I gotta say, it feel disgusting. What kind of shitstorm did I end up in? Again, kinda hard to see the love with all the destruction that I did. Disruptive, son of a gun, yeah. I guess I never became an adult and just did drugs to the point that I don't function, or I won't. I guess that's something I gotta dig for and get rid of the crutches. Yeah, you pound enough sin from a loved one. It's all shit you don't understand. My reluctance crushed her. What a man I was. Goddamn, both of us are suffering. The disconnection is something I don't comprehend. So now we base this off the way that we once touched, and I can't see you.
Your face so much, I don't know words, even love. We base this off the way that we once touched. It's not enough. I'm slipping closer to the truth. Even though a lie is easier to tell, baby. If I fall, would you notice that I fell, baby? I'm slipping closer to the truth. Even though a lie is easier to tell, baby. If I fall, would you notice that I fell, baby?
What's the definition of truth? Something that you can't dispute. Well, all I got's my recollection is proof. It's all a blur. Why I fell for her essence was beautifully tied to mine is probably just a testament to a message of you. Universe is sent to the two of us, but now we're yesterday's news, and I'm left with the blues. I guess we were doomed from the start. We give it a try, but in hindsight, it seems like we were living a lie. Was a limelight that I was in once upon a time. Something that was on your mind back before we begin. Was it all deception? Were you just luring me in and somehow aboard in to every story you spin? But then your stories would change, become entangled, entwined. I was a sucker for love. Love is dangerous, blind. Too busy spinning my wheels while you were hanging the signs. And in the end, maybe we were just two strangers in time, I guess.
Your face so much, I don't know words, even love. We base this off the way that we once touched. It's not enough. I'm slipping closer to the truth. Even though a lie is easier to tell, baby. If I fall, would you notice that I fell, baby? I'm slipping closer to the truth. Even though a lie is easier to tell, baby. If I fall, would you notice that I fell, baby? I'm slipping closer to the truth. I'm slipping closer to the truth.
We both come from broken childhoods, don't we? Both of us have suffered from abuse too. Broken homes, broken hearts, broken dreams, broken everything. I guess it's just something that we're used to. Our relationship is kinda like a mirror, except the more it breaks, the more becomes clearer. You got some sharp pieces, I've been cut by 'em. Left me bleeding from my heart, but I'll be just fine. Because I understand your darkness, you relate to mine too. It's that twin soul theory, I had a way to find you. That destiny road, that fate will wind to. The memories you hold from Juniper Road. The hell that I hold in my heart, it's getting cold and it's dark. Now that I know we're apart, babe, I don't know where to start. Those trips on memory lane, I went and drove them a lot. Often they sent me the pain, I went and wove them to art. Still couldn't remedy things, sort of a backwards course. I overcome it a while, you going back into yours. I try to carry you forth, tell you I'm pulling you out, but you just push me away. Baby, I wish you would stay, maybe just get through the day. Crazy, it's just you and me. Somehow it's getting me through these hazy days when we can't see a way out what we're wrestling through. But I don't give up on people I love ever, nah, especially you. Maybe that's broken.
We fly on broken wings. Who knows what the answer is? But
go from here, I wish it was clear. It's hard to accept that this is for real. I always thought our love was bigger than our issues and fears. But go to sleep alone now and still wish you were here. It would have been our baby's first Christmas this year. I was shopping at the mall and got hit with these tears. Life had some sharp pieces, we got cut by 'em. I guess we never healed together through a tough time. I just tried to build a life for us, be a provider. I didn't grieve with you, I went right to the other side of you being a mother again and me being a father. I said we can have another, but you didn't want to try to. After that, there came some feelings that we couldn't stuff. And both of us started feeling we weren't good enough. And maybe that's from way before we met each other. Ironic, it's the same reasons why we get each other. The truth is that I loved you and the baby too. And you were worth it every second that I gave to you. I wasn't perfect, I got broken pieces, you do too. But I still love you where you're broken, cause it's beautiful. The truth is that I love you and the baby too. And you were worth it every second that I gave to you. I wasn't perfect, I got broken pieces, you do too. But I still love you where you're broken, cause it's beautiful.
We fly on broken wings. Who knows what the answer is? But we can try. We crashing down again. All the things we can't forget this time.
Out of everybody, you were who I hated most. A fucking grown man who's afraid of ghosts. All those secrets you could only find a way to cloak. All that venom laced in everything you'd say to folks. Drinking and laughing with that pathetic parade of jokes. Great insults for a guy sitting with the plate of coke with the wife and kid at home. How could you betray and poke for these stupid whores? Was your loyalty you made an oath? Oh. Look at the results of a lost soul sowing his oats in a sea full of fucking sharks rowing his boat with a hole in it plus a stock you ain't got nowhere to go. And so you threw away every gift you had for another bag, another fifth to a day. Sad all those opportunities that you had, people would kill for you, threw in the trash. Low self-esteem misconstrued as trash. Your old self-esteem and that ruinous wrath that chews you in half day to day on a regular basis. You just run the other way whenever you face this fact. And I'm getting so sick of your face in the mirror. There's no place where it's clearer than there. Going 0 to here in an instant, running on instinct. Can't get your dreams and your nightmares in sync.
Was ghosts talk to me in my head? If they're still there, no, they're not dead. And there was so much blood to be shed, but I could never kill them all. Prayers for rain to wash away, but no heaven never calls. We stay trapped in yesterday, and that's a legend of the
Taking a look at you is difficult. Creature in his cups is ugly. Too high to keep reaching for the stuff unlovely. Off the hinges, out on the fringes. Outsider out for revenge and vengeance. The war never ends. It spins in the winds and trenches. Sins in the bloodshed. It begins and ends with regrets you had too many things to mention. All those ghosts in the past are a grim contingent. But what's fueling the engine is no fooling, pretending. No principles among this hot knock school we're attending. You're willing to partake in any role that you bend in this land of the high break, where nobody remembers your name. Unless you king of men, it's the same between heaven and hell. I had seen the pendulum swing. Watch a hope float away in 10 inches of rain. So it's a dope show today, your penance is in pain. Yeah, I've seen it all, everything you ever been through. It all happened how it's supposed to, it was all essential. All the things that you endured, the bottom you descend to. It's time to let go of that past, stop being sentimental. So I forgive you for all the shit that you lived through, for all the shit that was done to you, everything that you did too. Melting a cold heart and stepping out of that igloo. Emerged as a good man, but you was a good kid too.
Was ghosts talk to me in my head? If they're still there, no, they're not dead. And there was so much blood to be shed, but I could never kill them all. Prayers for rain to wash away, but no heaven never calls. We stay trapped in yesterday, and that's a legend of the fall. Was ghosts talk to me in my head? If they're still there, no, they're not dead. And there
was so much blood to be shed, but I could never kill them all. Prayers for rain to wash away, but no, heaven never calls. We stay trapped in yesterday, and that's a legend of the fall.
I'm looking for something to put the beam on. Motherfuckers popping from out of a 4 econ. The gates of oblivion, dog nigga. Anytime I need a 4-5, then I call Egon. What's good for the martyr is good for the gun. What's good for the father is good for the son. You a stupid motherfucker, type to look at the sun. My father gave me game, then I took it and run. My brother is Musa.
Got a technical background? Looking to go
What'd you do last night? Hey, this isn't good for my business.
From the bottoms on that wire shit, putting fire to meth like the triumphant. I move the crowd using telekinesis, and you could tell them it's Pete instead of Jesus. I bet they believe. I skip the haters, forget the majors, still get the papers. Only cat out who black out with liquid paper. More wave than Don Johnson. Start the Lex, Parks and Rex with more beef than Ron Swanson. Make a wish, Fat Boy's cake is lit. Token white cat smoking piff and a blaxploitation flick. Eastside Livingston Ave, prostitutes giving them crabs to fight cops out writing tickets for cash. By the Sullivan Ave, hoes who make gentrified gentlemen come in slums for they cash flow, smoke crack in they bathrobes. If it's Christmas, I deck the halls, wreck the vaults, but only trick on one chick, so when we split, I know where to collect it all. Fire trees on Target Deli, spark it heady, steady, high on tree. Even if I gotta buy my weed from Martin Scully. Some of these drunks just wanna be cuffed. The Taco Bell drive through the tunnel with love to some of these sluts. I spend nothing but time fucking these dimes, tell them they get royalty checks if I put their name up in the ride. Devil on my right shoulder, another devil on my left shoulder, telling me I'll never get sober. I quit drugs, cold turkey, but hate leftovers. I twist, blood, blow, perpy to take Exomas. I give up whole purpose to get stress lower. I quit drugs, cold turkey, but hate leftovers. Deadly vet flow, dead your ass. Better set no, ready set go. Check your flags. Eddie Vet dough, smash your girl's clam in the Pearl Jam. Run a world scam. I curled fam with a curled hand. Listen, bitch, the boy is amazing. Isn't this a joyous occasion? The toilet is framing, voices invading. My brain influence the choices I'm making. I ain't even enjoy the taste of the poison I'm taking. Any noise that you make is bound to be silenced with the gauge like it was Boise potatoes. You think I'm nice, yet disrespectful with Satan. You right on both accounts, like withdrawing from checking in savings. I spend, and I've been spending enormous. Poor bitches with sin. I've been sending snitches and victims' corpses to court and forklifts as warnings. Harassment was stored that I get the Jordans. I used to be anti-gimmick, now I'm looking for a good place to plant my gimmick. It's so hard, the police will feel a sting on it. Doc put a sling on it, royalty checks if you put a king on it. Crown various times, lead chariot ride, the underground on my back, it's like I'm buried alive. Thunderclouds on my track, like it's rarely I'm dry. Hear it calling, I can feel it in the air of the night. Got a devil on my right shoulder, Another devil on my left shoulder, telling me I'll never get sober. I quit drugs, cold turkey, but hate leftovers. I twist, blood, blow, perpy to take X-overs. I give up whole purpose to get stress lower. I quit drugs, cold turkey, but hate leftovers. Fuck 604 Eastside shit. Yeah, out.
Yeah. Check. Yo. Hey, when mitoed cloned and cryogenically frozen, biochemically grown, Ohio's finna be on. Let it be known. Pass my ice, I'm back like Christ. First cat to die and rise from a dirt nap like lice. Repeat deaths, omnipotent. Delete stress like Nas's Motrin. Godly flow, but still crooked as Quasimodo's posture's broken. The name most quoted for flame most know it, but fuck rumors, I go off facts like King Ghost wrote it. Get your main hose, raincoat soaking. Ain't no joking. See rock him space hoe in plain scope open. My halo broken. My Xbox stank on going. Her pussy multiplayer player pay a GameStop token. I'm the, oh how should I say it? When Nows can display it without sounding like every motherfucking clown who can claim it. Battle the pavement, I'm hot for return. And I know it's hard to wait when you're anxious. Thanks for your patience like doctor referral.
Oh yeah, baby. Oh shit. Woo! Man, we crush Zannies up in the granny dust like Candy Crush, so hand me bucks. Put little orphan in a forklift and Annie up. Now Mr. Teen Sensation, Mr. Cremation, victims behaving when them see us, Mr. T chaining. If C aiming, dig a hole to China. They gon' need a mo to find you. Fuck being pussy hole, you a whole vagina. With oil stains, these hoes ain't loyal, a royal main. Claiming soil, everybody hood up high like an oil change. You got it wrong, people. Had you thought I'd gone emo? No, bitch. Flow so sick, swear I was on chemo. Deboed you with a strong knee blow. Front of your wife and mom's people like bam. Call me uncle like Don Vito. We're all for it, for fair. Eating y'all's porridge. Tell your mom more and keep pouring. Bitch, we don't even pause for it. Lava meatloaf. Y'all wanna see how far we'll beat go? Till I draw the heat slow foul shot. Who gon' call a free throw? I floss diamonds fly as Tiffany's bird cut. Still hungover from last night, but like a lost item, I eventually turn up. A pasty racist white face is meant to be burned up. I also want enough cash to ash if I were drunk. In the underground, I'm the favorite. I run the town, I'm your mayor. Let's double down above the clouds, I'm the savior. At times I felt divine like help. One man party shit. I even surprised myself. Run off at the mouth a sarcastic way and walk the geriatric way with guns like caricatures at a fair. You're gonna have to pay. Iceberg. Chip off Chili Willy. In the butter soft, your bitch might cut her off for sucking dick all willy-nilly. Run track, hired an athlete. Why am I ashy? Pops took me to the shooting range, started firing at me. I bang atomic, any claim to fame, my name is on it. Me not triumph, got it backwards like a manga comic. Check. Look, this that I don't give a fuck music. So go ahead, don't give a fuck to it. Poke a hole in the condom and fuck to it. You get the message like a Melly Mel, son. Roll my pop's ash with hash. Told you I smoke any L, son. Get it any fuck y'all. Y'all don't. It's cool. I was in the first grade. First time I skipped school. Now I show up at shows with Duke Dunk Blacks on. In a dyslexic mood, I get the food with a Doom mask on. I'm early, gotta see my P.O. shit. Yesterday I supposed to P.O. shit. It's just little old me, oh shit. So tell me why John Cena wanna thieve my old steez, oh shit. I got the news from a fan out the blue. At first I ain't think was the truth. Till he sent the YouTube link as the proof. Now I'm trying to think what to do. There's two dudes in pink in the ring and sequence things on their boots, trying to sing and be cute. Look, I said that to Esoteric back in 05. I guess you thought I'd forget my lyrics, Jack my old lines. You mixed get it on your own merit. You did it was so apparent, so bad with no swag. When he did it, I was so embarrassed. Thought changing to words might disguise the shit. So many lines in there to bitch all up. Itemize this
I
shit.
wasn't built for the NBC. I was built for the WWE, for SmackDown Live, for the Royal Rumble, for moments like right here, right now.
You got a level with homie. It ain't that you ain't on my level. It's that you ain't even on the level below me.
So I'm on a level with you, homie. Regardless of how good you think you are, you're not on my level. You're not even on the level below me.
What the fuck was that?
My time is now. Here's a spoiler alert.
Let me level with homie. You can never dethrone me. Any veteran know me. You never could call me paper heavyweight homie like Kevin Maloney. Any opponent we end if you want it. Paper on his head, he be dead in the morning. Any enemy in any vicinity, get an animal with any running with me. Wouldn't got enemy Remy, so enemies head we exploding like Kennedy Roman. Friend of me, no, I don't know him, no race to the pedigree. Will be your enemy showman. Bow down to the crate or be found out in a lake. Dressing the tights for the rest of your life. When at 8, I found out it was fake. Lies with your marriage based on. What your rap career is based on. Lies with your wrestling career is based on. Finally saw it, thank you, base. Just check on the lawn. I don't want no necklace to pawn. I came to collect for my songs, and I don't expect a response or respect what you want. Politics, I neglect to respond. Leave you in the Bronx, thinking in flip-flops. Make it a pit stop, we're back to wrestling rap. After messing around with this definite clout and make it in hip-hop. Bars will hurt you, spar to mercy. Not to brag about stupid shit, but I had to do a bit. And hear this stupid bitch on car commercial. Fake muffin, who fake thuggin'. Next level driver, who stay frontin'. Might explain something, try to gas yourself and don't path yourself, just a straight luggage. But our friend John loves make believe. Right now, John loves to play MC. That's when the fam takes a leave and hits the basement to blaze his weed and play he's me. But what's more factual though? I don't actually know. Only God in the Hollywood Acting Academy. No, wrestling no his reality show. Crack his jaw like it was Asher Raw. And I was actually wrong. The WB fraud's probably more fun to battle after all.
Just the imitation cop. And you ain't troubling me, dog. I got more cop battling John Cena or the WB floor.
WWE. No.
Fuck that fro.
Hot irons, grandma's pills, sharp objects, power drills, button batteries, power boards, bleach bottles, curtains, cords, hot irons, grandma's pills, sharp objects, power drills, button,
I'm that kid that nobody believed in me. Now everybody is eating. Your audience leaving. They'll probably be in the Coliseum when I'm bodying Cleveland and Gallium. I just put a brand new pair of shoestrings to some old ass Jordan 4s. Hot iron with shots fired, hot wiring every drop top by until I hear cop siren. Jimmy Lord blowing loud like a semi-horn on any Ford when we board. Forgive me, Lord, but all my homes have a chimney for. Drink to my kidney sword and fuck it, give me more. I came for the reason. To strangle police and anger the precinct. The brains will be leaking. While bodies will hang like the bangs on the weekend. I get strange when I'm tweaking. I hit a car chase for cash. Rip the bong and play with gas. Piss me off and face the facts. Bitch, Mr. Scarface is back. Bitch, it's the part makes them crack. When I hit cigars laced with hash. All 4 of us in tour bus with porn sluts getting torn up while your stripper mom lays in cash.
Power drill.
When grown folks is talking, children don't. Or else it's
Hey children, here's a fun fact. You let them see your gun loaded, you won't get your gun back. I pull up on them unloaded, looking like I dumped trash. Sheesh, somebody's mommy got a plump ass. Nothing kids, you ready for a fun task? Here, take these weed seeds, plant them in the grass. Let the months pass, then bring them back. Then roll them up, puff, puff, pass, now give them back. I roll a pair and get high, I call it parasailing. My flow like staring down a barrel of a parabellum. Poor fella, get your cat pop like a portobello. Marinara in your trap all over mozzarella. Whoa, they want a piece of the flow, a piece of the dough, a piece of the chips. No, you can't get neither of those. I might break you off with a piece of this dick. You ever seen a drive-by? Spin your block like a UFO, I'm feeling sci-fi. You ain't got no bars with a Wi-Fi. Shit, I'd rather be the villain than the nice guy.
objects. Power drills. Button.
When grown folks is talking, children don't.
Button.
Or else it's yo, probably wanna copy. Mommies call me Big Poppy, and ratchet hoes they call me after shows, and after the after shows the trap is slow. Man, I'm the shit. Probably if you sniff off me, make it home to excel, and your bitch catch a whiff of the scent off me. Shit, call me. Here's my card. You want dick? Probably. Take a squat on your East St. Laurent, cause I hate the font. Plus I just drank Ciroc. How we take a vacant spot and make it pop? Why she asking them questions? So drink the shot. Dedicated to the haters. Call this mumble rap. On my Ducati popping Percocet with my Molly and shit. I had to mumble that.
Grandma's pills. Objects. Power drills.
But don't.
Button.
When grown folks is talking, children don't.
Button.
Or else it's
curtains.
A message from Chaos.
Please, oh please, Lord. This generation.
so unfortunate when I go. Let's go to warrior bitches, soldier sorted bridges, tote for 45th, twist joints but no contortionist. I find one seed to get thrown in an orphanage on the topic of weed. Never popping a seed, no pro-abortionist. Right don't roll when he says, pro pharmacist prescribe copy to blow cartridges like the old NES and psycho mode any less would be uncivil. My pre-cum dribble smearing your wifey's prenum scribble. 'Twas C-Dub. One note for grassy nose shooter, blast a hole through your medulla. Cruise as we roll Buddha from the state where Jerry Springer once was mayor. Never write a personal check for Bunjum player, use it once to pay her. Get it right, my city might fold you for fucking with an Ohio and OG from the middle like Kroger. Self-driven like chauffeurs, melt chicken like stofers. I'm quitting when hell's frigid, twice cold as ice holders. I told you not to let the demon out the cage of people feeding me hasn't been out for this. The calculator need a look, man, lick a shot for Breonna Taylor, kill a pig and call a mayor. Slap his wife, snap his wife, all the paper.
In the middle, hit it on your minutes in your society. I hit you with all of my damn mic.
You haven't lived until you wiped your own ass at your own show with your own merch. Hence why I'm on tour in your city and I have no shirt. On the world tour with Muhammad, my man, but Muhammad, my man's Islamic with bombs in his hand. At your bitch, off of the dick. Even my cough is sick. This flick you die at the end. We call it frosted tips. Christ, Judas might betray me. Stoned in a glass house and leave you assed out like preach babies. These little hoes think they grown. They small kids, I say. Little, but they blow big like faith. For me, I'm too evil. Mood lethal, bruised egos. My SB doom souls are transparent like you people. You fake as a fuck. His history, he making it up like old white folks in them books for school. Bring it again. Your flame get extinguished again. King of the pen. Y'all rhymers suffer from Alzheimer's. You think you an end.
In the minute, I'm your menace to your society. I hit you with all of my damn mic. Gimme.
Make time to create lines, halfway through rhyme, have those trying to figure eight like skaters on ice, maintaining positive thoughts, reshaping our life, knowing some got their fingers crossed when shaking the dice, and it's safe to say, on the pave, it's best to stay solid as a paperweight, while acknowledging that dollars can never take any real pain away. Sometimes it's hard to believe that as a true statement, when you gotta pay rent and put food on the table, cruising in a LeSabre with range, thinking when this thing's gonna change, wanting to remain, paying dues, trying to gain, it's a game when you move. As they say, the players is never the same. Plus the plays thus made one rearrange. Decision to sustain position. Living in situations, spitting and scribbling on pages. Thoughts that transpire in sight. One to get through long nights. While most slipping in the world trying to get paper. Getting through minutes, gotta maintain, keeping the mind motivated.
I'm down for peace and but not. Call me on pot of names, try to hurt my pride. Turn the other cheek. I'm down for peace and
Get that flashlight out of my fingers, break me down and fix it, do whatever it takes. Hold up, hold up.
Look, who protects us from you? Left fist up if you've ever been arrested. It's cool. I've been arrested too. I've been a pencil, the truth to invest in the youth. Look, I ain't gon' bullshit you. I ain't gon' bullpit you. Kings, be careful. These pigs will let us see a bullet hit you. We came for peaceful protest. Ain't bring the peace for protest. Message get drowned in blood if we show police a slow death. I see white people's fists strike evil pigs. Cause even white people sick of white people shit. Light me a split right in front of the state house with a blunt of the crepe out. I got all the cancer out. We defund the police, cut all the cancer out. Pigs think it's footloose, trying to cut all the dancing out. Closet racists don't see what the cussing and rants about. Blatant racists do see what the cussing and rants about. Some of them Amir Rice, Mike Brown, Oscar Grant, Breonna Taylor, George Floyd, Sandra Bland. Ain't no blood run in vain. Couple names y'all can chant. Peace to first responders in nurse pajamas and doctor pants.
I'm down for peace and but not.
Call me on pot of names, try to hurt my pride.
Turn the other cheek. I'm down for peace and
Get that flashlight out of my fingers, break me down and fix it, do whatever it takes. Hold up, hold up.
I'm down for peace and but not.
Call me on pot of names, try to hurt my pride.
Turn the other cheek. I'm down for peace and
Get that flashlight out of my fingers, break me down.
Put your hands up.
Boom. Got any last words?
Before y'all pull the switch, let me hold the crucifix and pray to Christ to take my life and make it nice and smooth in this. I can feel the sweat squirt on my hot face, and I can see the dumb smirk on a cop's face. I made a lot of mistakes, so before these faults cause my body to shake, I gotta be straight. I can't apologize to everyone I ever betrayed. I told a lot of lies and said some dumb shit, honestly, man. I know I gotta die and never come back. God, is we straight? It's getting hot inside my shit. I feel a shock inside my head. I should have shaved it all. Talked all that shit, but I'm not brave at all. My life plays in full cinematically through my brain and score. Am I sorry? I can feel the flesh fry from my body. Really, I just wanna cry for my mommy. Maybe we'll reunite soon. So much shit I took for granted, I won't even get to see tonight's moon. I don't feel alright, dude. You sure this thing's working? I feel my brain short circuit and the pain short skirting and the flames more pertinent with each second. I take a deep breath, the next thing I know, I think I see heaven switch.
Was America willing to make it order, no matter what the cost?
You were my musical twin, a beautiful friend. Was more suitable than his dedication to him again. We were my even a heart we were winning. King of the heartbeat of innocent people started beginning. Hey, rumor had it you were nice. Rumor had it I was raw too. Had to be art school, nasty with cartoons. C to the A to M. How did you and I meet? Junior high team sat you beside me. The next part soon is two of us doing desktop doodles, trying to prove who the best cartoonist in the room was. Smooth ended a friend of me for umpteen 7 days. They try to make us enemies, guess some things never change. Though I've been drawn since the age of 4, still yet to see the way put into the page before. Anyone who knew us was all to engage in war into a cage match, played our friendship in ancient ores. Fuck that. Our friendship's what I'm grateful for. I'm not focusing on the negative and hate no more. It's rewind now to 9/7 when Nelson Morales called Bobito. For all we know, he's helping our talents. Preventative Van Nemu, RJG2, DJ True Skills, Cage and Nelson on the freeway through hills. True spill on this camoose still. Let's have some hold the floor violence first. Let's have a moment of silence.
Chill for a minute, Dougie Fresh said silent.
Hey, The only person in the bar sober, cigar roller, self-motivated, stay driven without a car chauffeur. Jar opener, jar closer, hard choker. How do I quit for eating a heart donor? Make the clock slow. Check if you a heart, I don't have stupid Cupid's arrow won't stab ice. Once noticed the blood flow that used to pulsate both hands. I serve kids like at your service, while I'm at your service. Black Suburbans and Catholic churches and pastors cursing. While I passed the hearse, your dad was nervous. Before I even begin, I'm leaving your skin all black and purple. It's a quiet kid who stayed in the cut, never saying too much, cause I was always afraid it would suck. Until the cop put me on the spot, Bobito put me on the air. I'll leave crying over spilled milk or pussy on the stairs. When the mic's near me, it's like the finish line's near me. Satan want me in all red, prison library.
Yo, I'm still living though.
Yeah. Ology.